Yo, what is going on, everybody? This is Heike here, and today we're going to be streaming to you day 10 of IVL. Today we're going to be talking about Weibo Gaming versus DAO5 in our first matchup, and then after this we're going to have GW versus GG. But you guys all know Weibo Gaming, you guys are familiar with how this goes. We're going to have teams face off against each other in a tournament-style bracket until they all face each other, and whoever comes out with the most points highest on the leaderboard is going to, I suppose, go into a bracket phase, or I'm not sure actually, but we're going to find out today. That's not important for now. We're actually going to go right into Weibo Gaming versus DAO5, and we're going to be talking about the gameplay. Okay, why is the gameplay screen not working? Hello? Give me 1 second. So, as you guys all know, Weibo Gaming, one of the most popular teams on IVL, most notably known for Persica, but we're also going to be seeing them go against DAO5. DAO5, of course, is another notable team. We've seen DAO5 actually previously win a Call of Abyss, so if you guys are not familiar with DAO5, you should become familiar with DAO5. Well, not really, but in the meantime, we're going to be seeing DAO5 play Survivor side, and Weibo Gaming is going to be the Hunter. Whoops. Weibo Gaming is going to be the Hunter, and if you guys recall, Weibo Gaming has, I believe, a very strong Hunter. Also, of course, the Survivor, don't get me wrong. Survivors are also very good. But I believe, if I'm not wrong, Weibo Gaming's Hunter is Nia. Yeah. So, he's got a pretty strong Hunter. I think it's an overall solid team. I think we could see them win, potentially, this IVL. But DAO5, man, DAO5 is also on a hot streak. They're doing pretty good themselves. All these teams, of course, are very good. I haven't really seen like any team that just absolutely died on both sides. So everyone is up to par. Very better gameplay than NAU. So if you guys are familiar with watching NAU, it's a very different story watching any Chinese gameplay if you're new to competitive, or if you're new to watching IVL, which is this is the Chinese section of the server. So we got IVL, we got IJL, which is the Japan League. Very easy to remember because of the J. And also we got, I think we have IVT in America. Is that what it's called? Bro, I wouldn't know because it barely shows up. It shows up like once a year in the summer. So I guess it's coming up. But in the meantime, guys, we're going to be seeing DAO5 finally lock their survivors. Pharaoh Lady is an interesting pick. Not a very great pick in rank, but in tournaments comes out very good because of survivors just having a hard time against the meta, and Pharaoh Lady surprisingly does pretty well against those meta picks. And those meta picks would be stuff like Hula Blue, Go Man, Opera, stuff that like they chase you and they're instantly on top of you, right? And the Pharaoh Lady being invisible and constantly invisible is just a really nice benefit. It turns out that the being invisible really helps Pharaoh Lady against these hunters, because normally against most hunters, most of your invisibility is wasted just running away from the hunter, so Pharaoh Lady becomes not so good. You'd have to like drop a pallet or vault a window to force the invisibility to stop, you know, going off. Otherwise, you're gonna waste your whole invisibility before the hunter even catches up to you. That's why it's so good against stuff like Go Man and Shadow and Opera on the other hand, because they catch up to you so fast that honestly, the invisibility is getting most of the value when it actually matters, when they're already right next to you. So that's why you see a lot of Pharaoh Lady. Puppeteer, of course, is also a great counter to those hunters we talked about. They depend, they either are on you immediately, or you really depend on your ability to survive their ability, like Go Man, for example. I suppose Go Man's also on top of you, though. Queen Bee, though, not gonna be amazing for Puppeteer. It is guaranteed 9 seconds of kite time every single time she goes near you, but in the meantime, we are going to see the survivors lock their spawns here. Puppeteer in the middle, first officer on the side. if you guys are wondering, if you're new to picking spawns and what is the strategy behind these spawns, basically the idea is, although on most maps you want to have your rescuer in the middle, you like to have your more susceptible survivors who could get chased in the middle because of the fact that factory is so accessible from the middle of the map. So it actually becomes pretty good to have your weaker, you know, not your strongest kiter, I should say, because puppeteer is not a weak kiter by any means, but you don't want your strongest kiter in the middle, because you don't, obviously he's not going to need factory. You want to give it to someone who might need it. Anyway, we're going to see Sui on Pharaoh Lady, so they are going full on in on this Pharaoh Lady being chased, or Antiquarian for that matter. So both of them have Sui. They're expecting one of them to get chased, and they're expecting Nie right here to not chase Momming and now not chase Chen right here. So that's why they have the borrow time. That way they can actually like use it in the end game. Otherwise there'd be no point. So guys, we're going to be going into the first half of round one. Exciting stuff. We're going to be finally seeing Weibo once again perform on the stage, and let's see how they do. Let's go right into it, and we're going to unmute the game, and we're going to watch as it goes. But in the meantime, guys, if you haven't done so already, have a seat, sit down, grab some tea, coffee, or whatever you do during this time. Maybe it's morning time in Europe for you. Maybe you're about to go to sleep and you just want to get something in the background. But in the meantime, guys, we're going to go right into round one, first half of the tournament right here. Weibo Gaming immediately going to have Antiquarian on the Cypher machine. That's the advantage of spawning Shaq, assuming Shaq Cypher spawns. And he is, to our surprise, to my surprise at least, going to chase the Puppeteer, leaving the Decoder and leaving the Harasser to do work later on this match. So let's see how that goes for Nie right here, chasing the person who does neither of those things great. And right here, going to just farm up the beast here. Since the puppet used his ability, he's just going to go ahead and farm up energy. Now with a full stack of 100 energy, going to easily get pressure on this Puppeteer. Going to force a basic puppet with the amazing patience right there. Making sure not to use the puppet until he sees a swing. Good stuff right there. Fast pallet breaking on the Queen Bee. It's important to keep in mind and take a look at their speed of their breaking if you want to kite well. Right here, Queen Bee going to personally swing away not to hit the puppet. Going to choose not to take the presents. Okay, and right here, uses the great use of the puppet right here, preventing damage. Of course, one of them goes through, but it's okay as long as he blocks the second shot. That way he doesn't die to a basic hit. And now he's kind of in trouble now. It's an okay kite, all things considered, but having your tide turner chased immediately along with the borrowed time person, like this borrowed time is probably not going to get used, and neither will this tide turner. So he's essentially kiting with no persona, which is very unfortunate. However, the good news is Antiquarian could harass here endgame, and Puppeteer being rescued out of balloons is an extremely strong ability. Let's see if the first officer gets shot here. Nope, he almost got shot, but barely didn't. First officer going to dodge to Queen Bee. Queen Bee trying her best to try to hit this first officer, but not getting lucky right here. Does touch the first officer a little bit, gets a little bit of beast here. And unfortunately, Momming right here has to use the third use of the pocket watch, meaning that he is susceptible to getting chased here after the rescue. It looks like Queen Bee chooses not to. It was a pretty quick rescue, so no time for that. Puppeteer going to not even use his ability right here. He's just going to take his tide and die away from the ciphers A. And B, maybe, well, I suppose he could have used his puppet. There's no reason not to use the puppet, I would say. But it doesn't really matter whether or not he uses it right here. Hunter's going to farm up all their energy back in that tide turner. Turns out Queen Bee is surprisingly good at dealing with tide turner because she still actually gains something from it. That's why you see a lot of Queen Bees. A, because of the movement, and B, because it's she gains a lot from having tide turner used against her. Antiquarian right here going to go for the rescue. The ciphers are looking a little bit scary here. Some good Antiquarian support, and this Queen Bee could be in a four-man situation. Of course, that is if this Antiquarian doesn't get shot down here. Almost got shot right there. Missed the shot, though. And right here, going to go for the Puppeteer. Puppeteer misses the puppet use. He does not get it off. Maybe he did it on purpose, but now the full presence is going to come in. That's a guaranteed shot. Antiquarian has no choice but to use the stick here, and it's going to be very hard here to do anything. Antiquarian also, without borrowed time, cannot play aggressively, because if she goes down, that could be it for this game. Now, Queen Bee immediately on the first officer, immediately stopping the Cypher machine. This is not a safe game by any means. If they have any chance of a tie here, this first officer needs to leave the Cypher. He is taking way too long to leave the Cypher right now. Already on his second use of the pocket watch, and he's not going to get use out of the third pocket watch value. Ooh, a little bit of maybe a mistake there from the beast there, he couldn't know that he was behind that wall. But this is what I'm talking about. Not using the pocket watch to go to the front gate sooner means that now you end up dying on the Cypher machine. Now, I'm not saying that they would necessarily still do the Cypher machine, but why block yourself from the option? You know, do another Cypher machine and still have this one up for pressure. You know, just to have another Cypher machine that the Hunter's forced to worry about. You know, you may as well not let them guard two things at the same time. But now we're going to see this Queen Bee using up all her energy to move all around the map. Man, look at the power of Queen Bee. Guys, she could have crossed the whole map and back if you think about it. It is insane how good Queen Bee's mobility is. I really have been sleeping on it, personally, myself. But if you guys have also been sleeping on it, do not underestimate it. It's extremely strong. Full presence is like a game changer for Queen Bee. Before that, she's fine. But then the full presence just makes it so you could catch off rescuers. You can go to Cypher machines. But the Cypher is already primed. It's a little bit too late, even with this Hunter's movement speed right here. Queen Bee almost gonna get the hit there for Cypher. A little bit late on the pallet drop, but not gonna matter. He's just gonna get value from these pallets. The annoying thing about Leo's memory that every Hunter hates about it is you just have this guaranteed value from these pallets, and it doesn't really take much brain power to use it. This one, of course, takes a little bit more skill to use. Great patience right there from the first officer. It's going to ensure that we get this gate done at least 60%. Pretty easy hit right there. Delayed attack on Queen Bee is going to allow that hit to happen. And now he's going to immediately pressure the gate. This is, I mean, not exactly a safe position right here for the Queen Bee. Doesn't really have an immediate target, and this is what I'm talking about. The invisibility on these Hunters who are immediately on top of you, Queen Bee is included in that. It's just such a headache to deal with. This is just guaranteed 18 seconds of kite time, which is going to bring valuable time for this team to have the first officer pick himself up and maybe get started on the other gate. Great use of the flywheel. For a second, I thought he was about to go down and barely doesn't get through the pallet. That's going to be it, though, for this kiting area. Now, I guess he's going to go down in the corner here. Try to die as far away from the rocket as possible. Queen Bee now has a difficult choice. Do you pick up or do you immediately go for the rocket? I don't think there's any chance. Sorry, do you pick up or do you go for the gate? I don't think there's any chance of going for the gate. He is going to pre-position his bees. Very smart move from the Queen Bee here, so she can immediately teleport to it rather than forgetting about it and doing it later. Now he's going to get that valuable distance and maybe get a head start to the gate, but it's not going to matter because of the fact that the gate is already open. Pharaoh Lady getting valuable kite time for her team right there. Going to make it very difficult for the Hunter to actually get that 4-man kill right there, let alone a 3 kill. Great job from the survivors. I mean, a very safe tie. What can I say? A little bit scary there that the first officer died on the Cypher, but thankfully the rescuer did not get seen. If that anti-Queen got seen in the full presence bees, would have been game over. A little bit interesting that he chose to go to middle of all places. I suppose maybe he saw a heal happen and he thought, oh, Cypher's shaking and we had a heal recently happen. Maybe anti-Queen is coming from that direction. I wasn't paying attention to if a heal happened, but that could be a rationale for why he chose to go middle. A little bit strange because I would assume people who play IdentityV enough, especially at this level of the game, should know not to ever rescue from the middle of the map. They're always going to travel on the side, and they're also always going to go early to avoid getting caught out in the open like that. Anti-Queen could have gotten found there. She was by no means close to the rocket chair, but had she been in middle, that would have been game over for them. No borrow time. Flywheel, I mean maybe use the stick and then flywheel basic, maybe, or maybe a stinger, but it would be not looking too hot. Dow 5 here gonna get a pretty safe time. All things considered, not a whole lot I could say about this match. I mean, of course, maybe the kite could have been better. I'm sure the puppeteer could have wished he used that puppet off the second chair right there instead of immediately going down. That would have helped a lot, don't get me wrong, but still, nonetheless, anti-Queen here going to get that safe rescue on the first officer. First officer going to get that guaranteed kite time. And all in all, a pretty safe situation here for Dow 5. Weibo Gaming is going to be looking for a tie from themselves as well here, making sure that no one really gets ahead, because of course the worst thing you can do is get a team a win in round 1, because now that means that team just needs one more win from a round in order to now win the whole tournament match. So if you guys are not familiar, one second. Okay, so if you guys are not familiar, with how those winning games work in tournaments, it is mostly the same as 5v5. So if you guys are familiar with 5v5, you'll remember that you have a hunter play for you and you have the survivors play for yourselves, obviously. Unless you are the hunter, then you have your survivors play for you, and you have two opposing factions basically play against each other, and whoever gets the better score is the one who ends up winning the round, right? And it kind of goes like that. The only difference with 5v5 is it only goes on for one match on one map. There's also less bans, so those are all things to remember, all things to consider. The other thing is in tournaments, it's not just one match though. It's going to be 3 matches, assuming no overtime, unless a team wins in just 2 rounds. So as you guys know, if a survivor team does a 3-man escape and then your hunter got a 4-man kill, obviously you had more survivors escape. It's based off of who has more escapes. So if your team escaped more than the other team, then your team wins the 5v5 match. Same thing in tournaments, except it goes on for 3 matches. It's a best of 3 essentially, if you think about it. And of course, you're going to have sometimes ties happen. Sometimes you'll have stalemates where both teams just constantly get 2 escapes, 2 escapes, 2 escapes, 2 escapes. So what happens then is it goes into a round 4. And even if a tie happens then now it's based off of time, who won the game faster, or who escaped faster, I should say. Then it's based off of that. So going to be going into the second half of round 1. We're going to be seeing Persica right there. Everyone is familiar with her. Mech main, Seer main, Archer main. Basically the support role / decoder of her team. We're going to see Goker here, mainly the main supporter, I should say. Sometimes Persica will be playing Archer, but other times you will see Goker, mainly the Antiquarian, loves to play Antiquarian. Going to be playing Magician, Antiquarian, and of course lots of other stars. You can't just have 2 mains in tournaments. We're also going to have, I believe, is this the Rescuer that we're going to see next? It is. So this is going to be the team's Rescuer. Mainly plays Gravekeeper in his rank matches, but First Officer, of course, is one of the best survivors you can use as well. I just feel like Gravekeeper is a little bit better in terms of rank match. He's just better decode, more reliable. As you can see from that last match, you can dodge the 3rd shake of the Pocket Watch. So in order to use First Officer well, you kind of need to get value from the first 2 shakes. As opposed to Gravekeeper, if you do not adjust to Gravekeeper Shovel, it's just guaranteed kite time for the next 35 seconds. As opposed to a Pocket Watch, assuming you hit the hunter with all 3 shakes, and assuming they stayed in your range, of course, and assuming that you wait until the very last millisecond to use it, it's only 30 seconds of kite time, which is absolutely insane. On top of that, you don't want to get hit, right? So you don't even get the recovery time to talk about. I just feel like Gravekeeper is so much better than First Officer, but First Officer is very strong for the fact that after you rescue, he's one of the few rescuers in the game who can use his item before a rescue, and then he can still use the exact same item without having to use another one of it, if that makes any sense. Like Mercenary has to use an elbow pad to go in the rescue and then use a second one to get out of the rescue to avoid the double hit, right? And with only 3 elbow pads, that is very expensive. As opposed to First Officer, he can use a Pocket Watch, maybe use it a second time, then get the rescue off. That's the strategist for Officer. So that way, with the exact same Pocket Watch, you can then hit the hunter a 3rd time, preferably in attack recovery. That way it's very safe to hit them with the Pocket Watch. All of that, like up close like that, without them hitting you and just guessing where you are. So that's what makes First Officer so strong, is just he's so hard to deal with after a rescue. He's impossible to double hit, let's be real here. That is where his biggest strength lies. But Gravekeeper is just better decode all around. I would say better kiter, a lot more versatility with his ability, especially because of the fact he can reuse him. I love Gravekeeper, man. Anyway, we're gonna be finally going into the bans here. Gonna be seeing the Hunter ban first. What are they gonna ban? So if you guys are, again, similar idea of 5v5, except the bans happen in a specific order. We're first gonna see the Hunter ban. Ban first 2 survivors. He's thinking about it. It looks like he's talking with his coach about what he's gonna do, and he decides on Mechanic Puppets here. Now the survivors would ban a Hunter, but in round 1 you cannot ban a Hunter. So they're just gonna go straight to picking 2 survivors. So let's see what they pick here. Gravekeeper, very safe pick, who would have guessed? And Aeroplanist, maybe looking forward to getting Aeroplanist value on the staircase of Leo's memory, but now the Hunter bases his choice off of their picks, and now he's going to ban a 3rd survivor. Based on what he sees and what Hunter he's going to think about playing, he's going to ban Enchantress. Enchantress is not a great rank survivor, but she is very good against Go Man. Very annoying against something like Hula Blue, who can't just punish people who are next to him immediately, especially if he's on cooldown for his abilities. specifically the double clone, the double surprise. And we are going to see the Archer, which is going to be a great counter to the Hunter like Hulu, who cannot immediately do damage on rescued survivors. He cannot, or Goman, for example, cannot immediately kill someone who got rescued. He needs to spend a cage. So Archer going to be very good here. Just an annoying harasser. Right now, the best harasser in the game. Although Airplanes, I would say, is not such a strong fighter, he can be very good on Leo's memory, depending on your positioning. Regardless, he is pretty good against Goman and pretty nice against Shadow. Just could be very weak against Opera Singer. Could we see an Opera Singer here, though? I think we could. We very well could see an Opera Singer here. Hard to say exactly what. Banning Magician here, banning Puppeteer. He's really leaving a lot of options here. Goman could be an option here. It's not the worst team comp to go against Goman. It's also not the best, though. Goman is just such a strong hunter that if you outplay a team, you could really win against any survivor team as long as you play him very well. But also banning stuff like Magician and Enchantress, so leaving himself open for stuff like Queen Bee. Right here, we're going to see Priska on the Archer, Hui, how do you pronounce it? No idea. On the Gravekeeper, Goker on Pharaoh Lady. As we mentioned before, Pharaoh Lady is just so strong against the hunters who instantly catch up on you. Queen Bee with full presence. Even Queen Bee's Zero Presence catches up pretty quickly. Very similar speed to like Hula Baloo. Honestly, before his nerfs, Hula Baloo was about the same speed as Queen Bee is when she touches you with the bees. So something to keep in mind. Definitely catches up very quickly. On top of that, has the lethal mobile projectiles that go from a far distance. A lot of versatility with those. If you can memorize the spots where you can shoot over, you can be a very deadly hunter. And Aeroplanus right here. Of course, we already talked about him a little bit. It's up to the hunter now what he chooses. For now, we're still choosing the persona for the survivors. They do have to think about who might get chased here. So whoever gets chased here is unlikely to survive with the current hunter meta being so strong. So they're likely going to try to predict who's going to get chased, try to give them no borrow time. Gonna, of course, give borrow time to the Gravekeeper, Tide Turner. And to my surprise, we actually are going to see Goman. Now, again, don't get me wrong, Goman is a very strong hunter. We have seen lots of Goman in the past, and I did say Goman could be used against this team comp, but is it going to be easy? Definitely not. Goman is that kind of character where if you play him perfectly, though, he can definitely win the match. I mean, no one zones better than Goman. Goman teaches players a lot, especially hunter players, a lot about the definition of zoning. What does zoning mean if you guys are not familiar? Zoning is basically the act of getting a survivor away from a powder area or keeping them in a bad one and preventing them from getting to a good one. So very often, survivors are smart enough to get to a powder area. The question is, how good of the area is it? As a hunter, your job, even if they make it to one, is to constantly make sure that they get to worse and worse cutting areas so that your abilities can actually hit. And no one does that better as Goman. Why? Because as soon as the survivor tries to loop around a pallet and go around it in a circle, Goman blocks it off with a cage. And that is literally no better way to block off a pallet than to put a literal wall in the way. Mad Eyes is too slow at doing it, but Goman is literally just what the Mad Eyes rework should have been. In my opinion, a missed opportunity to make Mad Eyes finally see S tier use. Could have been a great rework. Could you imagine like circular wall Mad Eyes being able to just use walls like that on the move? That should have been the rework for Mad Eyes. I'm just saying they had a genius Mad Eyes rework right there. It's a hunter that has to do with walls. It is a pretty big rework if he had chip hits as basic hits suddenly, but I will say Goman has really good like thematical use of the fact that he was a caged hunter in his backstory, a caged animal essentially for a circus. So he is weaker when he is not caged in, which is kind of funny because he is used to being caged in. I like the backstory of the game. But anyway, we're gonna see Airplanes right here have this borrow time, no borrow time I should say, and Archer also with the no borrow time. So I guess they're anticipating these two survivors to get either chased. Now the idea with Airplanes is if he doesn't get chased, he can at least benefit his team as opposed to something like Archer. Archer, if she harasses, Flywheel would be better. But if she is going to get if she's going to get chased, it's almost always going to be better to have that broken windows against most hunters. So in the meantime, we are going to go right into the second half of round one. Goman is going to go on the prowl immediately, going to be going straight for, if it zooms in, God Corner looks like. Oh no, but Hui getting a little bit aggressive here. Okay, Dow 5 MHXM going to decide not to go for it, and Jelly's going to take the first kite here. I'm hoping we get to see some good use of Aeroplanus here. It always interests me how people use Aeroplanus against Goman. It's a lot of fun to watch. Nice pallet stun there from the Aeroplanus. The thing about Goman though is patience is key. He's not in a rush here. What's your priority is, as Goman, is making sure you hit every single cage you place. Because in the end, he's still gaining more cages, even the ones he's not using right now, you still gain more. Of course, though, he's just getting mind game really hard by these pallets. Jelly doing a great job using the tall walls to make it difficult to see where he's going. Down 5, MHXM right here, having a hard time figuring out where this airplane is going. He might just run out of cage, and their cage does run out. Unfortunately for Jelly, that means that the cooldown is going to be active now, and he cannot use the jetpack. In fact, it's still active. So now he's still in trouble right now, and the Goman has one more cage ready for him. Dow5 playing this very smart. That's why you play patiently, but he messed up the cage. He's going on the wrong sides, wrong places. Aeroplane is going to make sure to stall out the rest of this cage the last 3 seconds, and now there's nothing the Goman can do but drop another cage. So in total, using up 4 cages here. That's pretty damn good. On top of that, he still has one more cage. So technically, no jetpack gone to waste there. Every single jetpack did prevent a cage from hitting him there. So in total, 2 hits used. 2 cages used on the hits and 2 cages used on the jetpacks. Pretty decent deal. That is what they wanted from airplanes. They would just want every single jetpack to give value. Though I will say a little bit fortunate that MHXM got a little bit lost in the cages every single time, so that he was just able to stall the use on the jetpack. But I mean, the tall walls helped there. Definitely make it more confusing. Going to take the hit on the Gravekeeper right here. Gonna make sure he gets the damage in. Hopefully help him snowball later on this match. And Jelly right here, going to not use his ability, just going to go die in the corner. It looks like the plan is to have him rescued again. Otherwise, they would just tell him to use your ability, and that way we're not going to rescue you anymore. But he's saving his ability, so very likely his team's telling him, hey, don't use your jetpack, we're going to save you one more time, save it for the rebound. So right now, they're just getting value out of Tide Turner, just trying to die away from the Cypher, but not doing a great job at it. There's only so far he could do, to be fair. There's only so much he can try. So right here is going to get blocked up by the cage, and now he's going to still technically be harassing the Cypher machine. But MHXM right here losing out on a free rescue here. Persica's going to get a free rescue on the airplane is Jelly right here. Can he get a hit? No, the tree messes him up. We've been seeing a lot of mistakes here from the Goman here. On top of that, the Archer takes down the cage, the broken windows right there, getting the boost out the PAL, guaranteeing that no damage happens. He's breaking these pallets, but really he's breaking them because he has nothing else to do right here. Archer going to shoot a shot, but it's not going to do anything because the Goman actually doesn't have any more cages left. Archer even going to take a chip it here, looks like, or at least, okay, looks like Goman doesn't want to go for it, and he's going to use his last cage. Jelly still has a few more jetpack uses. Right there, that's his last one. Can he get away? Ah, man, this guy keeps hitting a little bit too early. If you swing before you go through the cage, it doesn't let you go through the cage anymore. Very important mechanic there as Goman keeps putting him on the back end here, on the back pedal, and now it's going to be very difficult to actually do anything. And I mean, can he get the hit? He does get the hit, and he doesn't have borrowed time. This is the dangerous position right here. He's gonna go for the pickup, and he's going for the trump card excitement. Did he go for it? No, that was just, he's carrying excitement this whole time. He's been carrying excitement just to guarantee the tie here. And I'm guessing the survivors are going to, okay, it looks like they're gonna wait on the pop because they want to see where he's going. They don't want anyone to suddenly get chased. Never mind, they are gonna pop it. Okay, I guess they wanted to see if Persica gets chased, but now you're gonna go straight in. Gonna have 2 people on each gate, so no matter what gate he goes for, they're always gonna be making progress towards the gate. Dow5 MHXM right here gonna let go of God Corner, gonna try to go for the other gate, but he's not gonna be able to see her quite. He's gonna hope to find someone in factory, but he's potentially letting go an entire 3-man here just by trying to find someone and hoping he finds someone. Doesn't even go for the gate. Did he not see the Archer? I don't understand what happened there, but in the meantime, Goman is going to go back, and now there isn't even a tinnitus anymore. He's going to try one more time, maybe behind Shaq. Maybe they're trying to make their way to the front gate. Persica getting scared here, thinking that the Hunter might check the gate one more time, is not going to see Persica still. That's exactly what she's doing, going for the other gate, and MHX is going to take the guess. I mean, if this is an escape right here, this is the most anticlimactic escape of all time. MHX just not choosing to chase anyone in the end game. It is going to be a 3-man escape by doing literally nothing. Literally, they didn't do anything. The most anticlimactic win. What are the? I want to see their faces right now. Are they like confused? I think they might be confused. Like, what just happened? Where did the Hunter go? I have no clue. I think MHX right there was trying to find someone who, I don't know, he had Fair Lady right there in God Corner. He could have chased her. I guess he didn't see the Archer. I guess he didn't see Persica right there at the gate. That was a missed opportunity right there, not chasing anyone. And there were so many times where he could have found her. He could have gone after the gate a little bit sooner and found her, he could have, I don't know, let's say checked Shaq. He was about to, he almost got tinnitus, but he didn't go close enough. Persica was hugging the edge of the map to make sure that she didn't get tinnitus, and right there going to result in a 3-man escape by doing literally nothing. Literally nothing happened that game in the end game, and it's just going to result in just walking out the exit gate, which is a little bit anticlimactic, but it is going to mean Weibo wins this round. So if we're looking at this like a 5v5 match, Weibo right here just won the match because they had more survivors escape. So if they can have one more win, then they are actually going to win in 2 rounds, which would be a very fast win. We've seen Weibo Gaming have extremely good synergy working together for a long time now. They know each other well, they know how each other play, and they should have their comms down very well. This is a very scary situation. They could just close this out with some good teamwork in the end game, but we'll see here. It really depends on who's playing like the harasser. I think Persica does a great job on Archer. Personally, I'm not a big fan of Gokur's anti-Korean, but we'll see how things go. Sometimes the craziest things can happen. At the end of the day, maybe they won't even go for the harassing, because sometimes the harassing can be too risky, especially nowadays with hunters. They are very strong at dealing with harassers, so it can be scary. We'll see what happens. We'll see what they pick, but they do have a lot of options here. I believe they left over, who did they leave over? They did leave over Puppeteer. There's still Doctor available. Gravekeeper is used, but First Officer is also just a very strong replacement and going to be very good against stuff like Queen Bee, Opera Singer, Hula Blue. It's even, in fact, in my opinion, it's going to be even better at this point, because I don't even think there's a single thing that the hunter could really pick besides Dream Witch that would really do good against First Officer. So we'll see here. We'll see what they pick. Probably going to be First Officer. Just going to be such a strong rescuer. Going to be really hard to stuff. But yeah, let's go into the recap of round 1. We did see Nye right here, chasing the Puppeteer, going after the Tide Turner target with Borrowed Time. Going to be a very lucky choice on his end, because it means that now there is just one less survivor with Borrowed Time to worry about. But unfortunately, not able to get enough downs off in time. It just took a little bit too long to deal with the First Officer right here. Then it took too long to deal with the Fair Lady, and it was resulted in a 2-man escape. Right here, Airplanes did a great job playing around these walls, making it difficult to tell for the Go Man where exactly he's traveling. And also great use of the jetpack to stall out the remaining uses of the cages. And of course, one more hit on the Gravekeeper there. Archer gets a free rescue here. MHX just standing there watching it happen. And it feels like this match was played a little bit weirdly from MHX right here. Very, let's just say, interesting gameplay. Right there also, I think he used the excitement late, if I'm not mistaken. So if the Archer just hit the shot, I think he would have gotten stunned there. I didn't even pick up on that, honestly. I think he would have gotten stunned there, because I think he excitemented too late. Can we see that one more time? Did he excitement there too late? I think he excitemented there too late. I think if she just hit the shot, he would have gotten killed right there. Airplanes would have been freed on the spot. Yeah, that's, you know what? That's so interesting, because it looks like the excitement triggers before. That is very strange. That is very strange. Like, you gotta play this in half speed at this point. Holy. How does that count? Honestly, how did that count as a 50? Does it count as 50 if the hunter's excitement you hit them in the heart? I'm not really sure. This is crazy. It must have been the same frame. You can clearly see the excitement happen before the shot. But the shot still does 50. Okay, well, I guess it's because she didn't shoot him in the heart. I guess it's because she didn't shoot him in the heart, but at that point, why would she use the arrow? I think she was trying to hit him in the heart, because if you're trying to play around excitement, then 50 is not going to play around excitement. You can still chair. So I honestly think that he used excitement thinking the Archer was going to hit there, and the Archer actually didn't even hit him in the heart there. But he has to play safe, of course. He did bring that excitement to use it after all. So a little bit funny endgame there. Uses the Archer arrow on an excitement, doesn't even hit the heart, so the excitement technically wasn't necessary. And then right there, we actually see the Gomen actually not find anyone in the endgame. I hate to laugh, but that, I gotta say, that was really anticlimactic. Dow 5 right here, going to pick Moonlit after Weibo bans the Chinatown. There is more teamwork potential, I'd say, on a map like Chinatown, especially if you put someone like Priestess on your team. And because it's a map where it's harder to solo kite, if you know how to support well, a map with harder kiting routes can be more beneficial for a team who can support better than the opposing team. Just because of the fact that, of course, since it's harder to solo kite, you need to rely on your teammates, and those who can rely on each other better are going to be the ones who take this home. Dow5 going to negate that. Moonlit is going to be a great solo kite map. Of course, it depends on which side of the map you chase. If you chase on fourth stop side of the map, that is very strong for survivors, especially with that fourth stop setup there with the pallets in the middle and then the pallets behind fourth stop. You can always start a kite there. Great start to your kite. If you guys are struggling on Moonlit, if you ever get chased there, very strong way to start your kite. Go around the fourth stop on the edge of the map and then use that pallet behind, and it's just very simple way to start off your kite. Going to be much easier to secure a tie that way, so that no amount of teamwork shenanigans is going to prevent the other team from just doing a good kite. So even though Weibo Gaming has great synergy, Dow5 can still kite on their own without having to rely on their teammates as much here, I suppose, is the idea. Plus, it's a bigger map, going to be harder to support each other, so it's going to be all about more like solo survival here. Because of the size of the map, it's going to be harder to go back and forth between cybers and helping people. So you really got to choose one or the other, and choosing one over the other could be very risky. Of course, if you go support and you don't do a good job at it, you spent a long time walking from the cypher most likely. You also had to walk back to your cypher for a very long time, so it can be more risky on a map like this. Since you do not have that direct access to these easy cypher machines, they are very much more split apart. In the meantime, though, we're going to see, I think this is Dow5 surviving right here, if I'm not wrong, or maybe not. Hard to tell. I don't actually know. We need to see one more time. No, it's the Hunter surviving. No, yeah, no, they are surviving. Dow5 is going to be surviving first. This is going to mean that Weibo Gaming's Hunter right here has to play it safe. He doesn't know what his team will get. He doesn't know if his survivors can get a tie. Will they get 3-manned? So he can't just go for like a tie Hunter here. He wants to go for more, I would say. It would be easier if his survivors could go first, because then as a Hunter, your choice matters a lot more. The type of Hunter you pick either makes it a lot easier to tie, but harder to win. But if you know all you need is a tie, then that's your way to go. Since he doesn't have that information, though, he's probably going to have to go a more deadly but risky Hunter. Maybe something like, let's say something like Shadow that could definitely get a clutch 4-man kill. Also very good on a big map like Moonlit, has that strong mobility that survivors lack on a map, that they can have struggle moving around, helping each other. So we'll see here. As opposed to someone like Opera Singer. Opera Singer is very good at getting ties, but on a map, especially as big as Moonlit, it can make it difficult to get a win. So there's like a key difference there. Of course, Shadow relies on a good start and hitting those 100s, not getting flywheeled. It's riskier, right? And the end games are scary as Shadow, but you can always get a 4-man technically. You're never out of the game really. So we'll see here. We'll see what he chooses to go for. This is also one of Opera Singer's worst maps, so he may more likely go Hula Blue or something like that. Hula Blue also has great tying strength. He is a little bit slow at the start, but then once he gets that Insolence first presence going, he just immediately packs on the colors, and it's going to be very fast. You can blink, and the kite will go from, oh, it's a 50-second kite, no damage, only 1 or 2 colors. That's not so bad. And then all of a sudden, they get that first hit off because, of course, they finally get their double surprise off cooldown, and now suddenly they unlock the jump. That jump results in another hit, which means now it's also the next double clone is even better. Now he can get a double color with the next double clone because he jumped over the whatever the powder window they use. It's just absolutely domino effects when you use Hula Blue properly. In the meantime, though, we're gonna see Mercenary Coordinator here banned, since Coordinator is just a very easy tie kind of character. You shoot, maybe you use the first stop, maybe you use it after using first stop. Roller Coaster Mercenary is going to be very mobile on a big map like this, so removing it is going to make it slightly harder for the survivors to not get seen from far and get caught out from far. Something like Hula Blue could do great wonders here, sacking the Gravekeeper here, especially because they already used First Officer. Gravekeeper is really their only choice, and of course Wowling would be awful into Hula Blue, especially on a map like Moonlight. This is just Hula Blue's best map, so Wowling is kind of like a absolutely hell no, you cannot go that. So Gravekeeper is really their only choice here at this point. He knows that, and I mean, the problem is Hula Blue is not that great against Patient here. Shadow could do good here. We could see, but Shadow's not that good against Psychologist on the other hand. It's really hard because they did do a good job making sure that no Hunter counters all of the survivors. He kind of has to hope he finds the person who's best chase for him already from the start of the game, already spawned near them. Queen Bee's also already used. Goman though, Goman's looking not too bad. You know, taking 3 cages on a Psychologist is not so awful. It's not bad at all. And I don't even think the rework Psychologist buff is even that good against Goman. Patient, of course, I don't think is going to be that amazing against Goman either. Even after his instant hooks, there's still not really anywhere to go. That being said, he's still going to go Hula Baloo. Patient going to do very good, though, right here. If he gets chased first, this is basically a free kite for Patient. This is, like, worse than Mercenary. If you're trying to chase a Patient as Hula Baloo, this could be worse than Mercenary. It is very upsetting when you're chasing anyone and Patient just hooks over first stop, fourth stop. You're playing any Hunter, they do that, there's just nothing you can do, it feels like. He's going to need Warp to play around that. I'm guessing he's going to take Warp here in the case he has to chase the Patient first. Would be handy in a situation like that. Regardless, Warp is nice to catch survivors off guard. It's also really the only viable trait besides maybe Abnormal and maybe Teleport, but I think Teleport does a better job than Warp. I think Warp does a better job than Teleport since Teleport's more limited. Abnormal is really the only other interesting choice here that could happen. Blue Blue's going to spawn right in between the 3 survivors on the left side of the map. Maybe chase the Gravekeeper first. Does eliminate a Tide Turner pretty early on. And Gravekeeper is not exactly the easiest to kite with, especially on this portion of the map. There's not a whole lot of places to really use your shovel with pallets that much. You got these 2 crappy pallets next to the broken carousel. That's really it, and you really only have time to like drop 1, maybe 2 of them. Depends which side the Hula Baloo comes from. You might have to change your route and go tent if it comes from the broken carousel side. Right here, we are going to see Warp on the Hunter. Also fast pallet breaking. You don't see that every day with the Hula Baloo. Interesting. I wonder what he's worried about that he's fast pallet breaking. Maybe tent? I guess he just wants a good first chase, right? Just try to go for the win is probably what I'm guessing here with that faster pallet breaking. Gonna see Tide Turner here. Tide Turner, broken windows on the Psychologist. Tide Turner, broken windows on the Patient. Okay. And Matador, Gravekeeper are gonna be the 2 borrow times. I wonder if maybe in a universe you don't put borrow time on Gravekeeper here, because if you really read into it, if you really read into the team comp there, it kind of feels like he would go Hula Blue there, and he did end up going Hula Blue. But it's also kind of a little bit silly to go Gravekeeper. Broken was, I think it's viable. I think in that situation is viable. I think he very well could get chased here. Let's see what happens, and he does get chased. Could you imagine if they put Broken on the Gravekeeper? That would be such a hard read on predicting the Hunter's moves right there. Honestly, something to consider if you're worried about Hula Blue, especially on Moonlit. I think Broken Nose here could be something to consider. I'll think about this in the future if I ever play Gravekeeper in tournament. We'll see this. In the meantime, though, Hula Blue is going to chase Gravekeeper. Going to take a big circle here. The Gravekeeper is going to personally use his shovel early because he knows the Hula Blue is going to quickly catch up to him, so he gets that 10% speed up and then saves the rest of the shovel to go to the good kiting area. So look at this. Great rotation here from the Gravekeeper using the strong kiting area. This is the kiting area I was talking about. And I'm guessing this is what the Hula Blue took that fast power breaking for. Look at how prepared he is. Gravekeeper going to go in another shovel, going to save himself the vault animation. And also now he gets that 10% speed up again. I'm guessing he used the fresh shovel. Yes, he did use the fresh shovel. And now the Hula Blue has to do it all over again. Might we see a surprise pallet stun right here? Might we see he's expecting it. He's expecting the Gravekeeper to pop out of next to the pallet and hit him with the pallet stun. Is he going to be greedy enough to go for that with 2 colors on him? I don't think he will. But man, look at what a difficult time he's having. I almost feel like maybe he should have just waited out the shovel at that point since it was almost out. But right here, it's not going to matter. He gets an easy double hit right there. But not such an easy 3rd hit. And it's going to result in a huge pallet stun. The black hit not counting there. And Gravekeeper is going to do a great job kiting here, avoiding the Terror Shock. And this is a 3 Cypher kite. What an impressive Cypher rotation, avoiding the Cyphers while also getting a good kiting route going for him. Now going to use the shovel to transition away. He's going to use the last remaining tiny bit of it to just push away from the Hula Blue. Look at that. Look at the mobility, the versatility out of, and the Gravekeeper getting another huge pallet stun. This is not the start that Nia was looking for right here, and he really wanted at least a tie here, maybe a win, so that Weibo could win in one round. Gravekeeper going to show why he's one of the best survivors in the game. This is insanity. Look at the absolute ability that Gravekeeper has. I think a lot of Gravekeepers forget that after Gravekeeper's buff, you don't have to eat shovel hits anymore. You could use your Gravekeeper shovel to your advantage and get free distance out of the fact that you push forward. And if you're really good with Gravekeeper, you'll press the unshovel button to pop out, and that way you actually save some durability on your shovel. Fun fact, when you do that, you actually lose less durability on your shovel when you come out. But Psychologist getting an insane amount of damage on top of her. Hula Baloo is going to pack on damage so quickly. This is the scary thing about Hula Baloo. Gravekeeper barely getting it around the corner too, and they're running next to each other. Hula Baloo here gonna choose what to do. They're also running next to the last Cypher machine, and he is going to swap to Abnormal right here. He did start with Warp and now gonna swap to Abnormal. Look at the strength of the jump over the river here. Now Gravekeeper's gonna go away from the Cypher, but now it's a little bit too late. The damage is already done with Abnormal, and he gave that opportunity to the Hula Baloo. On top of that, to make things worse, Basement is here. He's not gonna go for it, but man, that is a huge step up right here for the Hunter to get a comeback in this game. Their foot back in the door, essentially, is what's going on here. Patient has nothing to do but to wait on the chair timer. Great reaction time right there, avoiding the hit, and now he's going to hook. Trying to find a hook spot, I'm guessing, off this tent right here. And yes, he does hook off the tent and gets a pretty clean rescue, also with Tide Turner. But like I said, the damage is already done. There's not enough time to get the last Cypher done before he goes down. He does have borrowed time, but it's just not enough. By the way, amazing Kai right here from the Gravekeeper without even borrowed broken windows, mind you. Really? If they just didn't run past that last Cypher machine, if the Gravekeeper ran... Oh! Manador trying to push the Hunter into the pallet. Great positioning there from the Gravekeeper, but it's not going to quite work out. Almost worked out, but right here, Niet positioned himself to avoid that from happening. He's going to try to get value from this Abnormal, but it's too late. The Cypher is going to pop here, and he's not going to get any more value from the Abnormal this game, and it's just going to be a useless trade from now on. He needs to take down one more Survivor, and he doesn't have the tension to do it. But you know what? Considering how awful this start of the game went, I think he will gladly take a tie here. But, oh man, the Survivors could have had a win right here. Things are not over yet, though. The Psychologist could definitely kite to dungeon, and the Survivors already have the last gate open. Can they escape here? Or is the Psychologist going to escape to the dungeon? Look at all the free distance here. That is an insane use of the Psychologist. Well, not an insane. It's not like she did really anything amazing. But it might allow her to get the dungeon. She is dangerously close, but she doesn't get it. Barely. Almost with a pallet boost. Almost had it. By the way, that pallet used to not exist there like just 2 years ago. And just like that, Weibo almost getting 3-man escape there with a nasty 3 Cypher kite there. Gonna prevent him from losing out there big time, avoiding that disaster from striking Weibo Gaming in the heart. And now, at least the Survivors still have a shot at getting a win and still getting a win going in round 2 overall. Even though the Hunter tied, it is still possible that Weibo Gaming Survivors get a 3-man escape here, albeit a little bit more difficult, I think. But on a map like Moonlit, it's so weird how Moonlit has become one of the better maps for Survivors over the years. Keep in mind, this Gravekeeper kited before Moonlit buffs. Could you imagine after the Moonlit buffs, you try to go after Rescuer there, and there's just that thing he can immediately use to go back to those 2 pallets so he can just save the shovel? Like, it's actually mind-blowing how good Moonlit has become for Survivors over the years. I think now, Moonlit might potentially be one of the best maps for Survivors to kite on. Between tent, between the buff that they're doing on the broken carousel side of the map, they're adding a really good pallet area to the 2 useless windows next to working carousel. That whole left side of the map has become like a great place to kite as Survivors over the years, and I could definitely see some 3-man escapes in the future coming out from them, from Survivors on Moonlit. Moonlit, such a scary map for Hunters over the years. Used to be a very scary map as Survivor. If you guys watched 2018 tournament gameplay in NAU, holy, the Stars are getting 4-man every game. Back then, Tent didn't have like a huge bench on the left side, so the Hunter could go around either side, which meant you basically couldn't go behind Tent. Tent didn't have those long walls in the back. They were just short walls and crappy pallets the Hunter could see over. What was it? Both gates didn't have like a pallet next to it. It's insane how much has changed over the years with Moonlit, and now they're buffing it even more. I think there's a certain point where it's like, guys, devs, why didn't we do this years ago? I don't know, man. We are going to see Weibo Gaming going to get a tie here, and like I said here, if they get one more 3-man escape here as their survivors, I mean, we'll see here. I mean, the Hunter kind of gave the win on the platter last game. He had a target right in front of him, the Pharaoh Lady, tried to chase someone else. Didn't find them, unfortunately. Wasn't good enough. Try to go for someone. I don't know, someone better than the Pharaoh Lady. And I'm guessing he didn't see the archer. Maybe he saw the archer and didn't want to go for her either. I don't think that makes any sense. I think he just didn't see her. So if Weibo Gaming can get a 3-man escape here, and that could happen with just the 3 Cyber Kai. We saw how good that 3 Cyber Kai was, even with the faster pallet breaking there. Gonna make it very difficult for that Hula to get anything good going. I mean, the shovel uses were on point. That is exactly how I would use the shovel. Using the 10% speed boost, well, maybe I wouldn't use it that early. But considering that Hula is just gonna knock you out of shovel instantly if you use it next to him, honestly, that's probably the play. Use it as soon as possible because he's anyway gonna take you out of it. We are gonna see Dow 5 after MHX right there. Seemed like a little bit nervous. We could look at the heartbeat and see what his heart rate last game was, because it seemed like he was a little bit on edge, if I had to say, just off the way he played. So we are going to see a sub here on Dow 5. And let's see. Can Dow 5 prevent a 3-man escape from Weibo here? Even if he gets a tie here, Weibo can still win in round 3. At any point, something can happen. Gokurt is going to get replaced here with PPZ. And those are all the sub changes. PPZ, also an antiquarian player, but plays meteorologist, and I'm sure other things as well, but of course there's a limit on it. Has the first highest average containment time. Wow, impressive. Obviously, containment time is one of the most impressive things you can have as an achievement here. No one really cares about the coding or rescues, but containment time being 105, damn. I wonder if that's because maybe he's the harasser. So he might not just be, he's probably not the main target, he's probably just like on the side helping other people. I wonder what the reason is that he's the first containment. Is it actually because he kites the most, or is it because of the fact that he's just like on the side watching them kite? I wonder. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll go ahead and take a look at chat. Let's see what's going on with you guys in the chat. Probably wait for the next matchup. Miki, yeah, Miki's just a dog. Miki didn't show up again, so at this point, bro, I'm done using the single talking scene. Like, guys, there's no reason for me to have to use this screen this many times. There's no reason. There's literally no reason for me to need to use it this time. So you know what? I'm like, screw it. We're just gonna use the devil's talking scene. I'm replacing Miki with the Snoop Dogg. This is literally my reaction every single time Miki can't commentate. Like, dog, why is my co-commentator having a 50% attendance, right? He's the one who gave me this idea. I was like, oh, Psyche, we should duo stream together and do the IVL. I'm like, Psyche, I didn't know. I didn't sleep early last night. Or like, I'm sorry, I gotta go to school orientation. Or like, oh, I'm going to New Orleans or something like that. Like, Miki, dog. This is literally me, like, dog, son. like son, come on, son. Anyway, we're gonna go in here into the second half of round 2. Miki replaced with AI. Yo, AI doing a better job than Miki who doesn't show up, bro. No, we love you, Miki. We love you. Why is my co-commentator barely here half the time? Oka's gonna be lurking playing Roblox, no worries. Okay, we are gonna see an interesting pick here. We are gonna see Doctor. Doctor's gonna be very good here, of course. But Goman's already used up, so Goman being used up means Doctor gets less value. Something like Hula Baloo and something like Queen Bee is going to be much better. They are going to ban the Queen Bee, but Hula Blue is still on the table. They were going to need to play around Hula Blue here. This is Hula Blue's best map. Hunter is going to go ahead and play around them countering Hula Blue by banning the Antiquarian here. Going to also ban the Coordinator from allowing an easy tie. I mean, Coordinator has especially good synergy on Moonlit because of the fact that you take the roller coaster, you then shoot the Hunter, and it's just like a brain dead kite at that point. And going to ban Escapologists. What an interesting choice. I wonder why. What Hunter could he possibly play that could sway him to do Escapologist as his last ban? Over what? Do they not have another choice? I mean, I'm sure their Rescuer can play more than just Gravekeeper, Escapologist, and First Officer, right? Okay, they're going to go ahead and lock in First Officer. We're not going to see the Mercenary here. Mercenary is a choice. Don't get me wrong, it is a big map, but also Gravekeeper, not Gravekeeper, Go-Man being used means that Mercenary is opened up. He becomes a much better, but Weibo here gonna play it safe, gonna take the First Officer, gonna use up both the Rescuers in round 2. Gonna try to take this win here, I'm guessing. They're using a lot of strong survivors here. Matador is arguably the best survivor in the game right now. Doctor, very close to one of the best survivors in the game. It's hard to say what's better sometimes, Matador or Doctor. They are both so strong right now. First Officer is, of course, a top 2 rescuer in tournaments. I would argue second place, but some might say he's the best rescuer. He is easier to play, don't get me wrong, as Gravekeeper, but if you know what you're doing as Gravekeeper, like we saw from Dow 5, like if you effectively use those boosts and use them as like speed boost, rather than like just brainlessly taking hits in them, and you combine them with pallets, so like you boost over to pallet, it can work out very well in your favor. We are going to see Opera Singer from Dow 5. This is not a comfortable spot as Opera Singer. There's a lot of reasons why. For starters, Matador is annoying for Opera Singer. First Officer's not really chaseable as Opera Singer. He's in fact, the best counter, I would say, as a rescuer to Opera Singer, besides maybe Wildling, though it depends on the area and depends on whether she has presence available. Meteorologist here, going to be also good against Opera Singer on specifically Moonlight. Maybe on a map like Leo's Memory, she wouldn't be that good against Opera, but because of the fact that Leo's Memory has a lot of places to jump on as Opera Singer, there's a lot of places to jump to the side and avoid the push. But on Moonlit, it becomes a lot more predictable where the Opera Singer goes because there's not many places to go and dash with as Opera Singer to begin with. And then finally, Doctor. Well, Doctor is harder to play against Opera Singer because of how fast Opera Singer catches up. But there's nothing saying Opera Singer can't just chase Doctor and then Doctor goes ahead and... What do we see? Doctor goes ahead and spawns first stop. I mean, this is such a brainless strategy. We see Coordinator spawn first stop. We see Doctor spawn first stop. If you can't get Coordinator, you put Doctor. If you can't get Doctor, you put Coordinator in. And they just take a roller coaster. Literally, the roller coaster is the entire reason Moonlit is getting carried on the right side of the map. If it weren't for roller coaster, this side of the map would be cooked cheddar cheese. There wouldn't be a lot to do here. It is completely being carried by roller coaster here existing. We're probably going to see someone pop the second stop. I mean, how could you not? It's Doctor. Like, are you kidding me? How are we not going to pop second stop with a Doctor on your team? You could get a full heal off with that singular use of the what's it called? Of the syringe. So let's see if we see that happen. And we're going to go right into it. Game 2, round 2. Second half, I should say. Opera Singer going to be melee on this Doctor. Very fast controls. Going to be going straight for her. Going to be going against the Christmas Doctor. And Doctor not taking a great start here. She's essentially going to take a very early hit. Suda almost missing a dash right there. Going to take a hit away from Roller Coaster. Trying to avoid a hit, but ends up actually making it harder to get to Roller Coaster once she gets hit because she ran in the corner. Now, though, First Officer going to pop the Roller Coaster here, and Doctor, she's actually not going to have a whole lot of time to heal here, honestly. Suda making sure that she quickly catches up to the Doctor, or he quickly catches up to the Doctor. And now Doctor's in a very awkward spot here. Ooh, but he misses a dash, forced to use the jump back Almost gets blocked there by the Doctor. Imagine if she blocked the dash right there. Would have been pretty game-changing. But now instead, we're going to see Doctor drop this pallet on herself. Also has Sui. Going to see some support from the Meteorologist, trying to stall some time here for this Doctor to heal. And this is the very frustrating thing about Doctor is that... Ooh, gonna vault the pallet. I don't know why the Doctor didn't go for the window. That was just safer than going for the pallet vault because it's harder to go around. And that way forces the Hunter to break the pallet. I don't know why she didn't go for the window. I know she didn't have a pallet boost. I know she didn't have a window boost, but neither did she have a pallet boost. I think the window was just better there. Maybe she thought she couldn't make it on time, but pallet are not really gonna work out. Perska gonna get immediately chased here. Gonna use the cloud here to get away. What a great use of the cloud here. Baiting Suda to move positions here too early. And now Perska just doing such a good time stalling. But Berserker plus Withering Effect means that it's going to be so easy to catch up. But not if you mess up your blink. Very underrated aspect here, guys. Withering Effect is surprisingly good. Makes it so that when you get hit, you don't get a speed boost. That's essentially what it does. If you've ever read the numbers on Withering Effect, it says like it reduces your speed buff by 30%. What that means is you don't get a speed boost after the hit 10 meters away from the rocket chair. And we saw that in full effect right there. Perska barely moving at all faster after the hit, almost causing a terror shock on the chair, but missing it barely. As a result now, they still are in a not terrible position, but all things considered, the decode is very bad. They don't have anyone working on Cypher machines right now. Perska's not going to even use the bottle to heal herself right here. She's just going to have Wind active. I wonder if they're going to see support here. Right here, Matador uses the ability to immediately push the Opera Singer, give the Doctor time to heal. Now the Opera Singer is going to hit the Doctor, but Doctor already takes that heal off and going to use the gigantic veteran bonus to go straight for the window here. Going to get a lot of decode off. In the meantime, Matador gonna go in here, continue to help out. Probably gonna drop a red Ganera here on the pallet at some point. Gonna first drop this normally, then hit the Hunter. Options are limited here. He does barely get hit before he drops it. Usually you don't see that, but yeah, the attack recovery is going to get completely canceled here. We're not going to see a body block opportunity anymore, and she just no balls runs through the pallet. Going to take down the Doctor as a result. Don't get me wrong, they definitely got a lot of time off of their teamwork, but is it really worth it when the Matador is going to immediately get chaired? This is not really a good spot to be in. Perska still hasn't healed up here. Hui Yi right here is the only person who can rescue, and on top of that is the last Cypher next to the chair. On top of that, this is looking like it might be a 4-man, especially with a trump card teleport here endgame on a gate to just secure the third or maybe even the fourth person. Right here you guys see the pocket watch circle not hitting the Hunter, so as a result the Hunter's not going to be fooled by where the first officer is actually standing. And then just go straight for where he is. And now hits him with the pocket watch, so now he cannot get double hit, but there's not a whole lot the Matador can do here. He's gonna use his ability, to my surprise. He's not gonna take the tie turner to kite, or maybe he's just fooling the Opera and he has no plans to use it. But I mean, who's gonna rescue him though? He kind of has to rebound here. We don't have another choice here. Man, Matador is such a strong survivor. It's gonna force the Opera Singer to change her mind and stop this last Cypher machine. She really had more time there, honestly, to keep chasing her than I think she realized, but she's gonna just get rid of the pocket watch, but that's gonna let the Matador get away now. He needs to see where his target is, but he didn't quite catch where he went. He's not expecting him to go God Corner, because if I'm being honest, God Corner is kind of a risky place to go to right now, but of course, maybe reverse psychology, Opera doesn't think he would go to a risky place like that. Now, first officer is going to get chased here using the last pocket watch, but it's not going to work anymore, because if you don't hit the Hunter within that white circle, nothing happens. All it does is give you a 10% movement speed buff. The Hunter is not fooled by where you're standing anymore. Right here, we are going to see the first officer get chaired here, and no one can save him. Do we have any borrowed time users here? We do have borrowed time on the Matador, and we do have borrowed time on the Meteorologist. So technically, someone could take a hit here and rescue, but it's all up to whether the Opera Singer can find him. That's the question. Can the Opera Singer find the Matador here? I'm not sure if he will. I mean, this is a pretty open area here. There's a lot of places the Matador could be in, though, so it's not a gimme. And yeah, it looks like the Meteorologist is just going to get the whole Cypher done. And it's going to be, in fact, is it going to be a free rescue too? Wow. What a fortunate series of events, and gets a pallet stun off. They're still going to wait on it, but that just gives them time to split up. That's really what that Palestine did there. And now there's basically no shot at killing a target instantly, then immediately chasing someone else, because now they have definitely split up after the Palestine. Good work right there from the survivors, not popping immediately like most of them would. And right here, we are going to see the Matador finally die, but he's in the corner here, and he has this really annoying powder area to work with. The Opera Singer has to address it by breaking one of them. But this is the strong thing about Matador. Matador has all his abilities up again, missing the Pallet Vault, though. So he's not. He has his secondary ability up. He just missed the pallet, and he's not even going to get to use it. That is a big loss right there. That secondary ability could have stalled enough time for the cooldown to give him his other use of the Gunera that he has left. He still has one more left. Perska, as a result, going to get chased here immediately. Dow5 is going to be immediately on her, but he's going to choose to flip back. So that gate's going to be opened. There's nothing he can do about it. Going to flip back, see if someone's rescuing, but no one is rescuing. He took the risk here, thinking that someone maybe thinks he won't flip back and maybe goes to rescue, but he does flip back in the end, and he's actually punished for it. Now the survivors are actually going to be able to escape, and that is looking like a tie win, or a tie game for Weibo Gaming. They do end up matching Dow5 right here. They do end up matching Dow5 in the end here with their 2 escape here. Honestly, could have been a 3 escape. And Weibo still going to have to try to take this down in round 3. Not quite able to take it down in round 2. Granted, with how bad of a situation they were in, I don't think you guys understand just how nasty of a situation that was. There was a lot of things that could have gone wrong. There were multiple half-health people. Everyone had half-health. There was just like one knockdown away from just a series of domino effects. So just a series of knockdowns there, one after another. But thankfully, no one really went down there after the first officer rescued. And that really brought them back in that game. Really gave them the breath of fresh air that they really needed. The breath of relief and the ability to come back to slowly creep their way back in, even though their decode was so atrocious. It's from the start of that game, it was just not worth hitting that button. They did not gain enough from the first officer running off his cipher to press that button, followed up by running off his cipher because the hunter's going to pass it to get through him in the third stop. It was just overall put them more behind than ahead. So the fact they were still able to get a very fortunate rebound off the Matador. Matador just has way too many abilities. And honestly, it could have gotten way worse there. Matador used up his abilities. He helped the doctor. Then he had his own ability off of chair. He used that. And then by the time he needed it again, he had another 2 abilities plus the secondary ability. Like, Matador just gets abilities back way too much. That should be hard capped at 3 or something. But either case, though, Matador gonna, as usual, break free from the opera singer. And yeah, we're going to see Weibo here with the 2 escape here. They did use a lot of strong survivors though. Matador extremely strong, Doctor extremely strong, and even right here, First Officer extremely strong. They're really down to the weaker end of survivors here. The no longer, of course, still very good survivors, but no longer like the highest SS tier of survivors that you can play in this game. They've used up most of it. They used up their Gravekeeper, their Doctor. They, I think, used up their Puppeteer. A lot of the strongest survivors in this game that are just like guaranteed free kite time nowadays and could potentially lead to even more have been used up. That being said though, technically Weibo Gaming is still up in points. They are up 2 points, but if Dow5 wins round 3, then we are going to see a scenario where we go into a round 4 unless we can take it down to winning in points. Right here we're going to see the Hula Blue get absolutely destroyed, no disrespect, by the Gravekeeper here, doing a very good job of the Gravekeeper here, getting great pallet stuns and also great shovel uses, but then the absolute comeback with the double hits on the Psychologist, the triple hits, I should say, on the Psychologist. And it was just looking very good for the survivors, but unfortunately not quite. We're going to see some good support here, but the Doctor not going to kite that long, in all honesty, which is going to cause him to be behind in decode. You guys see just barely starting the 4th Cypher Machine, missing the blink here. Imagine if he hit that blink. That could have been the 4-man that Dow5's Hunter was looking for here. Instead, gonna get rebounded by the Matador, using abilities to help the Doctor, then using abilities to help himself, goes on chair, then uses even more abilities to help himself. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous. On top of that, he messed up one of his secondary abilities. He got hit in the middle of it. I mean, Matador has way too many abilities. That's like not even including that he messed up one of his abilities, which is absolutely insane that he's able to still get that much value, even when some of them weren't even used to their full potential. He died, by the way, with some of those abilities that we never got to see used. Led to a more precarious endgame there, but still managing to get it in the end. So good work there from Weibo, coming back from a very scary position, especially on Moonlit, where the powders are very weak. You don't really have like just like palace that the hunter has to break. You got to find a different way to survive in areas like that. So good work from Weibo there. Notice how there's more viewers when Seki announces that he's going to be doing IVL stream. Brother, this is like the same amount of viewers as always. At least for IVL at this time of day. Why is Mickey Snoop Dogg? Because he didn't come. This is my reaction when Mickey doesn't come. Doesn't B literally counter Pharaoh? Kind of no. It really depends. It really depends, because right there you saw that Pharaoh was still able to just get guaranteed kite time. Like, it's hard to tell where the Pharaoh is, especially with the multiple uses of the secondary ability there to just fool the queen bee into thinking she's going in a different direction. It's not actually that simple. But yeah, I would say Pharaoh Lady is decent against queen bee. It's not bad, especially if you get like surprised by full presence. It's at least gonna keep you alive in the moment. Yeah, it is pretty poetic. It is pretty poetic that like Goldman's backstory is that he was always a trapped animal, and even after he's free now, you can still see he still has that shackle on his foot. He still looks like he's imprisoned, and he still depends on being imprisoned to be at his full power. Like if he's free, he's not at a great power level. But if he can cage someone with him, then yeah, he's caged. Yeah, sure, he's caged, but he's in his natural habitat, if you really think about it that way. Yeah, Miki's really steering hard at us. He's had a rough day. What happened to Miki? Miki didn't show up, that's what happened. What's synergy? Synergy is when two things combine really well together. So if you have Mechanic and Mechanic goes down, normally Mechanic immediately gets picked up, and then she has to work on the Cypher with a robot while she's on the chair. But if you have a harasser like Forward or Archer preventing her from getting picked up, then now she's not just healing, she's also getting decode and making up for the harasser who's not decoding right now. So essentially 3 people are still decoding if you really think about it like that. But yeah, that's like one example of synergy. There's also anti-synergy. If you sear Owl a Gravekeeper, the Owl instantly disappears. So you don't get any value from the Owl. Anti-synergy. They don't work well together. You can still call for the Owl and just not use the shovel, but I've definitely seen Gravekeepers who don't call for Owl, and then I give them Owl and they immediately go and shovel, not expecting the Owl. Like, bro. I appreciate Seki's commitment to wearing a suit despite it being in the middle of the night. I need to get committed to learning how to tie a tie, because I can't. I'm trying, but it always comes out like really thin at the top, and it's just so bad. And it's always crooked in the end too. The tie videos are not it, guys. They are not helping. Does IdentityV still plan on giving Gravekeeper more buffs? I really hope not. When he kept getting them, I was so confused as to why. I don't really have a good explanation for you. I think it's just because Gravekeeper just wasn't anywhere close to as good as Mercenary, I think was the logic. But Gravekeeper was already a pretty good survivor. In fact, when he actually first released, I thought he would be nerfed. Because looking at the game back then, right? Back then when Gravekeeper released, the biggest problematic survivor in the game was Seer. Why? Because Seer had a 16-second owl. Okay, so then look at Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper essentially has 2 owls, and they last 35 seconds, and he could guarantee the full value by going under pallet. So it's like, hunters used to hit the owl every time because it was better than trying to wait out the owl 16 seconds, right? So if people are hitting owls, bro, you're definitely going to force them to hit the shovel. But if you can just go under every pallet, shovel is extremely strong. And then they kept buffing him. They made it so you could reuse shovels. So if hunter chases you, you can get more shovels. You can swap between shovels. When the hunter hits the shovel, they are 10% longer in recovery. You could choose to pop out of the shovel like a burst and push the hunter away. It's insane how many buffs they gave to Gravekeeper. There's even more that I'm not even thinking about. Like so many buffs. Obviously, the chip hit, that the shovel doesn't die to chip hits anymore. I mean, it's so good. He is such a good survivor. And you're telling me that's all of that? So he could essentially have 3 shovel uses if you really think about it. If you know how to use your shovels and use them for like the 10% speed up and then followed by like boosting towards a pallet, and then you still have some shovel left over, you could essentially get 3 uses out of a shovel. And it is insanely good. It is insanely good if you start using it like that in the kite rather than just using it for hits. Prospector here going to be the first pick right here from the survivors, followed up by, or maybe not the first pick, but we're going to see Prospector Priestess on Chinatown. Chinatown Priestess, of course, can't give it up. Very strong survivor on Chinatown, though can be weak against Addiction and Desperate Fight and Rage if you're worried about just singular portals. Rage can help out there too. Mercenary going to be the best thing that Weibo can do at this point with rescuers they've already used. So, and also Patience banned right here, so gonna miss out. Holy, a Soul Weaver pick. Gonna miss out on the Chinatown Patient Strength. But holy, Spider on this meta? We don't see Spider this often. Spider's a very strong survivor though. A hunter. On a map like Chinatown, because of the fact that you're working in a lot of buildings, there are a lot of doorways where it's just very easy to drop off web, and you can definitely get a chain of webs going very quickly as Spider. Not to mention that almost all the pallets are very easy to go around and able to be just webbed around and hit survivors. Similar to why Clown is good on Chinatown. It's the same idea, but Spider kind of plays around Flywheel better than Clown, because of course you can Flywheel a Spider swing, but it doesn't do a whole lot because there's still webs around you. She could reuse those webs to make up for the fact that you just flywheeled her hit. She can rebound off of a flywheel missing an attack very, very quickly, as opposed to Clown has to replace those rocket parts. Flywheel is probably going to come back for other survivors by the time you deal with the one, so you could really reuse Flywheel multiple times against the Clown on top of that. Spider, not going to be so good. So I wonder if he kind of picks Spider here with the survivors expecting him to maybe go Clown. I'm not really sure what Suda plays here, but Spider plays very similarly to Clown, but doesn't get hard countered by Flywheel and Priestess and Prospector and stuff like that. We are going to see Rage here, and I'm guessing we're going to see some Desperate Fight. I don't know if Addiction shows up here at the bottom right on the persona tree. It only shows like key persona abilities, but I don't know if it counts Addiction as a key persona ability. We are going to see Mercenary here. We're going to see, I didn't get to see who had no persona, but it's okay. We're going to be going into round 2 or round 3, first half. Weibo Gaming is going to be going into it with a very interesting hunter pick. Round 1, I'm very curious to see Spider. We don't see Spider anymore. A very underrated hunter in my opinion. Very good hunter. I think a lot of people sleep on Spider. So let's see how she does here. Especially on a map like Chinatown. How can you not pick up Spider and not, how can you say Clown is good but not Spider? You know, Spider is good for the exact same reason as Clown on Chinatown. Right here, Spider gonna hide her red light here, try to make it more difficult for the survivor to see where she's coming from. Gonna look at the ground here to not get rid of Hunter's Instinct, so she keeps that 8% speed up. Gonna easily go around this paladin. This is the key part of Spider. You save your web until you can get a consistent chain of 3 webs. Once you zone a survivor in, boom, this is when you start chaining those webs. This is when you start chaining multiple webs, and that way you can maybe get a third hit here. Prospector almost getting no recovery hit right there, but the Soul Weaver not going to swing right there, and also Prospector almost canceling recovery there. Good Priestess Portal gonna be so good, and it's gonna suck the Hunter across the map. Forgotten Priestess tech. We're gonna see it return. An old one, but it's a classic. Forcing the Hunter to go through a second portal. Look at the Desperate Fight value. Look at the addiction value, though. He's gonna immediately basically recover from both of those stuns. Warp gonna save him. Key fact that he had Warp there and not Blink. Otherwise, that game could have been in a lot of trouble. Desperate Fight gonna mean that he just immediately recovers from the Prospector Magnet too, and this is a very scary situation here. The Priestess could use one more portal here, but a Rage here. Rage is gonna make it difficult here. He's gonna very quickly recover from the Priestess stun. And yeah, Priestess just doesn't have a lot of good places to go now that she's not in hospital anymore, or not hospital, hotel. It is just so much quicker now. Look at that, putting web inside of the flower pot area and just gonna knock down this Priestess. There's just nowhere to go for her. You zone in a survivor so well, left and right, you move left and right. Look, that web is literally inside of the tree right there, inside of the bush, and it's just still able to be triggered. Gonna break the pallet very quickly. He is gonna give away the fact that he has normal pallet breaking speed though by breaking that pallet. That was with 2 webs on him, and that still looked like slower than fast pallet breaking. So they definitely know that he has just regular pallet breaking. They can figure out that he most likely has trump card detention at this point. Right here, Spider gonna combine triple web with the Berserker, and it's gonna result in a very fast recovery. Priestess going to do a great portal here. Great portal, not like it took a lot of skill, but gonna go into a hotel here, and it's kind of pointless because she just immediately takes a hit. She was better off just saving and just dying the exact same spot that she's dying in right now, honestly. Not gonna surmount him much here. Just down 1 Priestess portal for literally no reason. And now the Priestess is going to go on her second rocket chair. The only downside of Spider is that even though she has great chase, she doesn't really have good Cypher pressure. She's going to need to rely on this warp and maybe a trump card teleport. Maybe we'll see it right here. And yeah, she doesn't really have any easy way of figuring out where survivors are either. Her mobility is limited to her web, and webs are very expensive, costing 17 a pop. She's kind of hoping to just find the Mercenary. Mercenary messes up the elbow pad. He runs into the web. A classic survivor mistake, as Mercenary running into the web cancels the elbow pad animation. Only if you finished it will it not cancel it anymore. And then you can like dash past it. But then the Spider hits a wall, and now she's going to rebound. Wow, in my opinion, a little bit of an undeserved rebound. But hey, you build what you can get. That's going to allow the Priestess to get a pretty good portal here. But is she not going to make it? She's dying with a portal here. She had a portal right there that she could have used instead of going up the stairs, and instead she's gonna die with a portal. And not sure what was the plan right there, but right here we're gonna see Priestess go down on her last chair, and now we're gonna see a teleport on the last cipher. But the thing is, we do have a 58% cipher, but we don't have another one going for the survivors. This is not looking great for them. They need to start another cipher ASAP. Perska right here on the Psychologist here, gonna boost away using the buff. I mean, the only thing they have going for them right now is that the Spider's out of webs. That's a huge deal. The fact that Priestess went down with the portal there and she still is down this many webs is huge. Right here, the Hunter's gonna purposely drop 2 webs here, use it to quickly break the pallet so that Perska cannot make the next pallet. On top of breaking the pallet quickly, it also helps the Spider prevent Persica from getting to the next pallet. So that web there did a lot. But yeah, you can see how expensive webs are. Ooh, the Spider right here predicting that the Prospector is not going to stun there. But then, of course, holding on to her leads to a second stun right here, or a second attempt at stunning. And we're going to see a basement. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. That's not good. This could be a 3-man potential endgame here. Right now, if they could, I would say they should probably pop the Cypher, but they can't. The Cypher's not primed yet. Right here, the Survivor using this bookshelf or whatever this thing is to their advantage. Hunter literally doesn't even know that they're right there. Are they right there? I think they're literally right behind that shelf, and the Hunter has no idea because they can't see them. Good use of obstacles there, making sure the Hunter doesn't actually see them by hiding essentially in like plain sight right next to the basement. Right here, they're just gonna wait out for basement. I'm assuming Hunter's also gonna wave her his webs here. If you have 200 webs, this is the point in the game where you can really stack up. Right here, I think the Survivor's identifying that he's trying to build up for endgame, just gonna pop early. But now what do? There's literally nothing the Survivors can do. maybe a YOLO flywheel here, but no, there's no way. He doesn't have flywheel. He has broken windows, and that's gonna lead to a 3-man due to them going for this basement here. I mean, there really was no other choice. There really wasn't much other choice. I mean, do they have borrowed time? They both have borrowed time. I guess the idea is to just take this guaranteed 1-man here and not give the hunter the opportunity to teleport is the idea. They're just gonna force the hunter to address the 2 people in basement rather than, I mean, I feel like maybe they could have taken 1 person out at least. I feel like maybe it's hard to say there. It's hard to say what was the better move there. I don't think there was any way though that they were getting a tie there in that position. With no tie turner, both borrow time, but Spider recovers so insanely fast from drop down hits as well, and also even without the drop down hits, the recovery is insane with the triple web. Using the triple web to her advantage there in the right time at the right place, not using it willy-nilly and holding on to it when it matters most, using every little bit of it, using it for faster pallet breaking, and then using the exact same web to then get speed boost out of it to catch up to Perska, take her down to basement. That was a very smart hunter choice right there. Noticing the basement, thinking in his head, Spider's one of the best basement hunters because of the fact that you can build up web, improve your attack recovery naturally, and even after the rescue happens, she essentially has built-in Berserker all the time. Gonna result in a 3-man here for Dow5, and if Dow5 survivors can get a tie or better here, a tie would mean that we would go into a round 4, and a win from the survivors means that we would just see Dow5 straight up win here entirely the whole set. I have a feeling that we might see a tie here. It is very hard to win games as survivors, but who knows, maybe Weibo Gaming's hunters can pull out a 3-man here. Like I said, survivors are usually on the downhill battle in this meta. They have the harder time getting those safe draws than hunters have getting the safe draws, and a even harder time winning the matches than, let's say like a hunter. The hunter has a much easier time winning matches with the strength of their hunters. It just takes one survivor mistake, one survivor in the wrong place at the wrong time, maybe getting a little bit unlucky, getting found at the wrong time. It really all depends. So we are going to see the score tied up now, as you guys can see, 10-10. So if we see a tie from Dow5 survivors right here, it means that we are going to go into a round 4, and the game is going to be based off of time at that point. If someone gets more escapes than the other, of course, now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the time. It's just going to be whoever escapes more, whoever gets more escapes, I should say. But if it's going to come down to the same result, then it will come down to time. So we'll have to see. Waiter, please more Gravekeeper bows. Yeah, round 3s are always the most interesting. It's also combined with the fact that Chinatown, there's a lot more you can do as Hunter, mostly because of how crappy the pallets are, which I think is kind of silly that some Hunters are just straight up better just because of the map. Like, it's ridiculous to me that Clown is so bad on some maps and then so broken on exactly Chinatown. That it's like, what do? Do you buff Clown? Do you nerf Clown? Like, he's weak on most maps because of the way he's designed. Similarly to Spider, by the way. It's a very similar situation to Spider, where it's like Spider's whole game and game plan, I should say, is to not be stuck in vault animations, not be stuck in breaking animations, so that you can constantly keep chaining webs. On a map like Chinatown, you can constantly and consistently do that. Going around pallets allows you to maintain your web boost. Going around pallets as Clown allows you to maintain your dash, right? These kinds of things are going to make both those hunters way better. And I just kind of find it silly that they don't want to buff those hunters just because of the fact that they're so good on some maps. A lot of people sleep on Soul Weaver, kind of getting overshadowed by Clown on Chinatown low-key, but I mean, Clown I'd say is a lot more lethal and has better map protection overall, right? So makes sense that we see more Clown rather than Spider. Yo, Lucy, what's up? Lucy just lurking in the chat, calling Miki out. Miki, do you have a job? Miki better have a job because he's replaced by a dog right now. He's got the dog in him. He became a dog. This is what happens when you have the dog in you. Don't get the dog in you, boys. Otherwise, you'll turn into a dog. I do miss my Koa commentary days. I might hate making myself do this every weekend, because I would really love to like also spend time editing videos. Dude, man, I cannot tell you guys like what it feels like to be doing this and then go to work from 3 to 9, right? And then I have like 4 hours to myself, but really I have more like 3 hours for myself, because of course I have to spend time eating. I have to spend time thinking about a thumbnail for today's stream. I don't really have a lot of time to myself, so I find that my weekends and my like Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sunday goes by really fast. Like literally Monday, right? I have my 2 days off from work, right? And I blink and it feels like my days off are already gone. It's already Thursday. I'm like, okay, no big deal. It's just 5 hours of work. 5 hours of work is nothing a day, right? Besides Sunday, I have 10 hours of work. Okay, so that's why I don't do IVL Sunday night, because I have to wake up in the morning, right? So think about it like this, right? I work from 3 to 9. Okay, then I gotta stay up until 7 a.m. essentially commentating IVL. I go to sleep. I wake up basically like an hour before work, eat, go to work, right? 3 hours to myself, about, stream the next IVL, Saturday midnight, Saturday 1 a.m., right? Same thing, stream till 7 a.m., go to sleep, wake up, have 1 hour before work, and I would say, oh, I'm not streaming IVL, so I have more time to myself, right? I would say that, but I wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning next day. It's like, oh, that's okay. You'll finish work early that day. No, because I have a double shift same time, 3 to 9 again. And by the time Monday rolls around, I'm like, please get me out of here already. And then I spend like my 2 days relaxing. And I'm like, I blink and my 2 days relaxing. I'm like, I'm feeling refreshed, of course. But my 2 days relaxing are over. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. We're back in this cycle all over again. Like I be blinking and it's like, it becomes Thursday to Thursday in so fast. Where's the time going? Where's the time going? I don't even have any time to relax. I got like 2 days to relax, and Jesus Christ, it's already back. It's already back to like 2 a.m. commentary sessions. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. It just goes by so fast. It goes by so fast. I'm like, oh, finally I'm free from commentary. I blink, I'm back to commentating Thursday night again. What happened? Well, literally what happened? Bro. Anyway, we're finally starting the matchup. We're going to be seeing Archer, Lanternus first 2 picks. Lancer is going to be very good against stuff like Goatman here, which is banned, so never mind. It is going to be bad against Opera, but they are going to ban Opera. Not a lot of Hunter choices to begin with. Like I said, round 3 gets a lot more creative, is what I think I said. Most interesting. So Hunters have to get more creative. It means that we might see a different kind of hunter here. Maybe we'll see a clown, maybe we'll see something. Of course, it can't be too crazy because you have to try to win at the end of the day. And right here, Weibo is gonna need a win here if they're gonna win in round 3, right? If Dow 5 ties this, if the survivors tie this, they're gonna go into a round 4 and there's no backing out of this one. So we'll see what happens here. Cheerleader is gonna be some nasty support too. If they have some way of keeping the survivors alive, maybe combined with like an archer, it could get really nasty real quick with Cheerleader. So we'll see what happens here. This is going to be up to Weibo's Hunter. I'm very curious what we're going to see. Lanternus is going to be such a versatile survivor. I don't think enough people talk about Lanternus. It's very similar to like Cheerleader refresh, where, well, for starters, most survivor abilities are like 5-second cooldowns, so it doesn't really matter. But in something like Acrobat or Entomologist, when her bees run out, it's absolutely huge. I think a lot of people forget how big it can be. Even like First Officer can be really nice. But yeah, like Archer, I think especially, because Archer has that 13-second cooldown, combines really well with Cheerleader's ability to reset timers, reset cooldowns. Cheerleader, something we forget about, that she can do that, but also I think a lot of people forget that Lanternus can stop chairs, make it so the rescues are easier, also make it so survivors can get stunned or delay the damage at least. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't prevent getting sucked in by the cue ball, so it's not going to matter here. But at least she can still stall the chairs, and that could still save rescues. In the meantime, though, we are going to see the mercenary spawn in the middle, cheerleader on the right side, lanternist on the left, and archer up top. This is one of my preferred Chinatown spawns. Most survivors would actually spawn in the south, and I'm against that. I don't like that because that makes it very hard to cypher rush. Because obviously then, Hunter's either going to spawn in a hotel, which is going to essentially block off hotel, because you have to rotate away from hotel at first, not knowing if Thunder's going to chase you. Or they'll spawn in the top right and then push a survivor into hotel, so you still can't decode it. So basically, the guy in the bottom of the map just doesn't have a hotel. So they have to run behind restaurant because middle will most likely be taken by the rescuer, depending on what the cypher spawn. And it just leads to such slow cypher deco by spawning a survivor down there. So I'm very much a fan of spawning them in restaurant instead. I like that a lot better. Also leaves hotel up as an option. I mean, also the hunter can spawn top left, and then that also blocks off hotel. If 2 ciphers don't spawn hotel, then you just can't do hotel for 30 seconds. There's a lot of reasons I don't like spawning in the bottom part of the map. Because like I said, if the closest cipher is hotel, then there's almost every time you cannot do hotel early in because it's one of the primary kiting areas of the whole map. So we'll see how things go here. Qist is a typical hunter ban that we do see nowadays. Not hunter ban, but a hunter pick that we see a lot nowadays. So I'm very curious how things will go. Able to phase through the buildings is going to be a very, very strong ability here. Especially because most hunters, it's annoying to get around them, and Qist can go right through them and reach ciphers much faster. So there is some synergy here playing Qist on Chinatown. Plus, he has a very easy time going around pallets, which we've already talked about how good doing that with the speed boost is. Right here, Qist is going to be patient. He's just going to let them decode a little bit. Just going to choose who he wants to chase. Because it doesn't really matter. Whoever he chases, their cypher's going to get regressed right here. Right here, the Dao 5 Chen right here is going to see, Mercer is going to communicate to his teammate right here that Qist is coming his direction, going to use the time to rotate away and get to hotel, and this is what I'm talking about. Even if no one gets chased early game, at some point the kite always leads to hotel. If it doesn't lead to hotel the first 20 seconds, it's going to lead there eventually. Qist is going to use the ball here, show up behind the wall, try to confuse the cheerleader, but it's not going to work out. She's going to use these windows to her advantage, and it's going to be so annoying for the Qist here to catch up to her because of the windows. I mean, windows are the best counter to Qist right now. Gonna finally use the blink, and it's going to give her the insolence that he needs to knock down this cheerleader using the suck ball. So we're gonna see if he's gonna be able to do it. It's gonna be kind of hard because I thought she would go up the height, especially with those with that one pom-pom in her inventory. Instead, she's gonna use it to go away from hotel and not even gonna need the sock ball. So he might just want to use the sock ball on a cypher below. No. He used it on purpose. He died here on purpose so that Archer can help out. Now I'm guessing a cheerleader's gonna try to reset her ability. No. So Archer's gonna still be on a cooldown. Cheerleader had a seconder to reset the Archer's ability and keep harassing. That would have been a pretty good play in my opinion. But no, they're just gonna let it go. Just gonna go for the one. So I mean, it got easily countered by a suck ball. They could have built off on the suck ball getting countered right there. Right now that the suck ball was out, they honestly could have reset her ability and then gone for a second shot. And now there's nothing the Qs can do for like a solid 16 seconds. I think that would have been really good, but they did not go for it. So we're going to see her mercenary go for the rescue. Pretty good elbow pad there. Good patience. Not going to get the terror shock here. And cheerleader's going to go straight for the window here. Probably going to try to get a window boost here and just try to get as far away from the ciphers as possible. Not sure if she's going to try to rebound here or not. She may as well try to at least a little bit. He doesn't have suck ball up yet. Ooh, barely gets hit. And as a result of trying to rebound here, gonna die right next to the cipher again. Now this time the Archer does have the ability here to protect again. And does body block successfully. Doesn't even need to reset her ability because the cheerleader is going to be able to live here long enough for the Archer's ability to come back. Cheerleader also may as well boost the Archer because they both give themselves a 4% speed up. Not sure when the nerfs happen to Cheerleader. It might be even 5% if it's before Cheerleader's nerf. Cheerleader going to bounce into the Qist ball and going to go down here, but the problem is that the Archer's still right there and she still has one more bow. Being the annoying harasser she is, she's kind of like Cowboy in the fact that she can rescue over pallets and windows. Cheerleader here going to use this pallet area to her advantage. Also has broken windows. Man, what a nasty combo here. Very hard to deal with. Forcing a suck ball every time. This time not even going to use it. As long as he forces the suck ball out, going to mean that now he doesn't have it for the chair. And this is not even her last chair. They rebounded her so long with great archer support. Again, I feel like they could have kept her alive longer on that first protection, right? If the cheerleader just reset her cooldown, that would have been such a great play. They could have, I feel like, have even more decode here and get value out of this last crossbow that now she's not even going to get to use. Could you imagine if she used that third crossbow right there? That would have been really nice. Right here, Lancers is going to get rid of the suck ball here. So now there's no suck ball for the cheerleader. Able to use her pom-poms to get away from the bad kiting area. Now she is back in this powder that the hunter's forced to address. But no, he has to blink and he's ready for it. Is the archer here to harass? No, she's not. So once again, if that archer's ability had gotten reset earlier this game on that first protection, the first time she went down, first time the cheerleader went down, that could have been so good, especially building out the fact that he had no ball right there, already getting it out and then immediately forcing the QS to then not be able to chair for a long time. Would have been a great play. Also would have gotten value from the bow, but there is something to be said about saving your abilities for the mid game too, to give your team a safer tie potential. Either way, I do think it was a missed opportunity. QS right here should be able to figure out where the Lanterness is, or did she use her ability to get away? Oh yeah, she used her ability to get away right here. So he's actually not going to see where she is. He's going to go one more time, trying to check on a hotel. Survivors kind of got themselves cipher locked here. There's not really a lot of places for him to decode besides this section of the map, which is going to be just an easy line from cipher to cipher here, making sure that all the servers are constantly regressing. Not to mention that he has the strength of mobility on his side with the ball and the lines constantly being there for 80 seconds. By the time they run out, he'll surely have another one. Right here, Lancers is going to use... Man, Lancers is such a strong counter to QS. Wow. Her illusion gets sucked in, and then she just moves it away inside of the ball. That is crazy annoying. Finally gonna get to hit through the pallet. Dow5's patience right there on the survivor Lancers, whoever this is. Can't see the full name. Ximiao? Ximiao? I don't know how to pronounce it. Not gonna have the patience necessary to survive there longer and get the pallets done, but does buy quite a bit of time regardless right here. Nonetheless, though, not a great spot to be in. First chair and also stuck between both both cipher machines. He really has choice to regress whatever machine he wants here. Has 4 balls to work with right here. So it's his choice what he wants to regress. He's just going to hold on to it. He probably is going to try to regress both with just 4 dots rather than use 6 to regress 2. Mercenary does get sucked here. He's just going to take advantage of the damage. And this is what QS is looking for. QS' biggest strength is constantly, slowly and surely trying to build up, playing the attrition game of slowly damaging survivors and making him stronger throughout the game. Though I will say Mercenary being knocked down means that he does not get the boost for 2 people being injured. Rather, he only gets it for 1 because of the fact that being knocked down does not count as being injured, strangely enough. Archer right here going to use her last bow, trying to make sure she doesn't take a hit. But if she takes a hit here regardless... Oh, but the pallet stun, so it doesn't matter. Right there, great pallet stun timing right there from the Archer. Really great follow-up with her bow. They're going to lead to a lot here. So all this attrition that she's playing for is not going to lead to much. Archer, I think she's aware about the Blink Terror Shock value here. So she's not even going to vault. Going to use her crossbow. Keep the hunter stuck in place, followed by a flywheel. Great patience from her. She's definitely keeping her her team still in this game, giving them the time they need to get the decode that they need. So now Cypher going to 74, 75, little by little, finally getting the hit the QS needs. It's just such a shame that they weren't able to get more decode on that Cypher. I mean, it's going to be close, but it's not going to be enough. I will say it is. Oh, wow. Gonna surprise the Lanterness by blinking after her. Could have been a very scary move right there had she moved it. If she moved that clone, ooh, that would have been bad. That would have been bad. Because then that would be a huge waste of the blink. And then they'd be on their way on the next Cypher machine. But no, opposite effect now. Dies in basement, and the Cypher's not going to be popped anytime soon. Also going to build up Overwhelm. No, this is the same target from earlier. So Overwhelm still at only 5% right here. We'll see here, though. We'll see. Gonna use the sock ball here, and it's just going to be time that the survivors cannot decode. That is the strength of the sock balls, that it works at any distance. Q's has one of the strongest abilities to prevent Cypher decode in this game. Not just regressing them, but also preventing the decode from happening with the suck ball. Very, very strong. Does mean that he gives up the ability for a strong a strong basement camp though. Gonna suck in the mercenary, but look at that. He saved just on time. He saw the suck ball animation and he knows that you can rescue before the suck ball happens. Good work from him. Very important rescue ability to know there in the rescue guide that is coming in 2026. You can actually beat the Qs from sucking. If you see him in that animation, you can actually rescue before it actually sucks you, and that also avoids a terror shock. Great move from him right there. Gonna force the Qs to have to give up on his target and go after the gate. And now suddenly this game is looking like probably a tie here. He doesn't have any balls anymore. He used the last one to go to this gate, and Unicorn is purposely dying in the corner here. She knows she's not going to live here for a long time, especially now with the suck ball. So her only purpose here in life is to die. Wow. Dying gives life meaning, it turns out. So finally, she's going to go down in this corner, prevent this hunter from having any chance at going to the other gate. But even if he had more balls, dying in the corner means that it's not even a possibility. But hey, she could have died almost anywhere right there. And because of the fact he had no more balls remaining, he just didn't have the ability to travel across the map. And that's going to mean that DAO5 gets a tie. I believe that is going to be a round 4 game. So we're going to be going into a round 4 here, seeing if Weibo can still bring this back. They had a pretty strong start at the start, and DAO5 bringing it back, tying things up in the end. And now we're going to be seeing a tied scenario. DAO5 did win round 3 technically. They got a 3-man kill as their hunter side, and then their survivors got a tie. So they won round 3. Both sides tied round 2. And Weibo won round 1. So at this point, since both teams are basically equal on rounds 1, it's going to come down to points at this point. But if we look at the point score, they both have 12-12. So right here, you can see they just got 2-2. And if we look at the overall point score in a moment here, it's going to show up that we have, I believe, 12-12, which is going to be pretty much means that's going to be a round 4 scenario here. So that means that a lot of survivors are banned at this point. Every single time you pick any survivor in any round, you lose out on those 4 survivors permanently. So stuff like Mercenary, stuff like Gravekeeper, stuff like First Officer, all of those are automatically banned without having to do anything on the Hunter's part. They don't even need to ban them anymore because you cannot repeat survivors in tournaments. So it really forces everyone here to have a very diverse set of survivors that they can play no matter what. The rescuer must play basically every rescuer slash semi-rescuers like Patient, even if we think about those, like semi-rescuers like Patient, who are technically not really rescuers, but in a spot where you're not able to afford playing Wildling, maybe they have their Hula Bulu up, maybe the enemy might play Hula Bulu, and you might not want to play Wildling, or maybe Gamekeeper, for instance. Stuff like that might force you to play other stars who are not your typical stuff that you would consider as rescuers. That being said, Forward is one of those slept-on rescuers that we don't really see a lot of. Still has very strong chair rescuing ability, but also has the support aspect. I think we might see some Forward here in the end game. Usually not really used at all in the early rounds, just because of the fact that A, there are better rescuers, and B, a lot of hunters beat out Forward's harassing overall, like Opera's speed up, forcing the Forward to be pushed away, followed up by just teleporting back on their target and picking them up. There's really not a whole lot Forward can do, honestly, unless you go for some crazy flywheel plays and some pallet stuns, maybe. It's just really hard to do a lot with Forward in today's meta. But now that Opera, Hula Baloo, Goman, a lot of these scary hunters that could block off a Forward from doing anything are going to be out or banned, it's going to allow some play here with Forward. Great use of the Priestess portals there, I must say, but unfortunately all is going to lead into Jelly not being able to kite long enough, and the Cyphers being teleported on, plus Persica getting triple web, double web there, and then a basement. Hunter did a great job there, leading the Survivor into the basement. Just made it so he got a very well played, very well deserved, well thought out ahead of time 3-man there, using basement to his advantage, even though it really wasn't necessarily that close to him. In response, Weibo Gaming is going to try to go on the Hunter side, but Lantern is constantly bringing abilities back in time due to have her having infinite of those, being a great counter to Qs as well. If it weren't for Lancernists, this game would be very different. One of the hardest counters to Qs in the game. Gonna cause her to every time be chased. Whenever every time he chases her, she always has an answer to his suck ball, essentially. Sometimes even 2 times. So very strong use of Lancers. They're very key that they pick Lancers that round. That was probably the difference between them tying that round and them losing that round. Very big stuff right there. So in the meantime, we're going to be waiting for round 4 to happen. As I was saying, a lot of stuff is banned now. We do not have those typical S tier hunters that a lot of hunters love to use, which opens up those survivors like Forward, who used to be very popular back then, have now slowly fallen off, even though he really hasn't gotten a whole lot of nerfs, all things considered. Like, yes, they've nerfed him a little bit over the years, and by a little bit I mean pretty majorly, but the big major nerfs were like a long time ago already, if we're being honest. It was already back before Forward was like being used by basically everyone. They gave him a couple small nerfs, but nowadays they're trying to buff Forward. They're trying to bring him back, give him some good decode buff, but he just never really stuck around because of the fact that a lot of hunters do a good job countering him. Still, having some support is better than nothing, and Forward does the job. And my goodness, are we going to see a Dow 5 hospital pick? Really? Or is that a ban? I don't see a lock symbol. That looks like Dow 5 pick hospital to me. You don't see hospital every day. Jesus, what's the game plan here? What's the game plan here? Their game plan is that they're just very comfortable on hospital, so they think they can get escapes out quicker than Weibo, I guess. I mean, interesting. Definitely interesting stuff. I wonder if they have a survivor that like works really well in hospital that they really want to pick. Like maybe Weibo doesn't have patient, but they do. I think it's the other way around. I think Dow 5 already used patient and Weibo still has patient up. So they must be trying to think of something else here. Maybe they have some like, I don't know, maybe they have some toy merchant setups planned. I think one of their survivors does play a lot of toy merchant, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, we're gonna see here very interesting stuff. Hospital is by far my favorite map in the game. I'm so glad they didn't nerf Hospital. I was so ready for the devs to nerf Hospital. I was thinking that they were like gonna nerf the pallid window area next to Birdcage. I thought they would nerf Forest. I thought Ruins might get another nerf. Maybe the statue area gets a nerf. Maybe. Probably not. And maybe like give a buff to the bad corner area of Hospital, because that is really annoying that like it's a dead man zone. But no, they didn't even touch Hospital in the recent update. They basically killed Church. Arms Factory is a shell of itself. I mean, if any was a shell of itself, it's Hospital. It's a Church. Church's prime real estate was that Graveyard plus God Palette combo. That's basically the whole goal of anyone's kite, is to reach Graveyard from Church window, then abuse Graveyard, followed by abusing God Palette, then the God window. They nerfed everything. They nerfed the God window wall. They nerfed the God pallet wall. Everything is just so much easier to walk around. And they removed an entire Graveyard palette. A whole Graveyard palette is gone now. It looks a lot like Chinatown. I'm very scared. I'm very scared at how much dead zone exists now in Arms Factory and Church. I mean, Church, like Arms Factory, yes, they definitely turned it into a big dead zone with the nerf to Deep Sandbags. But it's just like a corner of the map, right? Deep Sandbags is one of those areas where once you go to, it's really hard to get out of, so you're planning to just kite there the whole time, really. Right? But you don't really see a lot of kites go there, because if you can go to like Shack, if you can go to Middle, if you can go to Factory, those are usually better than Deep Sandbags, because it's hard to get there, and it's also hard to get out of there, which makes it a little bit less interesting of a kiting place, a little bit less what's the word, a little bit less starts with an I think, enticing. That doesn't start with an I, that starts with an E. A little bit less enticing with it's funny how I'd be like thinking of words and I say it starts with a letter and then I remember it and it doesn't even start with that letter, so how did I remember it? I have no idea. It just came to me. We are going to see the Forward. So we are going to see the Forward here. We're going to see the Harass. We're also going to see Mechanic, one of the strongest survivors on Hospital, because you can keep the Mechanic main body in Hospital while Robot goes and risks himself out in the world right there. So even if Robot dies, it's okay, because Mech main body is still safe and sound inside of hospital. Lucky guy right here. Gonna be going in as well. There are a lot of good chests here. There are a lot of convenient chest spots that happen to be near hospital and convenient spots near ciphers, or you anyway want to go to decode. That is where Lucky Guy really shines, in places where you anywhere are going to pass by a chest. Though I'm not a big fan of Lucky Guy nowadays because of how slow he opens chests, but he still has some play to him. He still has some charm to him. Novelist over here as well as a last pick. We don't really see Novelist as auto pick nowadays, I feel like, as we used to. But guys, Novelist is so crazy good. Able to get books. Like, he can get like half a book back just from using his book. It makes no sense. And that's not including the time the hunter has to spend walking back up to you, which by that point you might even just at that point get another book. Forward right here, I'm most interested in forward. That's what I'm looking forward to. I wonder if we might see like Lucky Guy giving forward a football. Would be really cool to see. Or maybe giving like Mechanic the doll, because they do benefit way more off the ability. Forward can of course stun with the football. Lucky Guy cannot. Mechanic can use the doll a lot longer than Lucky Guy can. I don't think either of those things are guaranteed to happen. It really just depends on the situation. And it also costs a lot to do. You have to open up at least 2 chests before you can give an item to a survivor. Because of the fact the Lucky Guy can pick up 2 items, the first item will always go in his inventory. So he needs to essentially open up 2 chests, and that's assuming he hasn't used any ability, right? Otherwise, again, you'll have an open ability slot, which will go straight in your inventory. So we'll see here. And we're actually going to see the Bonbon here. Interesting. Bonbon's going to be able to hit through those walls on hospital, which are extremely annoying. Also going to be one of those hunters where you really don't want to rescue from, which is kind of like, that's kind of not what you want to do on a map like hospital. On a map like hospital, it really is important to rescue your survivors because of how readily available you're able to rebound to everyone on the map. So not being able to reliably get those guaranteed rescues off, like Bonbon could stuff you. He could definitely stuff you. So it's very scary to go for rescues. We might not even see a rescue to begin with. And Novelist is going to go ahead and take hospital here. I think they're predicting the hunter spawns to the left, because I don't really see why you spawn Mech Shek. I think they're predicting Bonbon spawns to the left and is running peepers to try to peeper hospital. Okay, and the Bonbon takes the half measure play just in case Mechanic doesn't spawn hospital. He's going to block off Shaq so that there's no good decode for her there. So just either her bot or her main body just doesn't get immediate decode anymore. Pretty decent play, pretty decent play. I like the idea there from this Bonbon. And yeah, if I had to guess, he's probably going to run peepers here. No, he's going to run warp. Okay, I see Zom, for instance, run a lot of peeper on hospital because of the fact that it's so easy to peeper the upstairs cipher, and then that cipher just permanently has like negative 30% decoding, which is like that is a huge decrease as a hunter player. And then of course Bonbon here being able to hit through the walls, the pallets being so good here combined with those tall walls makes it difficult to actually see where to bomb a survivor. So the peeper will help you figure that out so that you're not in as much trouble as Bonbon trying to guess where they're going to be. So it is very important to have peeper on a map like hospital. So we're going to be going into the first half of round 4, by the way. In crazy stuff to think about. We're going to have Nia right here go straight for hospital. And he's going to try to see where the survivor is, I'm guessing. I mean, obviously, but can he find anyone early here? Maybe find a bot? He sees one person in the corner here. This is not a good corner to get caught out in as the survivor. It is at least a forward, so he can definitely get out of this spot, but it's going to cost him a lot of football to do it. And he's going for it. He's using over half his football. He used about 55% football. And in all honesty, he's not even that far away from the hunter. He has to even use even more football here. And he still can't drop the pallet without taking damage. The Bonbon here playing it so well. But still, forward still has a quarter of his football left. And honestly, he could just kite here just with hospital alone. So we'll see here. We'll definitely see here. Going to use the last of his football here away from the warp, but now he's not in hospital anymore, and he has no way to get back in hospital. The hunter doesn't have to, the hunter isn't running blink here anymore, so he doesn't have to worry about blink, but wow. Forward trying his best to mind game the bomb there, and it doesn't work out. The patience on the bomb is insane right there, even getting a slow vault there, unfortunately. Forward going down there surprisingly fast, all because of the fact that he let himself be in the bad corner of the map. He forced to use all his football to get out. Honestly, he may as well have just schmittied out of there and committed to the full football to birdcage, or like at least inside of the double door so he can't get bombed immediately, right? I think that might have been his best move at that point. Just bite the bullet and use all that football, because otherwise you risk going down very quickly. Thankfully, they do have Mechanic on the team. Novelist right here, gonna go for the rescue. Use the flywheel, but ends up getting hit. So waste of a flywheel there. Thankfully, doesn't end up taking a basic hit and punished for it. But now the Ford is going to be going down immediately again. They have a lot of Cypher progress. They have 1% on a random Cypher machine. And it looks like they have an extra Cypher machine. 99, 83, 71, 98. No. They don't have an extra Cypher machine. Everything is good to go. The 1% is technically the extra, but I think someone just tapped it just to, like, as they were passing by it. Might even be this Cypher right here that the Forward is next to, honestly. That might be the 1% Cypher. Anyway, we're going to see one more rescue here. It looks like either rescuing or giving tinnitus. I don't know what it's going to be. Only getting a tie here on hospital, though, is not going to be that great. Not going to be that great here. Right here, trying to predict the warp and actually punish for it. Getting stuffed as a result. Cypher is going to be at 41%. Lucky Guy pulls a football. And right here, going to have a bot up. Going to have a football up. The decode is pretty good here. 48%, 49%. Another Cypher's at 98. I'm guessing its bot is on top of it, and they're just trying to fool around with the hunter, trying to make him think that there's 2 Cyphers remaining when really, realistically, there's only 1 remaining. And yeah, this is not a comfortable position to be in. They have to make this rescue in the next 25 seconds here. They can't even have the full chair timer, which means that this Cypher is not going to be able to be popped in time. This is a really bad situation to be in. No one is working on it, and Lucky Guy is getting caught out in the open. He has to use all his football just to reach the chair. Probably going to get bombed here immediately. Wow, this is absolute domination here from the Penguin right here, making sure the Stars do not get close to this chair, but he's missing the bombs. Lucky Guy fools him with the last 2% of his football, but he still can't go for the rescue. Thankfully, doesn't get hit by the bomb here. Waiting for that Cypher to be done, but it's just not done, and yeah, that guy's long dead. Novelist is just not going to be around anymore to exist. He has left planet Earth for good and has gone to the moon. And now Lucky Guy is about to be next. Can he survive? I don't think so. Now with this many bombs, now with good bot placements like that, are they about to get 4-man on hospital? Is Nia about a 4-man on hospital on their own map pick? There's no way. How is Dow 5 going to come back on this one? Dow 5? I mean, maybe they can get one more escape out. There are a lot of bots giving tinnitus. There's the bot in hospital giving tinnitus. There's a bot in ruins giving tinnitus. Wait a minute. Mech might make the rescue here. Oh, and she does, and then she pops. Who? That is their one escape out of this. If they could get that one escape here. Ooh, and I don't think the Hunter has trump card either. What does he have? He has insolence and nothing else. Warp is not going to be enough to reach that gate. That bot escape, that bot rescue, I mean, is going to be what gives him the escape here. And Mech can easily kite out here just a little bit that she needs for the Lucky Guy to get this escape. And that's going to be, thankfully, a 1 escape. It would be a little bit embarrassing getting 4-man. Wait a second. Oh no, is he about to get hospitaled? He might just get hospitaled. He doesn't have any more bombs. He has to get lucky here, and he did not get lucky. I mean, it was so close there, but Mech literally ran in a straight line. I don't think the Hunter was ready. Could we take a look at the Hunter's live reaction to that, to what was going on there? Like right here, I think he was like, it's all chill, it's all chill. Right, let's go back, I want to see what's going on here. Let's look at his face, his reaction, live Nia reaction right here. It's all chill, it's all chill. He hits the something right there, and right here. Going to just go for the warp here. Pretty bad warp in all honesty, but he's chilling. He's chilling. He misses bombs. It's okay. It's not like it's gonna matter. Surely he'll hit one bomb at some point. Oop. Gonna use a bomb. Mistimed a bomb. Mistimed another bomb. Uh-oh. Hold up. Hold up. Where? The shock in his face. Is it there? Is it there? Hold up. The end part is gonna be the best. What? Does he have a reaction? He's a little bit disappointed. Some hunters are more vocal about their reaction. I would be, because it didn't seem like he was all that stressed there, to be honest. It didn't seem like anything was going bad there. He wasn't really holding on to any bombs. He wasn't really going for any basic hits. Just trying to go for the cheeky bomb hit plus basic. And trying to go for the cheeky play actually ended up costing him right there. So unfortunately, not going to actually end up getting the 3-man like we were expecting. And gonna end up instead with a tie. I mean, tying on hospital is what you expect, at least a tie, bare minimum, right? So the fact that he let go that one last survivor right there could have gotten a 3-man on hospital. That could have been game changing. And now this game really could come down to time. Weibo Gaming could definitely get a tie here in less time than that, though. That wasn't a very long game. Let's go ahead and see how long that match was. I think we're going to see here, somewhere back here. We should be able to see how long that match took. I might have to go back a little bit in the matching here, and we're gonna see how long that match took. Okay, you know what? I mean, that match wasn't that long, all things considered. That was about 5 minute and 30-second match. So pretty fast, all things considered. 5 minute 19, 20, 21. 22, 23. So a 5 minute 23 or 5 minute 24 match right there. That's not that hard to beat. That is not that hard to beat. The Hunter, well, the Hunter doesn't really have the ability to stall out the match, but the survivors need to escape faster than that. The survivors need to escape faster than that, faster than 5 minutes and 23. I think that's the way it goes. I think it's based off survivor escapes, I'm pretty sure, not like how fast the Hunter kills. No, I mean, if you think about it, like, hold up. Who's surviving here? So Weibo Gaming is surviving here, and their Hunter just went. So essentially, Weibo Gaming here, survivors need to escape quicker than that, or Dow5's Hunter needs to stall out the game longer than that. Which I find that stalling out the game as Hunter is usually a little bit easier than trying to finish a game quicker as Survivor. So he does have a little bit of power in that regard. But I mean, if people kite you out on a map like Hospital, you don't really have control over whether people kite you. I mean, maybe his strategy is going to be to sit on the last Cypher machine, right? Which is going to force Weibo Gaming here to have a 6 Cypher ready in case that happens. All things considered, you know, he did force the survivors, I think, in the end, the penguin right there, to do another Cypher in the end, I think. I can't remember exactly anymore. You know, we'll see here. We'll see here. Hunter definitely has more power over stalling by just camping on a Cypher machine, going back and forth with teleport, than survivors have the ability to force the game. Because for them to force the game faster, they're just going to need someone to 3 Cypher kite pretty much. They're going to need to keep the Hunter busy. As long as they can keep the Hunter busy and get the Cyphers done while they're busy, that's really the only way, and you're just going to have to outskill the Hunter. Thankfully, it's Hospital, so it's not like the end of the world trying to outskill Hunters. I got no clue who that is. Is that supposed to be a player? Pretty sure that's not Perska. Perska doesn't really have eyes like that. She looks like more like she's in an angry mood all the time. Personally. Okay, I'm sorry. But guys, come on. You know what I'm saying. She's got that resting, you know what face. Anyway. Oh, what a cute bear. It's the Shiba Inu, I think? Shiba Inu? Or is it Shiba Inu? No clue. But I don't know dog breeds. Don't look at me. Yeah. We're just waiting here for the last round. This is going to be the last half of a round to start. Why is Mickey Snoop Dogg? Because Mickey didn't show up, bro. What's new, man? Miki somehow, someway always finds a way to not show up, bro. I swear to God. Imagine talking to yourself for over 4 hours. Is basically what I'm doing. How you doing, Snoop Dogg, Miki? Are you enjoying my conversation? You chilling out there? He's staring. He's staring. He's giving the camera the stare right now. He's vibing. Yeah, the only thing that Weibo really has going for them here is that it is hospital, and so they could very well just 3 escape here. I don't know if this was really the result that Delphi was looking for in their survivor. Things almost went bad there real quick. It was looking like a 4-man, and then it was looking back to like a 3-man, and then suddenly it's high. So things could have gone a lot worse, admittedly. But yeah, we're gonna be chilling here. Bro, where are the guys? Do guys not come here and watch the competitions? This is crazy to me. This is crazy to me. This is like, IdentityV is the only game I've seen where the venue looks like all girls. Bro, where are the guys? What? Oh, the only guys are on stage, bro. I don't see any guys, bro. Are they like all divided? Did they put all the guys on one half of the venue and the girls on the other half? I still find it so incredible that IdentityV has just managed to attract both genders, not just the guys. I mean, it's so difficult to find an American in a game that does that. Is there even one? I can't even think of one that does that. I mean, Roblox? Does that count? Does Roblox count? I mean, I think it's pretty even on Roblox. But yeah, we're finally going to go into bans. You're going to ban Escapologist and Mechanic here. Again, very interesting to ban Escapologists. I wonder why. Maybe it's because they've already used their good rescue, so just trying to nail them down to like something like maybe Wilding. But honestly, Wilding I think would still be pretty good here. Well, no. They didn't ban Hullabaloo, so Wilding is not exactly that great here against Hullabaloo. But yeah, Cornier is going to be very good here. Cornier has extreme synergy on Hospital because of the fact that whenever you shoot, all the survivor has to do is just run back into Hospital. One of the strongest survivors you can play on Hospital can be used to help herself or can be used to help other teammates. Can be a very powerful ability on exactly Hospital. Just because of the fact that she can just lead anyone she wants into Hospital with that stun. With that guaranteed long stun, no one really gets a guaranteed long stun like Coordinator does. And that's going to allow you to get to Hospital from almost any chair on the map. The Hunter's going to have to chair in places like Shack if they're going to want to prevent the survivor from immediately getting to Hospital. Even then, they're going to be able to get a long path there. And if they have broken windows, they could even take a broken windows boost from Shack to Hospital. So it doesn't even matter if they chair in the corner. If anything, Shack almost helps them get to Hospital easier. It's kind of funny, the paradox of Hospital. It's like no matter where you chair, they always get back to Hospital. Yeah, the strength of having this strongest part of the map in the center. Maybe a design flaw from the devs, all things considered. They can't really change something like that that's like that integral. But have you guys noticed that all the buildings after that, they try not to put in the center of the map? And if they do, it's like garbage, like Geisha House. So, because at the end of the day, height is a powerful tool to use to your advantage. A lot of Hunter abilities don't work on height. So just going up the heights doesn't give you distance, but it does prevent the Hunter from using abilities to hit you. So it does end up being quite good in the long run to just go up and down stairs, even if it doesn't actually give you distance in the moment. We are going to see Patient here. Weibo's going to take advantage of that Patient immediately. Not even going to necessarily need like a hard rescuer here. Patient a pretty soft rescuer, and Coordinator a pretty soft rescuer nowadays. Both of these are pretty chaseable targets, but on exactly Hospital are menaces. So the lack of their decode debuff is going to be actually to their advantage here. They don't have any decode debuff to make up for the fact that they are not as strong as other rescuers. Low-key, Patient is in some situations actually better than Mercenary nowadays. Although Patient doesn't have the delayed damage, sometimes Patient can just be better than Mercenary depending on the hunter. And we are going to see Peddler here. Peddler is one of the only hunters in the game who can get inside Birdcage. So I see the idea here. They went Hospital here, and then Peddler can do a good job countering Hospital. So I see the vision here. Notice how we're seeing like a lot of strange, you would say, hunter picks here. We're not seeing like typical S tier or A tier hunters that you might expect. I mean, Peddler is a pretty good hunter, but you don't usually see Bonbon nowadays. You don't usually see Peddler nowadays. You're seeing hunters who are a pro at dealing with just one good pallet or one good window area and just zoning a survivor in, keeping them stuck there, right? That they're just picking hunters with the strength that can go through the walls easily themselves or hit through the walls easily, whether that be the earthquake, the bombs, making holes in the wall, easy access to Hospital. Really like interesting hunters like that who are not limited by the walls of Hospital. You see that a lot more. Interesting spawn from the hunter right here. Gonna make it very awkward for this patient. Like, where's this patient gonna go now? Can you go left? Can you go right? And where did the survivors go? Did the survivors just stay on the side and watch where the hunter goes? I guess that they can still do that. In front of ruins is a very open area, so the survivors can just watch on the edges. We have a survivor on the left side, we have a survivor on the right side. They can communicate with the rest of their team where the hunter is going. So all things considered, still, I think the survivors can play around this spawn quite well, but they are going to need to work together to communicate to everyone where the hunter's intentions are going to be going to. So we're going to see just a blink standard build on Peddler here. Ty Turner broken windows on the Coordinator here. Ty Turner on Patient, of course, as expected. And Sui Prisoner. Okay. Sui Prisoner. They're going to, I guess, expect the Prisoner to get chased here. You don't see Sui Prisoner all the time. You don't see Prisoner that often to begin with, but Hospital Prisoner is especially strong because he can delay his own Cypher Machine, and it actually works to his advantage because if it's a strong Cypher Machine that you want to stay and kite at, boom, then Hospital's your place to do it. That's going to be a very good place to do something like that. So we'll see here. Because you want to stay in a Hospital as long as possible, of course. Did they get lucky? No, they got the Birdcage Cypher, so they don't have the upstairs Cypher, so it's going to be definitely easier for the hunter to protect and pressure this game than the upstairs one. So already a little bit unlucky on the Cypher spawns for Weibo Gaming, but lucky for the hunter. And the exact same thing is going to happen here as it happens to the forward. This time it is true that the Peddler is going to have the patient not be able to go anywhere, but just stuck on this side of the map. Starts the Cypher early, and I mean, he does dodge the Vine, but he doesn't have anywhere to go after this, so it doesn't really mean much to dodge the Vine. It just means that the Earthquake is not guaranteed, but I mean, he still took the Earthquake. Gonna use the hook one more time here, and right here, the hunter gets their Hunter's Instinct back, and he's gonna hook into Hospital now, but unfortunately for him, he had to use 2 hooks to do it. So same exact situation as we saw last game where the forward had to use football early. This guy has to use hooks early, so by the time he gets to Hospital, he really only has 1 hook available. Great hook right there, using it off the tree, giving a lot of distance, but he's not going to use it to go back into Hospital. And yeah, going to take a hit here. The Owl was amazing here, but now he's just 1 Earthquake away from dying. I don't even think the hunter needs Blink, and yeah, there's not exactly a lot the patient can do here. Hunter doesn't even need their Blink at this point. And I mean, that is still looking like a tie kite though. If the survivors can end this match faster than 5 minutes and 23 seconds, Weibo can take this win. So let's see how things go here. Can Dow5 get this match longer than 5 minutes 23? He's going to need to find a way to stall out this match, but right now he's busy camping a chair. He can't really do anything about the Cypher Machines right now, but just sit here and wait. Are they really not going to rescue here? Looks like they're not going to rescue here. They're going to play this game slow, it looks like. But slow is not exactly what they need. I mean, I guess they're gonna start a 6 Cypher machine is their idea, and maybe that way when the Peddler tries to pressure a Cypher machine. Keep in mind, Peddler also can block Cypher machines, so she can, if she ever leaves a Cypher machine, she can just block, and that's gonna stall out the Cypher even more, and then she can block it, pressure another one. All right, Cornier here is gonna go for the rescue. Hunter activates her gem ability, so if she shoots, it's going to be significantly nerfed, and now she has the ability to go behind trees and stuff like that. Shoots her shot, doesn't have the gem ability now to nerf the gun's effects, and Patient's going to be able to try to rebound here. Unfortunately, though, the earthquake barely hits him. I was about to say the wall is not very good because he kind of put it at an angle away from the Patient, but he does hit the Patient with the earthquake anyway, and wow, right here, we're actually going to have both Cyphers done, almost done here, but he has Trump card ready to teleport on the Cypher. He just needs to make this match last for 2 more minutes. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. One of Prisoner's best strengths is that he's able to connect to Cyphers, even if they're blocked by Wax Artist or by Peddler, he's able to still do them. So, the connection is broken, and he cannot decode them for 45 seconds. But that just means the Peddler has to constantly keep camping it nonstop, and the survivors have already started a 6 Cypher machine to hopefully get this match done in less than 5 minutes and 23 seconds. If they can get it done faster than that and they can get a tie, then they can win this match. But this is what I was saying, that the Hunter's just going to camp at the Cypher, stall this game out as long as possible, just let go of the other Cypher, and I guess play for a second teleport. But the Cypher's getting done so fast that I don't even think he's going to have time for another teleport. Prisoner right here using the shock to cancel her from getting an earthquake and also cancel the hole from happening, while at the same time wasting an ability that doesn't come back. She doesn't get refunded for that. Now Persica's going to go out here and distract the Hunter. Doesn't have borrow time here, so her job is to just stall out here as long as possible. Tries to flywheel the vine, doesn't get it, and I mean the Hunter doesn't have teleport though. Hunter doesn't have teleport. Persica was basically bait here to force the Hunter to stay away from the gate on the other side of the map, and this is looking way faster than 5 minutes 23 seconds. They started that 6 Cypher ASAP. They forced the Hunter to camp, but still stayed and gave tinnitus, so they can't just leave either. The Hunter couldn't leave the chair either, wasting every single second possible on that chair, and that's going to result in a victory for Weibo Gaming. Great stuff right there from the survivors, doing a great job stalling out the match, making sure that, or well, in a way, they stalled out in a different way. They stalled out the chair, played it slow, made it so that the Hunter is not sure if someone's rescuing or not. Also made sure not to die by Cypher machines. That was a really important thing. So even though the Kai wasn't like anything amazing, making sure to die not by Cypher machines, making sure to die in places where no one is decoding, such an underrated aspect right there of that game, because it meant that now the survivors have the luxury of just letting it go past half, getting free decode, and that way the Hunter, yeah, they're camping, but they can't gain anything off of it. They can't stop any Cypher machines. They brought Blink, which unfortunately didn't do anything that much. They didn't end up needing the Blink. Maybe something could be said there. Of course, you know, it's easier said than done. You know, now that we see what happened that match, the Blink was completely useless. And he wasn't able to like warp on anyone's Cypher there and just pressure it. That definitely would have gone a long way there had he had that ability to do that. Unfortunately, no. And because of that, Hunter has to stand there. Hunter has to camp. He has to see what's happening. And Coordinator just stuck around just to give tinnitus. And then rescued last second. Shot the gun, which is just guaranteed kite time. That's even more time that people are spending decoding. And yes, he was able to teleport in the end, but it just wasn't enough. The accelerated decode significantly helped out there, making sure that the last Cypher gets done. And as you guys see here, it was a tie, but it leads to a timed victory. So they do end up getting the same result, but because of the fact that the survivors escaped faster on Weibo Gaming side than on Dow 5 side, they do end up winning the match. So congratulations to Weibo Gaming. But it was fun to see Hospital. I do enjoy seeing Hospital, though it can arguably be boring seeing survivors kite forever in Hospital. I still think there's something nice about seeing survivors do like good routes in Hospital. I do feel that unfortunately these Hospital matches were a little bit of item spammy. Like they didn't position themselves well and they just relied on their items to go to Hospital. And even then, the kites weren't that long because they had to use all their abilities just to get to hospital. And then the hunters, you know, Peddler does a really good job countering hospital. So really, it was just a stall time, you know, just to give himself a third good hug. Really, if the Ford wasn't in the corner, if the patient was in the corner, it's kind of funny how they both ended up causing themselves to be in the corner there. I mean, who can blame him, though? The name of the game was get Cypher Zone as soon as possible. As long as you guys get a tie, as long as he does a tie-worthy kite, you really could just go in the corner there and just not go for any like crazy play. Because yes, he could play safe, he could play greedy, and he could go in the corner, like on the, not in the corner, but like in a different spot, not decode the Cypher machine immediately, and play it slower. But if you play it slower and rotate the hunter at the start of the game, then you're kind of signing up for a longer game. And if you're signing up for a longer game, then you need now a 3 escape. If you guys don't get a 3 escape, the match is going to be longer by default. That could be the difference between now you guys win the match because you get a 3-man, but you're also risking now tying. And if you tie and the match is longer, boom, you guys lost now. So something to think about is that maybe the prisoner did it on purpose. Honestly, maybe the prisoner did it on, not the prisoner, maybe the patient did it on purpose. Kind of use it as bait, knowing that he could definitely do a tie-worthy kite, just die away from the ciphers, have coordinator get some work in, and then just rely on the decode from prisoner. Use the brainless hooks of patient going into hospital, going off of the tree. And even, like I said, even though the kite wasn't that long, it was good enough for a tie. And the name of the game is to just drag the hunter away from the ciphers, become that bait, and just make sure that they do not have control over the ciphers. Force him to camp 1, make it 80. That's perfect. Get another one done. He can't leave it. And like, in a way, if you think about it, maybe the patient getting chaser in the corner was actually good in the long run because of the fact that they just need to finish matches as soon as possible. So rushing the ciphers, as long as patient doesn't go down instantly, is actually key there. That way, in the case that patient doesn't get chased, they're not punished for it, right? If patient doesn't get chased, he's on the cipher immediately. Good for them, right? They're still going to tie that game most likely. But if patient does get chased, right, that's the only time it would really be good to rotate the hunter. But if he doesn't get chased, again, there's 3 other people to chase. It's a 1 in 4 essentially, so he is not spending time decoding, and then that could bite them in the butt later if someone doesn't do a 3 cipher kite to make up for the fact patient was rotating. So interesting things to consider, I will say. In the meantime though, guys, that's going to be it for this matchup. We're going to be taking a short break, or we as in me and Miki Dog over here, mostly me. I'm going to be taking a short break, and we'll be back with the second matchup. GW versus GG is going to be next. In the meantime, though, congrats to Weibo Gaming once again. Good stuff there. And I'll see you guys for GW versus GG in about 10 to 15 minutes. Probably maybe like 20 minutes because the interview might be long. But in the meantime, guys, thank you so much for joining. See you in a bit. I'll be right back. This has been Psyche, and I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Yo, what is going on, everybody? This is Ike here, and welcome back to round 2 of the tournament. We are going to be bringing you guys GG versus GW. I'm feeling excited for this match. Snoop Dogg Mickey, how you feeling, bro? How you feeling? Thank you, Snoop Dogg Mickey. That was very insightful. That was very insightful comments from you. So, as you guys heard, we're going to be talking about GG versus GW today. GG, one of the best Chinese teams out there, versus GW, which to my surprise has been getting very good results as well. Don't know too much about them personally myself, but I do know that they have been doing really well this tournament, and I am not at all upset with their performance. They've been doing very good. All the teams really have been doing good. So not a single team, like even the teams that I don't know too much about, have been doing very good. So glad to see that no one is really falling behind in this tournament. GG, of course, though, has one of my favorite players that I like to watch. I love watching Zom play. He's one of my go-to hunters to watch when I'm trying to see what the newest strategies are as hunter. And he's going to be playing for GG today. So I'm, of course, rooting for GG to win because I want to see Zom win. I have a lot of faith in him as a hunter player because, of course, I watch him. And whatever tricks I see him use, that's what I study off of. It's just to always keep in touch with what they're doing on over in China, anything that I may not know about. Anyway, we're going to be going into the matchup. Looks like we're going to have the survivor side of GW coming in first. And we're going to have the harasser here, Xiao Chao. I have no idea how to pronounce that name. But yeah, we're going to see the survivors of GW play first. And I'm very curious if we're going to see... One second, the music is a little bit loud. Give me 1 second. I'm curious if we're going to see Zom play first. Again, I think Zom is like a secondary hunter for this team. I don't think he plays first. Last time we saw GG play on this YouTube channel, when I was commentating it, we did not see Zom play first. In fact, I don't even know if we saw Zom play at all. So I'm very curious to see if he plays at all, honestly. Hopefully he gets to play. Not even sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, to be honest. I love watching Zom, bro. Can't even pronounce Zom's name. Alright, Snoop Dogg Mickey, isn't that ironic? Yeah, for real, for real. Anyway, gonna be going into... I'm guessing the hunter is the last person here we haven't seen. We're about to see who the hunter player is for GG. Who's it gonna be? Not that guy. That guy's the coach. GW's coach. Oh no. Yeah, this is GW's coach. Okay, now we should see the hunter's side. And we're gonna have, I don't think that's Zom. I'm pretty sure that's not Zom. Nope, that's Yum. Yum is gonna be hunting first. And he's got pretty good stats all around the board. Though, four-man elimination rate, it's only 27%. But only takes him 60 seconds to knock down someone, so not too bad at all on average. Gets a lot of average knockdowns though, so on average, knocking down people a lot. He's getting a chance to find the survivors in the first place to knock them down, which is good to know. There we go. They're going to be talking with their coaches for a little bit for now, so if you guys aren't familiar, in tournaments, even for video games, they got coaches. The coach's job is to keep in touch with what is the best stuff to pick. They have like a whole book of like the characters in there. By the way, I love that because that would make it so much easier for me as a tournament player to actually track what is picked, what is not picked, because I'm a more visual person. I want to like literally flip through the pages and see what's available to pick, what's not, so I'm not missing anyone. Because if you ask me right away, Psyche, what would you play as a four-man team? I wouldn't be able to tell you. I might think of something, but I have to like look at the whole book as a whole to be able to make a good choice. Otherwise, I might be missing something really important. Anyway, we're going to have Yum here pick Gravekeeper, Airplanist as his first two bans. Going to be guiding these players on what is best to ban based off the team. It's like the player's job to play well and get better at their characters, while it's the coach's job to try to figure out info about the other team that they think would be a good fit to ban against them. This team is in response going to go first, Officer, Meteorologist. Both are going to be very good stars. Meteorologist has some support value. Anticorin also has support value. more of a support heavy team. They can definitely kite on their own though, but there's opportunities to help each other out as well. We're going to see Enchantress banned. Antiquarian was in response. And then the last star is going to be Puppeteer. Going to be banned. So no easy kites here. No guaranteed kites as Puppeteer last. Magician's going to be the last. Magician's going to be pretty good though against Queen Bee if they want to do that. And Antiquarian here as well. Going to be just a nice overall harasser. Make sure that Goatman is not going to go unanswered. Always nice to have like a harasser on your team for that Goatman, including Antiquarian herself is especially good against Goatman, so it's not even like a harasser you can chase first really. And now they're gonna go ahead and pick their personas. Generally, you like to pick your Sararos who are gonna get chased. You want to give them Sui builds. You want to give them builds where if you are not anticipating them to survive in the end game, you rather give them something like Broken Windows and Tide Turner or Broken Windows Flywheel to help them survive longer and actually give your time the chance, give your team the chance at time by giving them more time to kite or decode by kiting. I'm losing my brain over here. It's 4 AM. Queen Bee is going to be the hunter pick though, and we're going to see Lakeside. Very likely we're going to see Queen Bee chase Shack first. That's what we've been seeing a lot of Queen Bees do on Lakeside. They tend to go straight to Shack. Sometimes they spawn at Cornfield, other times they spawn down below, but the point is they almost always go down to Shack. We're going to see the coaches shake off here, and we're going to see what they decided as their builds and personas. Alright, so looks like Meteorologist is going to have... Really, I was expecting Magician here to be the one with Tide Turner, but okay. Meteorologist with Tide Turner, she has rescue potential. Honestly, I prefer Meteorologist rescuing on Chairs over Magician anyway. So I honestly am more down with this. Though I do see more Magicians with Tide and Sui. Antiquarian is going to be running the full kiting build. Just in case she gets chased, she's got that Broken Windows. Or if she needs to harass, she's got the Flywheel. We've been seeing that a lot, where the harassers are the ones running Broken Windows and Flywheel just in case they need to harass. Though we did see Persca and Archer last time with borrowed time, so I guess to each their own. It really depends on the player, how comfortable they are and how confident they are in playing. In an optimal world, guys, everyone would take borrowed time, right? Anyway, we're going to be going into the second matchup here, GG versus GW. Let's see how things go. Need to turn down the volume a little bit. We're going to go straight into the match. Queen Bee is going to be immediately chasing, okay, not at Shag, but it's going to immediately be chasing the Magician right here. Magician vaulting a little bit early here. I guess he's playing around her getting, her shooting him. She's going to remove the bees here so that she vaults 10% quicker over windows. It does help you vault faster if you remove your bees. And right here, going to try to predict the Magician going around the window. This is a very dangerous position to be in right now. This is very easy shots for Queen Bee to get in a place like Logs. It would be nice if he had pre-dropped an illusion there and vaulted. That would have been a good idea, and then he gets value out of the pallet boost rather than constantly, well, no, he already, oh yeah, but he just used it. So right here is just getting shot left and right at because of the straight line, and this is kind of what I'm talking about, is that if you end up in Logs against Queen Bee, it becomes a lot easier to shoot you down. And once again, same exact scenario, guy already used his illusion, barely getting hit around the corner, around the window. Queen Bee gonna vault that window extremely quickly, and it's kind of funny, we're seeing the same thing over and over and over. Queen Bee gonna have to swing the illusion out of the way. I mean, all things considered, given how bad of a situation he's in, he's not doing all that bad. But personally, I would prefer at some point, it all depends when he had that pallet boost available, but there was a certain point where I think he had the pallet boost up, and the Queen Bee cornered him from the very beginning next to that pallet near the window, and that was his opportunity to drop an illusion to block any shots and then vault it and get out of this deadly situation, or at least start circling the area to try to get out of here and force a circle around it rather than being stuck and constantly getting shot at. Did he hit the chair there? No, did not hit the chair there. Did rescue the Magician, has no idea where anyone is. First officer's invisible, Magician is invisible. Invisibility coming in to bite him in the butt right there. Doesn't really matter because Magician is not going to try to rebound here. Magician is just going to try to go die in the corner, it seems like. Queen Bee in response is going to farm as many points as she can, as much energy I should say, off the Magician, and then cheering him in the corner to hopefully get a stuff. Here's the idea. So if anyone goes to rescue, the Hunter has a great visual on where they're coming from. No real place to hide here. Ooh, got a detection there with the bees right there. It does notice it, and the meteorologist immediately starts flying in response. But that's a guaranteed shot now. Wherever she falls, it's a guaranteed shot. Flywheeling out of the way, but she still needs to survive one more hit. And that's a stuff, guys. That is a huge stuff. Right there, going down. GG is going to be significantly ahead now. This is going to be most likely a 3-man here, because keep in mind, that's not just a stuff on any random person. That's a stuff in a position where they don't have a 5th cipher, they just started, and a stuff on someone without borrowed time. Okay, so what are the options here? They have First Officer, who already used his Tide Tuner, so anyone who rescues here is just going to immediately get farmed unless they can body block and give a rebound with this Antiquarian. Antiquarian is basically going to need to pull a miracle here, is basically what's going to have to happen here. But she immediately gets found, and now no one can do the Cyber Machine because First Officer has to go sneak a rescue now. So no one's really gaining anything. I guess the Queen Bee is not really getting damage right now, but I would say the Hunter's more ahead in this position right now. This is not a safe position to be in. Oh, on top of that, missing the swing right there somehow. That's the one thing Stars had going for them. Antiquarian going to use that really neat trick right there. But all that energy she farmed off is going to be enough now to go straight for the chair. She didn't really kite away from Big Rock that much, but it's going to be far enough away where she's going to be 0 energy. Just she's going to farm that energy so quickly. First Officer gets hit here. Just trades a hit. Not that good in all honesty. At least Magician gets away, but Full Presence is going to be up in 5 seconds here. It's going to be the first guaranteed hit without Full Presence. As soon as he has it up, he's not even going to need to use it because Magician, not Magician, Meteorologist has to go out in the open here. Great win there, but now again, oh no, it's not a guaranteed hit. He should have been a little bit more patient there. That's going to cost him valuable, precious seconds right here that he cannot be losing. They are slowly but surely working on this Cypher Machine, and yeah, Meteorologist is going to go back on the chair, and she is dead on chair. That's it for them. So this is most likely going to be a 3-man here, all because of that stuff. It's kind of crazy. But can they even finish the Cypher, though? First Officer, not in a position to really easily come over here at Big Boat and try to risk him finishing it himself because of the fact that he's half health. He might run into the Hunter randomly by chance, and the Hunter might just switch on to him at any point. Let's see what happens here. Antiquarian for now is distracting him. 0 energy from the Queen Bee. She's going to need to slowly get it back. And there we go. She does get it. Guaranteed shot off from the Queen Bee, but it also means that the Antiquarian can get a guaranteed hit off with the stick, preventing a basic hit. Yeah, but this is... Man, Queen Bee going to show why she's such a strong Hunter in the end game. Look at that mobility. She doesn't really have energy to use it right now, but I think she saw the First Officer's, what's it called? Shadow right there, and she has a half a second where no energy is consumed when she goes in it. And that is going to be enough to find the First Officer, start chasing him down, and this is looking like a pretty dominant 4-man here, all because of that stuff right there. Take notes, Queen Bee mains. It's really all about moving left and right there. But don't get me wrong, it took some guessing too, but predicting the Hunter's prediction there, expecting the Survivor to try to play it safe, goes a long way right there. Right there, I'm guessing the Queen Bee is going to pre-place the peeper here and just move over to the Antiquarian, and yep, that is exactly what she does here. Gonna miss the shot, unfortunately. I don't think it's gonna matter all that much here. Hopefully it's not gonna matter. Needs to take him down relatively quickly here. Well, it's getting a little bit scary. First Officer's about to pick himself up here. She can't technically vault anything, and yeah, right there, gets finally knocked down. Queen Bee has Full Presence, and it all begins all over again. And yeah, that's just kind of how Queen Bee is. She just has this insane mobility. Right now, the fastest mobility Hunter in the game, finishing it off with a charge attack, and that is going to be good game. There's no hope of escape anymore. Antiquarian is just going to bleed out and get picked up before First Officer even dies. In first 4-man we've seen in a while, guys. I mean, don't get me wrong, it took a pretty big play right there. It took an entire stuff, but we are going to see a 4-man. We haven't seen a 4-man since like near the beginning of IVL. Near the beginning of IVL, we were seeing back-to-back 4-mans, honestly, with Queen Bee. But in the meantime, I think Snoop Dogg Mickey is pretty impressed with that. In getting that stuff off, that's the scary thing about Queen Bee, is that if something goes wrong in the chase, like right there, the fact that meteorologist immediately got spotted by the bees, maybe that's a note to not go for rescues, because of the fact that it's just a guaranteed chip hit just straight from the beginning. And there you go. At that point, it's not too much to ask for just a single more chip hit on the hunter side right there, and she does end up getting it. Did he even use a flywheel? She even used the flywheel. There still wasn't enough, and ended up going down in the end. So, oh, they actually just swapped to the stats. Ended up going down there anyway. Even with the flywheel, it just wasn't enough, and as a result, with your last target going down that quickly and after half, and it's Queen Bee, so she could just afford to leave the chair and just immediately come back, kind of like Breaking Wheel can do that, and kind of like how Dream Witch can be in multiple spots. Although Queen Bee cannot be in multiple spots, the speed of full presence means that you kind of are free to do whatever you want. There's no escape for the survivors. You can guarantee that people are not decoding because of the fact that you can constantly pressure multiple people at the same time. You can have the chair, right, and then pressure the rescuer if you find them, and now that's forcing the other person across the map, the guy at Big Boy, aka the first officer, to now have to come in and get that rescue off, where otherwise there would be no need to. So incredible use of the bees there, knowing his positioning there, knowing that he can afford to leave the survivor and go after the rescue. Probably saw some Cypher shaking earlier, is what I'm guessing. GG's hunter right there, Yum did. So really good identification there if that was the case. But even if not, knowing that he has the luxury to leave the chair like that because of his full presence, you really have a lot more freedom as Queen Bee. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of Queen Bee, is that early game, it's not like the best thing in the world, but late game, if you give Queen Bee late game full presence, she becomes a powerhouse with that movement speed. It is the fastest thing in the game right now. You're very close to wheel speed right now. If you play Breaking Wheel and you move with the 0 presence wheel speed up, no, it's not quite as fast, but it's extremely fast, and it lasts a lot longer than that 1 second speed up that Breaking Wheel has. So in the meantime, we're going to be seeing the introductions for GG Survivor here. What kind of starting lineup do they have? Looks like they have PP Xiao as their first survivor. They're going to be showing Archer as the harasser, Airplanist as a kiter, and I'm sure they play lots of other survivors. Looks to be that he's usually the guy who spent decoding the Cypher machines. Average decoding progress is 219%. Others seem to not really chase him, is what that usually means. The next survivor we're going to be seeing is going to be GG Kukao, I guess. Going to be playing Meteorologist here, and also a little bit of Rescuer. I wonder if he's going to be the Rescuer side here, or do they have multiple Rescuers on this team? Usually you just see one guy play Rescuer on a team, since that's like their main focus. Not a lot of people know how to consistently chair rescue in this game off of multiple hunters in this game, let alone all of them. So usually you just tend to see one guy be the team's rescue main. But of course, everyone needs to know how to rescue. It is extremely important to have one guy effectively use your rescuer's abilities, just to make sure that they're not being burnt very quickly, and that they're in the right positioning at the right place at the right time for the chair rescue. It's kind of all up to them, because as you guys saw last game, one mistake on the rescue come from the center of the map and you could be donezo. There's not a whole lot you can do once you get found from far, especially something like Meteorologist doesn't really have great abilities to rely on. It's really just going to come down to your positioning. Making sure that you don't get seen from far is one of the most important things you can do as anyone on the rescue. And I think the music died. Give me 1 second. Music died, bro. Alright. But yeah. Going back to the hunter side, We're going to see GW Tear here. GW Tear or Tier, can never figure it out. GW Tear, going to be having Queen Bee as one of their selected hunters and Clerk as one of their other ones. We don't see a lot of Clerk anymore. And with Patient constantly getting buffed, I think we're going to see less and less Clerk. It is a little bit sad that Clerk is finally getting a buff only after Patient got a million buffs, to the point where Patient now seriously is one of the better survivors in the game that I think a lot of people are sleeping on, that, and that we're seeing a lot in the tournament. So unfortunately, I don't think Clerk is going to be all too useful in this meta right now, which, to be fair, Clerk hasn't been useful in the meta for a long time now. It's been a couple years since we have seen Clerk in the meta, and honestly, I'm not complaining, because I think there's nothing dumber in this game than just randomly getting recorded on and boom, your cipher's blocked. There's just nothing you can do about it. I think this is one of the worst design things they've done in this game. Adding Clerk, I mean, I don't mind it so much on the kiting. I mean, it's still annoying, but it's the fact that you can't even react to it on the decode. Really, it's just like prediction, and it's just one of the most frustrating things in this game. Don't get me wrong, it's nice to read her like a book and make her look stupid, but the only reason I find it so satisfying is because it's so stupid to counter, right? That I have to predict her and sit and read her like a book, to the point that I have to try to... We really got the same song, bro. To the point where I have to... Like, that's why I take so much pride in it, because I have to make the hunter look stupid. That's literally the only way to counter Clerk's 1000 presence ability of blocking the cipher machines. It's just so frustrating. So honestly, I'm not complaining that Clerk is dead. Archer is making Clerk dead. Antiquarian is still meta. Patient has only gotten even more meta. Patient used to be meta a little bit back when Clerk was used. He died off after Opera Singer released, but then he slowly come back because of his buffs. He's actually become very fast at traveling around the map, traversing the map. Back then, he was so slow off of bouncing off of walls, and actually, he was so slow at hooking to the wall. He was so slow at bouncing off the wall. They had to buff all those things about Patient. If we're being honest here, Patient is kind of getting to the level of Gravekeeper for the amount of like buffs he's gotten that are game-changing, but he was getting countered so bad that it didn't matter what they do. And now that they've nerfed the OP Hunters since then, which by the way, they still are broken, but they're not as strong as they used to be, combined with Patient's buffs, makes it so that Patient can actually keep up with them now. Besides Goman, I don't think he stands a chance to Goman still. But yeah, very strong survivor now. Very strong survivor now, and unfortunately, I just don't think we're going to see a lot of Clerk as a result. Still, depends on the team comp. You know, if they don't pick Patient and a lot of other stuff that counters Clerk, then of course Clerk can be used, right? Assuming it's not also like something like Arms Factory or Hospital or Church. More reasons not to use Clerk. Also depends on the map. That's another issue with Clerk. Not a great mobility hunter. Gets countered by windows, so she has to make her own window recordings. Gets countered by broken windows, which is a persona ability. Yeah, it's not as bad, don't get me wrong. It's not as detrimental as like getting countered by a flywheel as Dream Witch on the patroller. It's just, it definitely hurts in the long run in this game. Hey, at the very least, Clerk is going to get like an ability where the more survivors are near her, the faster she can get the ability to move 10% faster. That is a pretty big deal. You combine that with something like Hunt, and Clerk might just become the fastest hunter in the game now. Next to Hellenberg, because right now Hellenberg is like the fastest hunter you see typically, besides like Shadow with Hunt or maybe Dream Witch with Hunt, though it's not as easy to notice. I think with Hellenberg you notice a lot better, because Hellenberg has some pretty good base movement speed, tied up there with the highest of hunters who aren't like faster for no reason, like Dream Witch. Since she's invisible, she moves faster, and Hula Blue moves faster. But if we exclude those hunters, there's like a hierarchy. There's like a tier 1, the highest tier of faster movement speed. There's like a middle tier of movement speed, and then there's the lowest tier. So like stuff like Feaster's in the lowest tier of movement speed, and then stuff like Geisha when she's happy, White Wu Chang, they are some of the faster hunters. Same with Clerk. Ripper when he's not invisible has a high movement speed. And Hellenberg is up there with them. So some hunters just have faster default movement speed than other hunters. Other hunters are actually slower than the default movement speed. The default is 4.64. And like I said, some others have 4.72, which is the higher end, and others have 4.56, which is on the lower end. So, really depends. But yeah, Clerk is on the higher end. So combined with Hunt, and combined with the new ability she's gonna get, she could be one of the faster ones. It's just Clerk is not great to combine with Hunt though, because you're constantly using your recording to prevent any pallet drops. So she's not that great with Hunt, but it is fine, you know, if you're going against a patient, they're just hooking from place to place. I just don't like it because I find that if you're good with those kinds of transition characters, why would you not like throw in a random window in there, right? Like a random vault in there every once in a while to ensure your abilities don't get used out as quickly, and also that way you might force out Hunt as well. It's just like Clerk is kind of difficult to find a place in the meta nowadays is the thing, and Persona's not really helping her that much out either. Anyway, waiting on the match to start right here for a long time here, honestly. That Hunter looks like the match isn't starting anytime soon. That's kind of what it gives me the vibes of. I don't know what happened here. Unfortunately, NetEase doesn't keep in contact with their English commentators who love their game passionately, like myself. So they're not telling me what's going on. How dare they? They don't even know I'm streaming, brother. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure they'll start eventually, but usually the delay is not this long. So, how you been? How you been doing, Snoop Dogg Mickey? I see you turned your chair around. You're looking the other direction. You're actually facing the crowd now. We appreciate that, Snoop Dogg Mickey, that you got a little bit more considerate. Good boy, bro. Good boy. She's back. She's back. They couldn't find anyone else, so she was literally on camera like 5 minutes ago. They brought her back because it's like, yo, so we're still waiting, so could you come back on the camera, because you look pretty good, so just come back on camera, please. What is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be a photographer cosplay? Bro, it's so funny how she took over the camera. There's just nothing to do. Imagine being the cameraman in this situation, like, so guys, what do we record? Hey! Yo, that's my background. That's the background that I stole off the internet. Yo, that's literally my background, bro. That's my background. She got a paper copy of my background. Bro, I'm so glad that she enjoys watching these Psyche streams so much to the point she got the background that I took offline. Or online, I mean. Wow, I'm so honored to have such a big fan from China who definitely has access to YouTube. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Can I see what's going on in the chat? Let's read what's going on in the chat. Alright. And the English subtitles didn't work. The English translation didn't work. Hold up, let's translate to English. Alright. Battle situation, guys. Battle situation. Battle situation. Noted, noted. Okay. So it seems like the consensus among the Chinese speakers is that there's a battle situation going on. Now, what is a battle situation and what are they talking about beats me. I always say this all the time, but to me, Chinese is like one big poem. every single time you try to translate into English, it comes out like a poem. Like, why does everyone sound like Shakespeare all of a sudden when you try to translate from Chinese to English? Is it just me? Or does it sound like a poem every single time? I mean, I get it. They do love their poems, right? And I swear to God, every single Lunar New Year, bro, they even have like the thing where you pull out a good fortune. It's like a poem written just for it. So poems are very part of the culture. But is it so much to the point where it's even like the language is like it without them even trying? Battle situation. Why is everyone saying battle situation, bro? And also, you see these names? Sacred turkey noodles. Oh, we're starting. Schedule, guys, schedule. And what is this emote? Is this a potato? Potato server. Oh, potato server. But why is everyone saying the same thing? Oh, I can click on it. Stop moving. Okay, I don't know why it highlights blue when I hover over it, but we got, looks like a lot of GG supporters. I think that's supposed to be. I think that's the logo for GG. Battle situation, guys. Battle situation. Do you guys... The streamer is lonely. No one has boarded the ship? What? Dude, Billy is weird. Let's just zoom back in. Let's just zoom back in and pretend this didn't exist. Alright. Let me fix the layout here. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so as we were talking about, Explorer? Oh my god, it's Explorer on Lakeside, first pick? Explorer first pick? You gotta be crazy. You gotta be crazy. Are they, I guess they're not scared of Dream Witch at all? Or maybe they just want a fast decoder to build off this foreman that their hunter got? Interesting, interesting. Explorer has gotten a lot of big buffs, by the way. Like, Explorer has seriously become such a good decoder, even without pages. You have to remember, he's getting a lot more decode from calibrations. He gets way more calibrations. Like, you could low-key get 15% extra decode as Explorer nowadays just from calibrations. Because you get 1.2% extra per calibration than the regular Survivor, and you're getting 30% more calibrations. So, all in all, you should be getting a lot more calibrations than other stars, and each one is worth way more. So, even without a page, he should be decoding very quickly. I'm very curious. I wonder if, like, Explorer is one of those, like, underrated survivors that I should be looking into, because even without the page, it's really good decode. It's really good decode, even without the page. And keep in mind, when you pick up pages, the next page is even faster. What, 24-second page? It's 24 seconds for 50%. Bro, spending 24 seconds on a cipher is insane. For half a cipher, normally it's supposed to be 40 seconds by default. You're saving 16 seconds as long as it's in front of the cipher machine. As long as it's in front of the cipher machine and not like in the middle of nowhere, you are not wasting any time walking to a cipher because it's literally right in front of you. It's not like you have to walk to a page and then walk to the cipher machine, because the game tries to spawn pages in front of ciphers. So, I mean, I'm curious here. I hope the queen... it's kind of risky to chase Explorer first, but I'm kind of curious if he will chase him first. Maybe he'll get caught out by the bees, and maybe this plan will go to SH1T, but... Because I'm pretty sure if the bees swarm over you, it still gives energy. Or did the bees not even give energy if the Explorer is small? If that were the case, Explorer would be very good against Queen Bee, but I doubt that's the case. Explorer's gonna have broken windows in Tide turn. The broken windows is just in case he gets teleported on, really. But they're trusting that he doesn't get found, obviously, at the start. We're gonna have Warp being ran on, Flywheel, Tide on Airplanist. Wow, literally only First Officer has the borrow time. Okay. And he's running Doctor. He's running Doctor on his build, so I'm guessing their strategy is to have someone else besides First Officer rescues, and then First Officer quickly heals them with his healing. Maybe.
and then save the stronger rescuer for when the hunter has more presence in the endgame. I wonder if that's why we're seeing so many rescuers run doctor instead of healing. Sorry, not healing. They were running doctor instead of healing, which improves healing speed. So very curious who we're gonna see rescue here first. I want to watch this. I want to watch who rescues first here, because this might be why we're seeing so many rescuers run doctor. Mostly because healing also got nerfed big time. Anyway, we're going to see the Antiquarian here getting chased first immediately, pretty quickly. This is what I was talking about earlier. A lot of Queen Bees going straight to Shack to chase, and also the Queen Bees pushing the Antiquarian in a direction where shots are very easy to take. You see this? Oh, and he has confined space. Okay, so he is very well aware about his plan to try to kite at Shack. Wow, 3 shots back to back to back. Doesn't hit any, but then gets the basic hit because of the fact that Antiquarian had to keep running to the side. Imagine if just a single one of those shots, he predicted her prediction and shot to the right slightly. That would have been crazy. But right here, using the warp, not even going to need it because Antiquarian just ran right into her. And just like that, we're going to end up seeing the Antiquarian getting chaired on someone's Cypher, which is a pretty big deal here. It is on someone with Tide Turner, though, so he could just end up rescuing here. Queen Bee does barely get the energy on the Airplanist. I'm guessing Airplanist is going to rescue here, and then they're going to heal with First Officer. Yep. He's going to go fly in. 40% chair rescue, okay. Pretty fair. He could have avoided running into the bees right there. He ran into it, so it just gave free energy to the Queen Bee. Right here, Queen Bee is just going to shoot down this Antiquarian. Antiquarian is going to save her stick and just try to run away from the Cypher machines as far as possible. Gonna die here on the Cypher, on the Rescuer Cypher on purpose, because he's anyway about to finish it. Ooh, a snipe! Ooh, that was scary. I don't think it would have hit. I don't think there's any world with that hits, but yeah, Cypher done. So now Chair has to decide where he's gonna chair this person, because right now it's not in a useful position. Right here, he doesn't have full presence, so he can't just leave this chair whenever he wants. He does have someone nearby, though, so he can farm them a little bit. And I'm guessing they're going to heal this Airplanist right here. Try to play this game safe. Yes, they are healing here. Smart decision from their end. They're preparing for the end game here. They have 0 Cyphers, though. But Explorer Explorer might also get some pages here. Thankfully, First Officer does get the rescue here, despite getting hit early on. And Antiquarian is going to be up to Antiquarian right here to get a rebound going here. She has to avoid getting shot, even though she cannot get swung at. She can still get shot at. Oh, great flywheel there. Almost got hit there. But it's going to be barely enough to survive here. Going to run out into the open instead of staying near the pallets. Oh, going to miss the shot. What is with Queen Bees today? Missing a lot of their shots. That's a huge mistake. That is an absolutely gigantic mistake. Now that's going to result in the Antiquarian getting like pallet boost here, window boost here. Able to use a lot more of her resources where she otherwise wouldn't be able to. And that just bought a lot of free deco time for the survivors. Explorer is slowly picking up pages here. I assume he has one more still left on the field. And getting one to door on the First Officer here. Let's see what he does here. Is he going to teleport on the First Officer? Yep. Kind of teleports on the First Officer. Basically teleport, let's be real. And not going to be able to hit him here. Going to use the Pocket Watch. Hope that she doesn't hit him. And there we go. Avoids the hit. Going to force the teleport out. And now Airplanist is going to be the chase target here. But he already used his jetpack. And what happened with that jetpack? Was there only one push there? Or did he use it sooner? It seems like he barely got any distance out of that. It's like he didn't even use it. Anyway. Airplanist is going to get quickly chased down here. He doesn't exactly have a lot of good places to run to that isn't on top of a Cypher machine is the slight problem. They kind of have 2 Cypher machines right next to each other, so the whole shore, although would be a decent place to kite, is kind of blocked off right now because of the fact that there is a Cypher near there. Wow, actually going to abandon the Airplanist when he was right there about to die? He definitely could have killed him. Okay, but he's going to opt for Explorer. Going to get a lot of damage on the Explorer. Explorer maybe should have played a little bit safer there, not getting seen right here, but now he's going to go down great angles on these shots, by the way. Wow. And no borrow time means that there's nothing they can do to save his life, and they're just going to have to pop here. Oh, but that was the 4th Cypher machine. Okay, so they are in some major trouble here is what I'm getting at. I mean, someone could still sneak a rescue. The airplane's right here playing it very smart, dropping down, mind gaming this Queen Bee. But yeah, now the Queen Bee's just going to go back to chair now. She does have enough energy to do it. Barely, but she does have enough. And now she's going to be immediately back on them. She would prefer to chase right here the Explorer. I mean, Explorer right here has no borrowed time, but she doesn't necessarily know that. She hasn't seen any Broken Uno, so it's just a total guess whether he actually does have it or not. Gonna drop and then teleport. Okay, knowing that the chair time is now worth it on it. Ooh, missing that shot. That's a pretty big deal right there. Rick, Yui Jong, renewed a subscription as a governor in the streamer. Wow, guys. Thank you so much. Good to know. Anyway, finally gonna take him down here. Well, not finally. That was pretty quick, actually. And again, this guy has no borrowed time. The lack of borrowed times in this kind of situation is really hurting them. They wanted to play really safe here so that no matter who gets chased, they have a strong beginning. But now it's coming back to bite them in the mid game. They can barely get these ciphers done. And even if they do, everyone is full health here, or half health here. Basically, it's just knockdown after knockdown after knockdown. I mean, at the very least, it's First Officer. But First Officer has no self-heal. Alright, and he's just not going to pick up the First Officer anymore either. Knowing that, plus it's a long chair time. I mean, maybe he will just to put pressure. Okay, he's going to pick up just to put pressure. Okay, fair enough. He doesn't know where the survivors are, and something you need to understand in tournaments, guys, is that survivors are expecting the hunter to constantly check on cipher machines, so the hunter's just going to expect them to expect the hunter to check ciphers and just pick up the First Officer and build off of that. And it looks like he was right, because no decode is happening. He's able to also have tinnitus, so he has a rough idea of someone being near here, but also nothing is happening. PP Shao here, getting a syringe here is absolutely huge, but nothing is being done. No decode, nothing. There is a page on the ground here, looks like. Explorer also picked up some more page, 64 page. At any point, someone can pick up one of these pages and just go ahead and pop the server. Okay, funny enough, I think the Explorer is going to pick up his own page here because he got chaired earlier now. The guy who picked up his page is going to get chaired. Queen Bee sees that the cipher is being worked on, but he lost his tinnitus. Are they just going to pop here? Because no one has borrowed time to do this rescue. Except the person who has a syringe. The only person who could realistically do this rescue is the guy who has a syringe. Wow, so unfortunately the heal is still nice. Wow, and the hunter doesn't have detention here. So it's kind of like a battle of no borrowed time versus no detention. Turns out no detention comes out clutch here because they anyway don't have borrowed time. So it doesn't really matter. Wow, that was a crazy dodge there. Barely dodging that hit. Explorer going to get a really nice pallet boost here. And it's looking like this is going to be only a 3-man. I mean, a 3-man is a pretty big deal. Great body block there from the Queen Bee, making him stuck against her body right there. And not able to move anywhere. Going to chair him immediately. But she's so far away from the exit gate that she's not going to be able to stop it. It is going to be a 1 escape here at the very least. For GG here. But man, both teams here having a rough time dealing with Queen Bee here. Kind of amazing that they still ended up pulling off that 1-man right there. He had so much tempo going on, but an 81% cipher. If only that cipher was like a little bit less, maybe he could have won that game. Maybe he could have won that game with a 4-man. He still did win. Got a 3-man, but it was much closer. As a result for the survivors, able to still get 1 out is a pretty big deal there. And now GG's able to take ahead in this round. They're able to win this round thanks to their Hunter strong performance with Queen Bee. Very dominant showing. And then even though GG has this very strong Queen Bee, ended up struggling against the enemy's Queen Bee. I'm sure they have a lot of practice against Queen Bee. But still ended up getting 3 killed right there. And honestly, throughout all parts of the game there, it was looking very scary there. No borrowed time. I think what really saved them there is the fact that the First Officer finally got picked up. I'm not so sure about picking up the First Officer there, because the moment you picked up the First Officer, you're essentially locking yourself to a rocket chair for the next about 80 seconds, because the normal chair time is about 60 seconds, and with first officer he increases that by 20%. And if you do the math, 20% of 60 would be 12, 24, 36, 48, 12 seconds longer. So I guess only 72 seconds. So that's still a long time, though. That's still a long time for the survivors to work with. You're just forced there doing nothing. And especially because that guy had no self-heal. And he already knocked him down earlier, so very likely he used his self-heal already. He could have just left his target there. Maybe leave the bees there and just scout out until he gets tinnitus. Like, that could have been a potential possibility there. Like, honestly, I'm just thinking now, maybe a better strategy there would be to leave the bees on the first officer and just walk around and get tinnitus. And until that first officer gets picked up, then you teleport, because then you'll have two people right next to each other. And he did have quite a bit of energy, if I remember right. Maybe he didn't have energy. I think he did have energy to just leave bees on the first officer. If he did, I would say that was probably the play. Because then what do, right? That guy's being chased. For Queen Bee's slowly getting resources out, pallets, abilities. Overall, gonna help out in the long run there while still keeping control over the first officer. And keep in mind, that first officer isn't just... When you keep the bees on the first officer in that position, you don't just keep control of the first officer and anyone else who tries to come heal him. You're keeping control of the cipher he died at. So the fact he died with no self-heal next to the cipher that they wanted to code is kind of perfect. It's kind of perfect. Because you're guarding multiple things at the same time that way. I feel like it might have been a missed opportunity there. Of course, I'm not a hunter player. But I just feel as a top survivor player, that would have been a lot more detrimental. He only had 46 right there, if you look right there. But 46 is still enough to get a teleport off. And just go wherever he wants, get a rough idea, maybe catch someone off guard. If he can catch someone off guard, that would also be really nice. He can't really leave the bees, though, and bring them to someone else. But he could definitely just get resources out, play the game his way, and just slowly bleed out the first officer, forcing the survivors to come to him. Towards the cipher machine, because the moment he chaired away from the cipher, it allowed the survivors to like split up, have one survivor go away from the chair, leave tinnitus, the other one goes towards the cipher machine, and then at that point, that's where they were able to split the gates, and that's where we had to see a teleport being used, and there's no way a teleport is going to be able to stop both gates, so maybe something could be done differently there. But I also understand picking up the first officer is like a very safe 3 men in that situation as well. I'm just thinking though that the Queen Bee would kind of needed to get the 4-man there in order to save the round. I feel like it's worth it. I feel like it might have been worth it. I think the position there was definitely viable to just leave bees on the first officer. And, who knows? It really depends. But again, first officer going down next to Cyber is a big power play for the Hunter team right there. So we're going to be going into round 2. If GG can win this round right here, they will just go ahead and just win in 2 rounds. It's going to be all up to this round right here. If we see a tie position right here, meaning that both teams get the same result, or like let's say they both get 3 killed, then we're going to see a round 4 because no one really got ahead this round in round 2. So then we're going to move on to round 3 until finally we do see someone pull ahead, and then we'll claim a victor. But usually we very often see a tie round 1 from both sides, because both sides try to play it safe and just guarantee that something as strong as Queen Bee that they can tie. But neither team really tied. We did see one team pull ahead though in the end, so it works out. Snoop Dogg and Mickey watching me in the distance as I comment on every little thing. I wish he would say something for once, because my throat's getting tired of talking all the time. Alright, looks like we're going to have map selections going on. GW is going to go ahead and ban Leo's memory, and GG is going to pick Moonlit. Okay, picking Moonlit, looks like. And we're going to have the survivor. I believe that's the survivor icon. Hard to tell. Hard to tell who is surviving first. The icon is a little bit too small. But yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, GG is surviving first. So that is kind of good news for GG, because now that means that they can go ahead and figure out what they need, right? Whatever the survivors get, The Hunter can base it off of that result and play like a tie Hunter, maybe some like Opera Singer that can help tie the match a little bit better than as opposed to something riskier. Or a Hula Blue. Hula Blue could also work very well. Last time I think we saw Litlai play Axeboy. I think we have seen Axeboy before from him. The Axeboy picture is not very well centered in. I guess no one really picks Axeboy as their favorite, so the production didn't really care to center Axeboy. But that's kind of funny. Anyway, I think we've seen him play Axeboy. We have seen Axeboy before. We have seen Axeboy. And right here, we're going to see, is this another sub? We're going to see a sub swapping in. 11's going to swap in for, was it PP Xiao? I think it was PP Xiao there. Wasn't really paying attention. GG11. Going to be the team's rescuer right here. This is the main rescuer on the team. If he's the main rescuer on the team, I wonder how come he wasn't playing all rounds. But like I said, maybe they just have multiple people okay playing rescuer. After all, what did we see last game from them? What did we see from GG? Survivor side, what rescuer did we see? I'm just trying to remember. It wasn't Escapologist. I mean, I guess we're going to see right here when they pick their survivors. So, we'll go ahead and take a look whenever they are ready. GW Litlai fans out here showing their love for Litlai over here. The first thing I just got off the work and the first thing I see is Mickey as Snoop Dogg. Well, that's what happens when you don't show up. Seki, what do you think about Mime Artist? I think Mime Artist is a good survivor. I'm just not that good enough at playing her yet. But I do think she's a good survivor, and I do like that there is like a lot of thinking ahead with Mime Artist. So you really gotta plan routes ahead of time and like really think about, okay, what could work well as Mime Artist? Like you really got to think of, if I'm going to go against, let's say, this Hunter in this area, would a Paladin be better in this spot, or should I just try to Umbrella away? Like I think that's stuff that's interesting to think about. Also, I haven't even, like, that stream where I did it with Mime Artist today, I didn't even explore looping around a powder window and just dropping the Umbrella and just looping in a circle. And that way when the Hunter follows you, they just always keep getting stunned. That is something I haven't really looked into that much, and that is something you can definitely do with Mime. It's a very strong ability as well. Anyway, we're going to see right here, looks like GW11, what did they pick? They picked First Officer last round. Okay, so no First Officer. I guess maybe 11 doesn't play First Officer? I'm not really sure. But we did see, I think, Gravekeeper and Mercenary as his mains right there. Anyway, 18 is going to be playing Matador here, one of the strongest survivors. Archer, also one of the strongest survivors. Great Harasser, great Kiter. Can help her team from a distance. So whenever anyone's just getting chaired near Archer or passes by Archer, it's basically zero risk, but free reward for slowing down a Hunter. And Doctor. We are seeing probably, in my opinion, all the S-tier survivors all in one team comp. In my opinion, right now, the best two supporters right now, or slash kiters, I would say Matador is tied between Doctor for like kiter maybe. Matador is probably a little bit better than Doctor at kiting. I'd say Archer's the best supporter. I'd say Gravekeeper is the best rescuer. They have a monster survivor lineup right here. And you have to remember, it's Moonlit. Like, Doctor is especially broken on Moonlit. So on exactly Moonlit, Matador might be slightly worse than Archer just because it's Moonlit and you're just going to spawn Doctor at the first stop. Very strong survivor lineup here. It looks like they're just going to try to take it here. With how strong this lineup looks, they're not saving anything like that for round 3. To my surprise, the Hunter didn't ban a single one of these. They didn't ban Doctor. They banned Mercenary over Gravekeeper, really. What's even more confusing is that the survivors decided to ban Goatman when they're going such a strong team comp against Goatman that I don't even think is worth going into. Gravekeeper, Doctor, Matador, Archer. I mean, I guess Goman is really hard to win against, though, even with counters. I get it. I get it. I guess it makes sense. And Queen Bee's already out, and Queen Bee probably would be the better option here than Goman, just because Queen Bee has mobility, and Goman's mobility is a lot more expensive. Also, Queen Bee would do better against Doctor as well than Goman would. Same with Matador, probably. But yeah, Queen Bee's already out, so I guess they don't really have anything else to ban. I mean, what do you ban otherwise? Do you ban Shadow? Doesn't really make sense. They're probably not going to play Shadow into Doctor. I mean, you just don't have to chase Doctor, though, honestly. But yeah, Goman's just one of the strongest hunters in the game, and they do have to ban something at the end of the day, so. We are going to see Opera Singer, though. Opera Singer, very strong hunter, could definitely tie this game. Going to see a Sui and the Doctor, Sui and the Matador, 2 tie turners, 3 tie turners, actually. So they're really going to, again, similar strategy as last game. Going to go for the triple tie turner strategy. Only 2 borrow times this time. Okay. So they're going to go a little bit, try to go a little bit safer here with the end game. And rely on their early game being good. Right here. So we'll see how this pans out. Opera Singer here, choosing an interesting spawn here. Usually we see Opera Singer spawn in the bottom right because it's a very fast start in 2-story, but instead we're going to be seeing them spawn right above forward stop and going straight after the Survivor here, setting up some shadows before going on the left side. A, to zone in the Survivor going on the left side, and B, so that he can immediately teleport when he lures the Survivor on this side. So great play here. Ooh, the Archer missing a shot. That's a big deal. That's mostly going to be a hit as long as the Opera Singer doesn't mess up here. She didn't mess up in terms of swinging, but she did mess up in touching the Archer with her dash. So now she's on cooldown. 9-second cooldown is going to be quite a big deal here. Archer going to be in a pretty strong kiting area now, and this is still Archer we're talking about. Going to be a very good Survivor against Opera Singer. Wow, what a crazy shot. Wow, anticipating that the Opera Singer shows up around the pallet. Ooh, good play, good plays. Another shot here. Very quickly. Oh no, it was a crossbow. She shot the crossbow. I was like thinking, how is her cooldown back so fast? But she shot the crossbow, then she shot the bow. I mean, this is just, ooh. Anticipating maybe the crossbow right there from the Opera Singer's end. Good move, good move. And then right here, finally taking her down with the blink. This is, on average, a tie-worthy kite. Dying on the Rescuer Cypher is not that big of a deal because the Rescuer's anyway having to get off to rescue. So it's not like a big deal. The only time it'd be a big deal is if she had Abnormal. But that's not the case because we saw the blink already. But if she had Abnormal, that'd be pretty bad to die on the Rescuer Cypher. Free Abnormal then. Gravekeeper out here going to get a free rescue. Not going to get a hit on the Rescuer. Archer tries to save the Gravekeeper from getting hit. Ends up wasting the arrow instead. And yeah, is it necessarily worth saving the hit on the Gravekeeper there? If you want to go for a tie position. Oh no, but the Opera Singer messes up. Archer's going to be able to play these pallets a little bit longer. Not going to get the hit. Tries to commits the 1000 present. And it's just not worth it. Doesn't get the hit like he was hoping for. Now he's finally going to get the hit. But that's a lot of wasted time there. Decode at least is not too bad. They still have that Cypher at bridge that they need to work on. They still haven't finished it. Gravekeeper probably wasn't expecting the Archer to kite away from it, I'm guessing. I guess they told her to try to rebound because he did not do the Cypher right here. Opera Singer doing nothing actually gets rid of the Matador's ability right for free. And this is a very dangerous position right here. Withering Effect as well right here. I think he must have Symbiotic Effect, I'm hoping. Does he have Symbiotic Effect? Hard to tell. But right here, he's going to use his ability just to get to the chair faster and prevent a double down. Now he's going to go ahead and chase the Archer. Archer going to go walk right through the pallet so he can go to the pallet behind the Hunter. Forgotten trick that you can do on exactly this pallet. And yeah, right here, Archer going to do her best here to kite as long as she can, but she's just going to go down with Tide. Also using this pallet that the Opera Singer really doesn't have time to break. Opera Singer also struggling to pick up the Survivor. Every second's going to count here. Is that going to actually prevent her from being able to teleport? With Accelerated Decode, I think they all pop every Cypher. Yeah, they're popping everything. No, they're waiting. Interesting. They're waiting. Okay. Not really sure what they were waiting for there. I would have popped there. I guess they were waiting to make sure. I don't know, but she literally just killed the target. Don't know why they were waiting. But yeah, Matador here has his ability up. He's just being patient, making sure that she's actually looking. And right here, Matador is going to get a lot of free distance out of that. Being in this very strong kiting area, if she chooses to use her 1000 presence, yep, that's just an easy hit. Oh no, but he actually ran past the pallet. But then somehow he misses 2 times in a row? No way. And now the Matador is going to be playing mind games with the pallet. No. Wow, okay, well, doing nothing actually bought a lot of time there. Matador also had no borrowed time there, so it's not like he even had a head start to any kiting area. And just like that, GG's going to get out with a tie here. If their hunter can go ahead and get something better than that, better than a tie, then they do win in round 2. But a tie is pretty good to get as survivors here. Pretty safe position here. Definitely can get scary with Opera Singer, especially with multiple people not having borrowed time. It can definitely get a little bit hairy. Switching between people and the Cypher Machine and having someone on chart with no borrowed time can also always get a little bit scary. So good work there from GG, making sure that they distract the hunter long enough. Wow, even though it wasn't really like a grand kite, Titan has really helped out there. And also the rebound. The rebound, I think, made a big deal there after that first rescue. Even though she didn't hit that arrow and the Gravekeeper wasn't able to hold on to his health there. Because I'm like thinking there, if you want to go for a tie, you need to try to, you can definitely try to save the Gravekeeper's health, save time healing him, and now I guess can go straight for decoding, right? That would be a tie move there. But if you want to go for a winning kite, she may as well save the arrow. Now, unfortunately, she didn't really hit the hunter. So the Gravekeeper did end up being half health in the end, but thankfully it didn't matter. They end up popping all the Cyphers in the end anyway. It would have mattered, though, if the Gravekeeper... it would have mattered if the Archer didn't rebound as long as she did. Because if she didn't rebound as long as she did, then she would have gone down much sooner, obviously. And then the Blood Queen, or not the Blood Queen, the Opera Singer would have had time to teleport on the Cypher Machine and stop it. And if that's on exactly the Gravekeeper, the half-health Rescuer, that could get a little bit scary. Or on a no borrow time Survivor, that can get really scary. That rebound just made things so much simpler for the Survivor team right there, because it just means that now, okay, they can pop, even though she died, they can pop everything before a teleport can happen. It can get very dangerous with no borrow time Survivors. So, and if the Cypher's not primed, it can get very dangerous with them chasing a half-health Rescuer too. So, good stuff there. Great stuff there from the Survivor team right there. Mainly the Archer being able to rebound right there, even though she had literally no items. Great use of those pallets. You can see just how long her kite time was in the end. Despite the early game kite not being amazing, definitely made up for it with the rebound, to the point that they almost actually had the Cypher primed when she went down. Impressive stuff, impressive stuff. So good work there from the Survivors, I will say. You just noticed that Opera switched to listen instead of teleport? Hold up. We're rewinding the stream. We're rewinding the stream because I did not see that. What? I didn't see that. Is that why he wasn't immediately teleporting? After the knockdown on the Matador? I wonder if it even mattered. Did it even matter? Because the Matador cut it a long time. You know what? It does matter, because then if he sees the chase is not going well with the Matador, which honestly the chase was not going well with the Matador, then he could teleport. At the end of the day, you could YOLO teleport and maybe hope someone is not inside the gate yet. They're like trying to run to the gate, right? You could always hope for that. Oh yeah, he did have listen. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. How long was he stuck with listen? Dude, he didn't use listen. Big mind games. Oh my god, he had listen for a long time. When did he swap to listen? He had listen up when Archer was still alive. Oh my god, he swapped to listen when Blink was at like a 96 time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he did. He swapped to he swapped away from Blink to try to end the what's it called? Yeah, look at that. 98. Oh no, it skipped forward. Come on, we gotta see it. Yeah, you can see right here. Oh, that's so silly. How do you swap to listen on accident? Did he accidentally press the button? I think he intentionally wanted to swap traits here. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. He swapped to listen. Imagine his team watching the replay right now. Like as they're waiting for the stars to go, as the stars are waiting, they're watching their swap to listen. Oh my god, what a throw! That could have been a big help right here. That could have been a big help because that chase with Matador wasn't going so well. He could try to just help around the gate and maybe catch two people off guard. Yeah, he had to listen for the rest of this game, dude. He had no trade for the rest of it. So if we keep watching here and we take a look at what's going on here. Would teleport have made a difference here? If he teleports now, he's not going to pick up the archer. He has to pick up the archer. And then struggling to pick her up here. Yeah, I was over here talking about like struggling to pick up the archer is going to prevent a teleport. I didn't even notice he swapped to listen. Wow. What a play from Lit here, guys. New meta confirmed. Yeah, they even waited on the cyber machines, dude. They gave him a brief chance to teleport on someone with no borrowed time. Okay, well, it's whatever. He found someone without borrowed time. It's just a really bad target as opera singer because you're just basically eating these abilities right here. Perfectly balanced survivor, guys. Okay, and this is silly now. This is just silly. It doesn't even matter though. He doesn't even have teleport. I guess Dungeon's always a threat. Is Dungeon right behind him, actually? Oh, yeah, Dungeon's right behind him. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's a good thing he didn't have his pal boost up there. That could have been dangerous. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Oh, and he was grabbing his head at the end there. Hold up. He wasn't done. He wasn't done shaming himself yet. That's such a disappointing game. I mean, I don't know if it really would have mattered here. I mean, you could see the person wasn't at the gate immediately. It was a long walk. It was a long walk right here. Finally chairs him, and yeah, it is whatever. It is what it is. But going back to the current matchup here, we're gonna go and see second half right here. So keep in mind, GG does need to get a 3 kills here in order to win right here in round 2, which would be nice. To simplify things a lot if he was able to do that. But it all depends on whether he's able to do that. If not, they will go into a round 3. And GG also used a lot of strong survivors to guarantee that tie, maybe even a little bit better. Tie is pretty good, but again, it's going to make round 3 a lot more difficult if they do not get a good start here. I think we saw something similar with Dow 5, right? They kind of went all in round 2, using all their very strong survivors in round 2. And Weibo actually ends up tying, so they don't end up gaining anything out of that. And they just lost a bunch of very strong survivors in round 2 without gaining anything. And on top of that, Weibo then mounts a comeback. So I think that was definitely something, something that made a big play there. If we go back and think about like the picks there, I'm not really someone who analyzes the picks and bans of a phase as much. But that definitely could be a reason for why things did not go their way. All right, and we're gonna see the airplanist here. Just no borrow time. Archer gonna have borrow time though. Everyone here is gonna be running borrow time besides the airplanist. Okay. And Gravekeeper again, Doctor. I'm seeing a lot of Doctor on the rescuers. The persona trait, the one that makes you heal other people faster. Is it so that you can self-heal faster as the rescuer? Is that like an idea here? Is that what they're doing, or are they doing it? Oh, he's running healing as well, though. I guess that's not a bad idea. I'm a big sucker for healing. I found that healing saves so many of my games. Like max healing, especially on your rescuers. Like you being half health already on a heal is huge. Especially with today's meta hunters being so fast at movement, you really got to get heal done as soon as possible. But I do like the idea of Doctor and just having other people rescue first for you. I think there's something there for sure. There's definitely something there worth trying out. But in the meantime, we're going to see GG. Hold up, mind game? Kind of mind game here. Does end up finding the coordinator here. Coordinator is going to lose out on a lot of distance just by Q is doing basically nothing. Eats up a pretty good pala here at God Corner. And now he's just going to go for the ciphers now. So coordinator right here communicating to her team that the QS is going straight for the second stop cipher, and I'm guessing he's just going to put a dot on it and then just leave it. So this is what a lot of QS will do. Oh, and he also connected bridge, and he's just going to chase Arch. Interesting. I didn't think about that you could just chase the closest person to you but still block out the cipher in front of you without actually having to go there. I mean, obviously, but good thinking from him right there. It's going to force an ability out of the Archer. She missed. Ooh, that means she needs a second ability now just to make up for that. Right here, we're going to see the Archer. Wow, look at those jumps. He dropped a singular ball, followed by another ball, and, a singular ball jumped to it and jumped manually. And he kept it connected so he can have a line going straight towards her. The follow-ups with the QS balls are insane. Ooh, but that was a big mistake. But Archer messing up a shot as well. That was her only ability. She already used her crossbow. When did she use her crossbow? I didn't even notice. There was so much going on that I even noticed. I think he stood still, if I'm not wrong, for the crossbow. But yeah, very good chase right here from the Archer. Just impressive stuff right here. Being able to quickly follow her, using that movement to his advantage. It's not just moving around in the line. It's also about being able to jump from spot to spot, from dot to dot, and canceling the line and then just jumping. So that is something you can do as QS. If your line has already ended and you cannot connect anything to a line, you can make a second ball and just jump to it and then jump again manually with the, towards the survivor, and then you get out of the ball rather than getting out further away, right? You make a second ball just to get closer to them and then you jump out. Right here, Archer's probably just going to kite with Tide Turner and then die in the corner. There's not much to do here. I will say, though it wasn't an amazing kite, definitely did his job here, dying in the corner, making sure that the QS doesn't have access to any cipher machine besides God Corner here and I guess second stop. But they're not really going to work on second stop anymore. QS went in the ball there to try to pick up faster. By the way, when you have the boost from the QS ball, you do pick up 18% faster. Not a lot of people know that, but you do pick up 18% faster. You don't just interact with stuff 18% faster, or is it 20%? I don't remember, but you do also pick up faster. Right here, Coordinator has no Tide Turner, so it's basically just going to guarantee. I don't know why that was so fast. I think the stream just bugged out there, and the Archer just was waiting for the flare gun to finish. And look at this, second stop is pressed, but the QS is going to be able to very quickly catch up. And look at that, also going to block off the bridge cipher. And look at this, it's actually going all the way to the fourth. What? Going all the way to the fourth sub. Usually don't see this kind of setup, and the hunter is completely bamboozled by the fact that no one is there. He should have realized it, because you see where the nearest survivors are as QS within 16 meters of you. It's either 16 or 18. I can't remember. I think it's 16. I tested this number. It's either 16 or 18, but it doesn't really matter. You should have been able to see him up there. So the fact you don't see the Archer should be a clear sign that they pressed the button and that he shouldn't even spend his time checking. He should be able to just figure that out just from the fact he doesn't see anything up there. You are able to see the closest survivor. But anyway, back to the movement here. Good job from him connecting these balls together, these lines just close enough so that he's able to jump between them. Using the suck ball here is going to be a guaranteed hit right here. He's not going to use the suck ball? Okay, he is going to use the suck ball. He just wants to lure the airplanes as close to the other side of the map with the cipher machines as possible. He may as well, right? He may as well do it because he's on his way to the cipher anyway. So before he gets him out of the ball, he may as well use that time to walk closer to the cipher before hitting him. And now Coordinator is going to get chased here. Coordinator with no gun and no option. Gonna vault into the suck ball after the illusion runs out. I guess it's a longer kite that way, technically. Because you cannot immediately hit someone in the suck ball. You have to wait for it to end after 3 seconds. So, but it's still not a great situation here. GG. I think GG can definitely pull off a win here. This is definitely a 3-man situation, this is looking like. Everyone here except the Gravekeeper is half health. Gravekeeper using a shovel. Qist hits the shovel, really? Not putting him at half health? I don't agree with that play. Why not wait for the shovel to run out? Why are we hitting the shovel? Because he thinks... Oh, I think it's because he thought the shovel was the full health shovel. It was not the full health shovel. It was the quarter shovel. He couldn't have possibly known that, though. So just forcing the rescue early. Ooh, nice hit on Winter right there. Knocking her off the slide. But the Cypher's almost done. I mean, right here, Gravekeeper is at half health. He does have borrowed time, but this is by no means going to be a safe situation right here for the survivors. They're going to hit this Gravekeeper. They're going to pop. It's going to be an instant rescue. But with a singular suck ball here. Ooh, but he uses his shovel, and it's the full health shovel. Okay. He's keeping his eye on the corner at least. So he has a rough idea. Oh my god, he's getting bamboozled so hard. I think he thought that it was the full health shovel on the last rescue. That's why he hit it. And now he thinks it's the short shovel on this, and he's getting completely bamboozled. That's why he hit the shovel earlier on the kite, on the rescue, thinking that it was going to be the long one. And he's like, okay, let me just cut the shovel short when it was really the short one. And he did it for no reason. Now the opposite effect is happening. Now he's waiting on the short shovel when really it's the long one. He ended up saving the long one for the end game. And that's going to be the difference between a 3-man and a 3-kill and a tie. Right here, GG Yum. Almost getting dodge and escape too, but gonna prevent it with the suck ball. And wow, the fact that you can't tell which shovel Gravekeeper is using completely screwed him over there. Thought that he used the full health shovel to stall out the rescue as long as possible, hoping that the hunter wouldn't hit him. No, he used the short one. He used the short shovel, and on top of that, the hunter hit it. Right there. Patience would have gone a long way for that Qist right there, letting the Gravekeeper come out of shovel on his own right there, hitting him normally. And then that would have given him information that the next shovel is the full health shovel. So yeah, going after the Gravekeeper there, having no idea that it was the full health shovel. He's chasing a full shovel Gravekeeper, which is, you cannot wait on that. 35 seconds is how long the shovel lasts, and waiting on something like that is how you tie the game as the survivors. Wow. That was just the difference between the choice of like thinking about the survivor having the difference of a shovel right there. That was all it really was. Just reading the Gravekeeper incorrectly right there. And it's going to cost him the 3-man potential there, hitting the shovel for practically no reason. Again, he had a reason in his hand, but he had no idea. He just had no idea which one it was. We are going to see a 2-2 game here, which means we will definitely go into a round 3 now. And one of these teams is going to have to try to take the win here in order to go any further. We did see GG use a lot of their best survivors in the previous round. So things are going to get a little bit dicey here in round 3 and maybe even around 4, where they've already used some of their best reliable survivors like Doctor, like Archer, like Gravekeeper. These are some very strong, reliable survivors, but dumping them all in one team is going to mean that you're going to be short on strong survivors later on. You're going to sell yourself short in round 3 and round 4 if it goes that far, and not have the best options anymore because they're all locked away. You're going to be down to the lesser options. Don't get me wrong, Lanternus is still very strong, but when Qist is already used, that's like one of the best things Lanternus can go against. So they have Lanternus open. You know, Lanternus is not going to be that useful against the hunter who already used Qist. Could still be good against Goman though, but they're probably just going to ban Goman if I had to guess. And then stuff like Hula Blue, not really that amazing to go Lanternus. It's okay. It's fine. I mean, to be fair, Lanternus is one of the best survivors in the game. Don't get me wrong. But definitely if we're talking like, okay, what kind of hunter likes to play long-term games, I would definitely say Qist is one of those hunters. And having that infinite ability plus an easy counter to the suck ball, it's huge. It's huge. It's game-changing to have that. So to have it against something that's not Qist, it's still good, but her ability's not going to be anywhere close to as good. Qist is one of the premier hit-and-run hunters right now in the game. able to go hit someone and then move across the map still and hit another survivor. The fact that he has a suck ball means that he's able to keep up with that tempo too. Yeah, yep, right here we do see him hit the small shovel that was already used, and then later on goes after the Gravekeeper with an entirely full shovel, hoping that it was the short one, waited out on it for like 30 seconds, and it just wasn't worth it. Unfortunately, misread the Gravekeeper entirely there. What's up, Oka? You got too absorbed in playing Roblox? Welcome, welcome. No problem. Mickey voice, yeah. Does anyone know who won between Weibo Gaming and Dow5? Definitely not me. I wasn't here for that, Oka. Definitely not me. Okay, it was Weibo. Weibo did win in the end. Dow5 was ahead, though, at the start. They won round 1, and then they dumped all their best survivors in round 2, and they didn't actually end up winning in round 2. And then in round 3, they ended up losing the round. And then Weibo Gaming ended up getting a faster escape. So it came down to time in round 4. So really, you could argue that it came down to them not having their doctor, their matador, they're really like some of their best premier survivors. But I don't know. I'm sure there were other things we could talk about. Like in terms of the actual gameplay, I'm sure there was something else we could talk about. Regardless of the survivor. Right here, we're going to see GG ban Darkwoods. I haven't seen Darkwoods in a while. I haven't seen Darkwoods in a good bit. And instead, we're going to see GW pick Chinatown. All right, then. All right, going right into the, well, not quite the ban phase. Let's see if we have any subs that are happening here. Are we going to be switching out any players? We'll see here. We'll see. Don't think we're going to be switching out anyone, but it could be possible. In the meantime, though, yeah, so round 3. So far, we have seen very good survivors coming out. Oh, no, we do have a sub here. Sub swap. Litlai is going to be swapped out for Terror. So Terror is coming back in for round 3 because Litlai played their opera singer, and that's about it. I guess they're not going to have Litlai play Axe Boy after this. If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure Litlai is the Axe Boy player. But anyway, we're going to see him go right back in. Someone is showing off. Bro, I have that. That's not that rare. I already have that. Someone's showing off their Cryptic Note Sapphire that they found. Is it that rare that she's showing it off on camera? There's no way. I got that a few days ago. And it took like, what, 20 games? And it was one of my first hard mode matches that I got that Sapphire gem. Although I will say, it gives a gigantic notification when someone finds it. And I gotta say, in my multiple matches I played after I found it, I have never seen a notification saying that anyone else got it. So maybe it is that rare. Maybe I just got that streamer luck in me, even when I'm not streaming. Okay. Foot fetish? What is this? Alright, just waiting for round 3 to start. Alright, and binds are gonna start for round 3. Let's see what Terra picks. Gonna ban Enchantress and Seer. Interesting. Seer, of course, makes sense, but I would love to actually see some Enchantress games. Like, so far I haven't really seen any Enchantresses that like really impressed me, but I've seen a lot of Enchantress bans, so don't know what's going on there. I've yet to see like what's so amazing about Enchantress in these tournaments, but I do see a lot of Enchantress bans, so we'll see. Meteorologist here is gonna get picked. Pretty strong survivor, pretty good survivor, but like, yeah, we're seeing like something like Prospector, which I don't think Prospector is really worth picking in tournaments. I just don't think it's good enough. There's some really good outplay potential with Prospector. I think Prospector just lacks behind other survivors though. I would probably prefer to see, like, I feel like they could have gone Lanternus instead of Prospector, like right here. And then Lanternus ends up getting banned as the third pick here. So I just feel like just off of the first start I can think of without even looking at the whole book here. And they are going to pick Patient here as their last pick. We're going to see Priestess banned as the last one. So just to make sure there's no Priestess like BS shenanigans that we saw Weibo do, where someone went through the portal and then the hunter got sucked through on the other side after they went through the first portal. Good thing that Spider had warp to deal with that. That could have been really bad. Just gonna straight up ban Priestess to not have to deal with something like that. Alright, in the meantime, the Survivors are picking their builds, thinking about what they want to take against this hunter. Are going to see a Hullabaloo ban as well. So they decided to ban Hullabaloo. All the most popular S tier hunters are out. They're all out. Queen Bee's out, Opera's out, and then we see Goman, Hullabaloo banned by the Survivors. So they're all out, but we're still going to see QS. So QS is still sticking around. I don't really see that often QS nowadays, but man, we've seen a lot of QS just today. So QS is definitely still around, still existing, and we saw how good QS was doing last game against was it GW? Yes, it was against GW. We saw how good QS was doing. So we're gonna see another QS match. Always fun to watch QS roll around the map, the absolute control that he can have on the survivors. Definitely a very unique hunter, I will say. Let's see how well this hunter can use their controls to catch up to the survivors. Because we saw that GG's hunter right there, who was playing Qist, did a very good job with their mobility controls catching up to the survivors. So interested to see how they will do here. Alright, but in the meantime, we're going to be going into the round 3 first half. It's going to come down to this round. It's going to come down to this round for sure. Right here we see GG win 1-1, and then right here we have a defeat for GW. Or no, it's a draw, I'm guessing. That must mean draw, I'm guessing. So anyway, Mercenary right here, going to be just running typical build. They are running, what's that effect called again? The one that gives you faster decode when someone's on rocket chair? Audience effect. So they're going to be running audience effect Prospector with no borrow time there as well. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Prospector. I don't think Prospector is all that amazing as a harasser, as a kiter. In tournaments at least, I just feel he lacks behind. Hunter's movement speeds. They have a lot of abilities that like get guaranteed damage. Like I'm not really saying it, but I don't know. I've been impressed by Prospectors before. I just don't think he's a consistent great pick, especially after all his nerfs. You know, he gets not a whole lot of time out of stuns nowadays like he used to when people are nearby. We're gonna see a mind game here. Hold up, Hunter's gonna run right into the survivor here, or more so the survivor's gonna run into them. Right here, can you get a sneaky hit off? It doesn't look like it. Still just walking around for now. Gonna go in his ball early here before getting to a cipher. Okay, so he's just gonna set up a connection here. Or did he end it early? Did he end it early? Oh, nice wind right there. He needs to set one more ball up. Nope, he didn't end it early. There we go. So he does end up connecting that cipher. Hunter's going to be running like, it looks like about 20% faster decode, or maybe 30%. Hard to tell, but he's got impulsive, so it's probably 30% faster braking speed. And right here, we're going to see a blink here, just to guarantee that insolence hits. This is usually how QS games go. You chase until blink is up. Just keep connecting ciphers until that blink is up, and then you go. And so we're going to see the prospector here get a small stun off. But this guy is going to catch up so fast here that the meteorologist is still forced to use another ability, so it doesn't even really matter in all honesty. Then he has the sock ball here too, and this is just going to be it. There's not really a whole lot to do at this point. She also has the tide turner effect, which is going to make things very difficult for the survivor. Is going to be down to tide turner, and she doesn't have anything to kite with. They gave her borrowed time, so Hunter going to, fortunately for him, chase that person with that tide turner and that borrowed time, so that's not going to even come into play in game as long as he can knock her down before then. So we'll see her. Flywheel prospector here. Is he coming in for the rescue? Nope, he's just decoding the cipher machine. And I assume they're going to go before half here. A little bit late in my opinion. Oh no, but he used his sock ball, so it's okay. If he used his sock ball, so sock ball's already been used, so there's no threat of sock ball. So never mind, that's a perfectly timed rescue, completely fine. And right here, meteorologist is going to go die in the corner on purpose to make sure that the hunter is not going to be able to block out ciphers. Okay, never mind. I guess he's going to die more in the center of the map. I was thinking the corner of the map as far as he can go, because now this makes it a little bit easier, a little bit more control over the center of the map. And when you're in control of the center of the map, excuse, you're basically in control of all of the map. So I don't know about that. I probably would have went to die in the corner as far as you can go. Probably would be the exact same turn nonetheless, though, let's be honest. Probably would be churning in the exact same spot. And they are going for a second rescue here, even though there is no, like, no rebound potential with this meteorologist, no abilities. Probably just playing just to get the suck ball out and just drag him deeper into the corner of the map. And I guess that's what this tide turner is for, just to drag him into the corner of the map. But look at this. What a great use of the suck ball right here. Forcing the survivor to go back to where she was trying to go away from. Patient wanted to do the cipher machine, but he can't because he sucked her back in here. Was going to go all the way to the corner, the dungeon corner, this meteorologist, but Q is just preventing that right away. One of the most powerful abilities in this game is manipulating the positions of survivors. No one is able to do that quite like Qist. And just like that, going to give him a lot of control over this game. Man, the suck ball is such a strong ability. Able to prevent decode, able to get guaranteed hits, and then also able to control where the hit is going to happen, essentially. So that you're making sure you're doing it by cipher machines and preventing control. I mean, this as well. You're able to move the suck ball if you miss, so it's completely unlike a feaster tentacle, and then you just hit and run and you repeat all over again. I mean, QS is such a deadly hunter, especially on a map like right here on Chinatown. There's just not a lot of places to kite a QS that well. The main counter to him is windows, but these windows, let's be honest, they kind of suck. They're not that good at dealing with QS. Maybe the restaurant window is good sometimes, but you have to be at the right angle for it. You have to be on the long side of the wall. Prospector here, the only good thing about Prospector right now is that Prospector has an infinite amount of magnets, so that when he does this hit and run tech, he's not able to get a hit on the Prospector. And then by the time he chases the Prospector again, Prospector will get more magnets. So maybe that's the idea of Prospector here, is that if he goes Qist, you have a survivor that has like infinite abilities, similar to Lanternist, how Lanternist has infinite abilities. Patient gonna use his first hook right here of the game. Gonna try to just lead this hunter away from the ciphers. Gonna go down to blink right here though. Did he have a hookup available in time? I think the hook was like 1 second away. And now he's gonna chair the patient. Looks like in the center of the map here again to try to take control of the map. That is the key thing with Q, is trying to constantly take control of the map. Gonna drop here because it's slower to heal him than to rescue him. Interesting choice right here. That doesn't make sense when you say it out loud. It just takes more time to heal than it does to rescue someone who's already in a chair. And I guess he's not that concerned about how many chairs he gets on the survivor. He's concerned about the overall well-being of the survivors. And when I mean well-being, the overall bad health state, not good well-being, but bad well-being, making sure that they're all trying to get their health drained down before he starts chairing anyone. Because of course, if he chairs right now, it's just going to be a free rescue. So it's not going to be adding too much right here. A single chair is probably not going to change this game. What he needs is to keep up the tempo. But this Prospector, man, Prospector is doing such a good job here. Did he miss the first suck ball? I wasn't really paying attention. But I think he must have missed the first suck ball. Because Prospector here is doing a good job here. Messes up the QS ball a little bit. But it's okay. It doesn't take that long to catch back up to the Prospector. And, man, Prospector with these infinite magnets, man, constantly able to... Right here, well, it cancels the power break animation, essentially. So it wasn't that amazing. But right here, gonna finally knock down the Prospector, but that's a tie situation. He just wasn't able to knock him down fast enough. And yeah, the Prospector in this situation with the infinite magnets, although they're not like the world's best ability, they are infinite. They always come back, and against a hunter who is relying on hitting a survivor, then leaving, and just slowly playing this game of attrition where you drain abilities over time, that could be one of your best traits, that you have an infinite ability. You just need one ability and you're set. As long as everyone else is healthy, you could totally just go ahead and make sure that the QS loses most of his speed up there. Also, because I guess it's also, there's also another thing that makes Prospector good against QS, is that QS has to come out of the ball and the Prospector can clearly see where he came out and drop a mag down him and then push himself very far away. Or push himself into a wall with the hunter, make the hunter stun for a long time. So he also totally could have done that. A lot of options there with the Prospector's ability there. So you know what? Do I still think Prospector is like amazing? In terms of harassing, it's mediocre. But if we're talking about like an infinite ability against a hunter who plays for the long game, wow, yeah, that magnet does a lot there. Because usually we don't see that many magnets in the total course of a game. Because usually when a hunter commits to someone, they commit, right? They make sure that they tunnel that survivor as soon as possible, because that's just the way that hunter plays. In very rare situations, sometimes Prospector will let go of or Prospector, not Opera Singer. Someone like Opera Singer every once in a while will like let go of a survivor, but most of the time we're seeing hunters tunnel a survivor, mainly until dead on chair, or if a Cypher's almost done, then they'll let go. But if the Cypher's almost done, the game's going to be almost over, so we're not going to see a lot of magnets anyway. So that's usually why I'm not a big fan of Prospector, because we anyway don't see a lot of magnet use. The games usually don't go on that long for that infinite ability, that infinite aspect to actually matter. But for QS games, where these games go very long, and it's a map like Chinatown where you can't rely on your kiting area, and you have to rely on your abilities, then having an infinite ability, we saw this with Lanternist. Lanternist earlier with Weibo Gaming, having Lanternist on the team against a QS was so critical. Or what's that Weibo Gaming playing QS and then maybe the enemy was playing Lanternist? I don't remember. But either way, that was another great example where usually we don't need the infinite ability. Usually we don't see that much value. I mean, Lanternist kind of always gets to use her abilities no matter what, whether it's to like slow down a rocket chair or to just help out Cypher machines. It is always good. But the kiting ability, it's harder to get value out of the kiting ability. Because you can obviously only mainly use it on kites, and it's not that great against QS to help other teammates. So you mainly use it on yourself, and right there was amazing. It was really good that game against QS, and we're kind of seeing a similar thing, a similar theme here, where if we have a survivor going against a QS, you're better off on Chinatown. Because again, that Lanternist that was really saving her team's life against QS, that was on Chinatown, where you couldn't really rely on the pallet areas. You had to rely on most of your abilities to survive. And the survivors that had infinite abilities, those are the ones that lasted the longest. And we see that again with Prospector. So maybe there is something there. There definitely is something there. So good stuff there. I feel like I just learned something from that match. Something to watch out for. Survivors with infinite abilities as QS. Those are the survivors that are going to be the hardest to attrition down. Attrition, basically, if you're not familiar with what that means. There's no way someone's been playing the game that much. Bro, I'm underestimating how popular this game mode is, bro. Okay, this girl, I think this girl saw on the screen the last girl showing off her bracelet, and she's like, bro, Let me show you what an actual account looks like. Let me show you what a real account looks like. Holy. I gotta get on my cryptic notes game, bro. I gotta start releasing cryptic notes guides, how to beat the Wraith. Because I know everyone is dying to know how to beat the Wraith. Don't worry, I already have some strategies to show you guys on how to beat the Wraith and the enemies. Believe it or not, I, unlike Ellie, actually care about other game modes in this game. And I do really enjoy cryptic notes. I do think it's a lot of fun. Beating up enemies is a lot of fun. It's also like a mini like Gamba game, right? Where it's like you open up chests and you hope to get that legendary sapphire that they've been showing off. Like, I love that there's like this collection aspect of the game that you actually like, there's a reason to collect stuff outside of just in the moment of like, oh, let's just get the quota and get out of here, and boom, after the game ends, your quota is meaningless, right? I like that there's this like collection aspect of the game that you're always trying to collect, and then you can show off to people how much you collected, and then one day make someone else really jealous. Bro, I'm already jealous. This game mode just came out, bro. All right, so we're going to see Seer and Feral Lady immediately banned. Again, another survivor with technically an infinite ability. Probably not going to play Clown, though, if I had to guess. Banning Feral Lady, most likely not going to be Clown here. As a result, we're going to see Lion lock in the Lanternist. There's nothing saying that Yum can't still go Clown here, though. Mercenary Lancers are really bad against Clown. He still could go Clown here. I know he banned Feral Lady, so it might look kind of dumb, but hey, his plans can change depending on the survivor picks, and it doesn't matter what he banned at that point. If the Hunter banned, you could have 0 bans, and if a survivor team just picked a bad team comp against Hunter, just play that Hunter. Man, Puppeteer. Honestly, Puppeteer is not that great against Clown either. It's not that hard to bait Puppeteer either. No, I say that, but you definitely have to be a little bit careful. Still, though, Puppeteer is probably more scared than you are of him, I would say. It's kind of like a spider situation. Like, the spider's probably more scared of the human. Or, sorry, the spider's more scared of the human than the human even realizes. And Painter. Interesting. Are we going to potentially see some, like, teamwork with trying to work with the painting to escape to a better kiting area? I love Painter. I love seeing Painter. Painter is one of my, like, underrated survivors that I really believe in, but I really don't play him that often because unfortunately people just end up playing like stuff like Blood Queen, so you really can't have any fun with Painter. But I do genuinely think Painter is a great survivor. The built-in movement speed you get when you drop your paintings is really nice too. I think a lot of people underestimate that about Painter. When he used to have 3 paintings, and yes, he used to have 3 paintings, and yes, they used to be infinite range. Basically infinite range. At least there was no circle indicating where the range was. So it seemed like it was infinite. And it would just catch Hunter's attention instantly. Yeah, so back when Painter had 3 paintings, each painting gave 2% movement speed like it still does. But the difference is that since he had 3 paintings, the movement speed buff would go all the way up to 6% faster than the Hunter, which really does add up over time. Whether that be getting to Cypher Machines, getting to Rocket Chairs, getting to the Exit Gates, or just kiting in general. Nowadays, he only has 2 paintings, so that movement speed is capped at 4. I would love it if the devs would please make that 3% for each painting. Because when you nerfed the painting count, you essentially also nerfed his max movement speed. Which I didn't like that. I felt like he was fine with 6%. Like, let him have a 6%. The paintings were the issue with Painter. The 6% was just an added bonus, but the paintings is what was problematic with Painter. He essentially had 3 flare guns in his inventory. Painter still basically has 2 flare guns in his inventory, but is it worth the downside of not starting with an ability nowadays? Probably not, but man, Painter, I love Painter, man. I should play some more Painter because he is one of my favorite survivors to use. It's such a shame, but I should play Painter more. I do enjoy playing Painter a lot. Painter tied with Ellie, maybe? It's been a while since we've done an underrated Painter stream. Man, Painter is such a good survivor that when you get that painting, having a flare gun like that, it stalls so much time, helps you get to another kiting area. And you can drop it in front of a pallet too. If you're already in a good kiting area, just drop it in front of a pallet when you need to, and then just stun the hunter. And yeah, you lose the transition time off the pallet, off the painting, because technically the painting is a longer stun than the pallet. So you're wasting more time standing. But if you're already in the good area, you're just wasting the hunter's time at that point, because you're not going anywhere. You're just getting a guaranteed pallet stun off. You're getting extra value out of a pallet there, if anything, that you otherwise wouldn't get. Because it's not like you're going to transition anywhere. You're just going to stay in the same area. So we're going to see Hullabaloo as the hunter here. I wasn't keeping track of the points here because I'm just so interested in the painter here. I hope he gets chased first because I have faith. I have faith in the painter. I do believe in painter. We don't see a lot of painter, but I'm so happy to see painter. All right, it looks like he's going straight in the painter's direction here. Painter is going to get a heartbeat immediately, and Yum is going to see or guess. Yeah, he's going to go straight for the painter here. So let's see how this works out here. Painter is going to need to try to get his painting up as soon as possible. Right here, he just vaulted a pallet here for a boost, and he still doesn't have his painting up. This is kind of the problem with the painter, is that if you keep going behind tall walls, yes, you're making it so the hunter can't see where you are, but you also can't get your painting, unfortunately. Ooh! Well, he is slowly working on his painting, but it's going to lead to an early hit right here. Choosing not to vault the pallet as well in the clones. No. Painter. No, Painter. No. I love you, Painter, but damn, I gotta admit, not having abilities there really hurts. The problem is that he didn't really set himself up to go out in the open. He dropped the pallet on himself, vaulted it, and then just went behind a wall. Why not rotate to restaurant there? He could have rotated to restaurant there out in the open, get his face, and then vault the window for a pallet for a window boost. And then while he's in his window boost, then he's building his painting. I feel like there was a better route there. User error, guys. User error. That was not Painter's fault. We'll talk about it later. But basically, Mercer here getting a really nice rescue. Only one hit. That is really good for against Hullabaloo. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how fast he stacks on the damage. Gonna force out the warp here, but Painter has the painting ready. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of wasted time. Wasting a whole warp is a big deal right here. He is on a cooldown. Man, imagine how much nice cheerleader here would be, because this cooldown is really hurting him right now. He's not gonna be able to do the cipher, the gate, the painting in time, and he's getting completely body blocked to the window. Wow, what a really good play from Yum right here, using his body to his advantage. Hey, yo. And able to prevent the painter from reaching the window while giving himself time to actually get the colors he needs to knock him down. And man, this is not looking good for the painter. The painter still needs time to make a second painting. He hasn't even made it. He has to make it, let alone actually drop it, right? So we'll see here. This is going to be very awkward. One of the most important things about painter, though, you need to be out in the open to actually get those paintings up before you start taking damage to the abilities. Just took too long on that. Ooh, luckily for him, Yum messing up the clone right here. That's going to give an important amount of time for him to get his painting up. Going to use the broken windows boost right here to make sure he doesn't go down. And he'll need to time this painting when the hunter has their ability up. And now he's going to time it, but he kind of plays it in a way where the hunter doesn't necessarily have to look at it. He's going to need to force it. He does force it, looks at it right when the hunter... Well, the hunter's going to look at it right as he vaulted, so the hunter doesn't lose as much off of that. But man, Painter, given how bad of a start the Painter had, all things considered, 67 AO, 67 Cypher, ain't 50%. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all, given how bad his start was. Also, it didn't have borrowed time, so it didn't really matter to survive. But now this is where things start to get dicey. Can the survivors last long enough to prevent the Hullabaloo from stacking up damage severely quickly? Puppet forced to use his puppet here just out of safety. And yeah, they're going to finish the 4th cipher and start working on a 6th cipher. Still have that 5th cipher if they need it, but the 6th will be a backup. Whew, barely hitting that puppeteer around the corner and able to take him down. Going to put him on the rocket chair though, so let's see how the stars are going to handle it, how the hunter's going to go about it. Is he going to decide to camp, or is he going to go and pressure that cipher machine? I don't think he can, because if he leaves to go pressure that cipher, then this one's just going to get immediately done. So not a whole lot of options here except to camp and save up for the next teleport. I'm pretty sure this cipher is going to be done before the teleport happens though. Lantern is going to use her ability, going to get a movement speed up from that, help her reach the chair sooner. And yeah, Hula Blue is going to be forced to, I mean, that was basically a free rescue, honestly. Like, he has to stick on the Lanternist here. Going after the Puppeteer is just free 9 seconds of kite time every time, and that's definitely not going to be enough here. He needs to just knock down someone. Just knock down someone before the last Cypher's Prime. That's his win condition right now. Man, Lanternist is so stupid. The fact that she's just running around the Hunter. But he does knock her down, and she doesn't have borrowed time. And he's going to get basement. I think they're just going to pop here right away. Yeah, okay. I don't know what is with Survivors always waiting. Now the Puppeteer, this Puppeteer could have had like 5 seconds more on this gate. That might be the difference maker of not making it out now. Oh my god, if he had 5 seconds more, he would have made it out. They popped the Cypher so late before they realized what was happening that the Puppeteer didn't have time to finish the gate anymore. What is with Survivors popping the gate so late? Man, pop it as soon as basement's happening. Pop that thing. No one's rescuing. Alright, but easier said than done, to be fair, because I'm not playing, and they are, and they have a lot of choices on their head to make. Right here, we're going to see the Hula Blue struggling to actually get the last color. Ooh, this is game-changing. If he can't kill this Puppeteer before they make it out, I mean, this is already a difficult choice to make. Like, now where do you go? Do you go left? Do you go right? What exactly do you do as the Hula Blue in this situation? Took too long to get his target. Now his targets could be anywhere, his other targets. Ooh, but he did find Lion right here. He's going to most likely warp here, holding off on the warp, trying to mind game him, hopefully. Did not fall for it, man, but that Lanternist is letting go of the gate. That gate is going to be done, and this is a tie situation. Mercenary is just going to go for the gate here, survive the last hit. Yum didn't take him down with 2 more colors, and that's going to be it. And it doesn't look like Dungeon Escape is going to be a possibility either here. No dungeon in the corner, and no dungeon at restaurant. Man, imagine if dungeon was here. It could have actually been a 3-man escape. That would be nutty. But yeah, Puppeteer finally going to go down right here, and GG is going to win the match. Really good work from GG there, the Hunter player, taking down the Survivors. I believe the Survivors needed a 3-man there to not lose this match, and GG, despite having a rocky round 2 where they really weren't able to get ahead of their team and win in round 2, they were still able to clutch it up in round 3, play the game very well. And yeah, we're gonna see the score here in a second so that we can analyze things a little bit better and talk about the whole matchup as a whole. But yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, pretty basic stuff right there. I really wish that Painter thing would have worked out. So what I'm saying about the Painter, guys, is the thing about Painter is you need to get an opening where the Hunter's far from you, maximum distance that you can still record a painting from. Far from you, but it's the maximum distance that you can start recording the painting and start getting their face. That is very important. The fact that I'm no master at Painter by any means, but listen, to be fair, I think a better route there would have been to go around the building. Like he's the way he started his kite, I like, ran past the World Tree, but in my opinion, I would have ran past either past restaurant or into restaurant, because then there were multiple opportunities where the Hunter has to follow you in a straight line in the open, but you still have like a window boost to follow it up with, so that way you're making them follow you out in the open to first get your painting, and then when you're using your boost, you already have your painting, right? Unfortunately for that Painter, he dropped the pallet on himself for a boost, which, by the way, that's slightly less distance than just dropping the pallet, or that's only slightly, that's like 2 meters or like 4 meters more distance than just dropping the pallet normally. So overall, the pallet boost is almost completely a waste, right? But he kind of needs to do it because he kind of screws himself over if he doesn't go for the boost, because he kind of trapped himself, right? That's why I'm saying he probably should have gone restaurant, even if someone's kiting there, because what is he gonna do? He's gonna go on near the Mercenary. Mercenary's not the end of the world. He can go into the entrance of restaurant, and Mercenary will be fine. But I think he needed to prioritize that painting, in my opinion. Not prioritizing that painting is a big deal, and it just meant that he wasn't able to get anything going for him when the Hulu had his colors back. Yeah, we're going to see Terra right here playing Qist. That's a good job here putting pressure, but I think we saw a much better job from GG's Qist right here in Moonlit than we saw right here this game. This game went a lot faster for the Qist. So yeah, the fact that we didn't see Painter run straight to a restaurant, again, in my opinion, I think the best route was to run past World Tree like he did, run past the big tree, but go more in a straight line out in the open towards the restaurant window on the like pointed towards the center of the map. You go for that one. Maybe stand a little bit to grab the Hunter's Appearance if you have to, right? But then you vault the window, get the boost, and then while you're building up the window boost, you have the painting ready, and then that sets you up to then make the next pallet. Then you drop the pallet in front of restaurant, do the same loop with the window, but you don't have the window boost anymore, but that's okay. You're going to do one more loop and then go back to the pallet that you dropped from earlier. Now you get a pallet boost from that. Okay, and then Psyche, what do you do after that? Now you fill in the spot where you don't have any boost, which you're painting that you got because you went out in the open, and then you had time to make it because you used the window boost followed by the pallet boost. Like, there's a very specific order that you need to do with Painter, and you need to be timing your boost when you already are able to make them painting. You need to time it so that the Hunter is in visible sight when the kite starts, but then you time it so that you get a boost right as you're able to start your painting. That way, the Hunter's not able to like get ahead of you with their abilities, because they're trying. The whole point of the Hunters, they're trying to use their abilities before, as soon as possible, before you're able to get any momentum with your abilities. That's the most important thing as Painter. And the fact he kept going around the corners there actually like really screwed him up. Really messed him up that he wasn't able to get away. He went to areas honestly that weren't able to sustain him either. It just wasn't enough. It just was not good enough. Without any abilities, that route was not sustainable. Restaurant though, restaurant kiting in front of restaurant, just looping that window and then the pallet, and combining with a window boost, then the pallet boost, and then whatever ability in between. That's one of the best routes on Chinatown, especially if you're running broken windows, which he was running broken windows. So definitely I feel like a missed opportunity there. Could have been a 3-star kite. Like, that would have been a very long kite. Maybe Warp would have cut it a little bit short, but there was a very safe position there. There was a very safe way to kite that. Again, Painter deserves more respect than that. Painter could have definitely been very good there. Oh yeah, you're right. We haven't really seen many Knights. Man, I completely forgot about Knight. It was just so funny because I play Knight. We haven't really seen any Knight. Is there a reason we haven't really seen Knight? I mean, once Queen Bee is used, I don't know why they don't use Knight on this. I think Knight is really good. Maybe it's just because they don't play a lot of Knight. Knights maybe like one of the harder rescuers to use. Knight is one of those characters where it's like you have to have a like set plan in your head really when you kite. Maybe a lot of the rescuers that play on these teams are like mainly rescuers and they're not used to kiting that often. That is very common what happens in NAU at least. I do know that a lot of players who are not the strongest at kiting, they're the ones who are mainly the rescuers. Why? Because they have like the strongest kiting abilities, so they can rely on their kiting abilities and not go down as quickly as their other teammates. So while their other teammates are good with their abilities and able to kite longer with technically weaker abilities, they can still hang in there. Right? That's like something you see a lot. That's like something you see a lot here in the tournaments, but Knight is not that simple. Knight's not such a simple character that you just use your ability in your save for like 30 seconds like Pocket Watch or like Gravekeeper Shovel. Is Meteorologist meta? Yeah, I would say Meteorologist is definitely meta. I'm trying to find the score here. What was the final score? Hopefully they show it on the stream eventually. I probably just missed it. See, I would like to see the final score here and figure out how did the final result go. Yeah, but we haven't seen a lot of Knights. It's interesting. I don't really know why we're not seeing Knights. You know, I think Knight's a great character. I think Knight's extremely strong. I just feel like maybe people just don't play Knight. Like, honestly, I can't tell you why. I think Knight's one of the best survivors in the game. Maybe not one of the best survivors in the game, but I think he definitely hangs up in there with the other rescuers, in my opinion at least. Is Knight like an underrated rescuer? Is that what I'm learning? I can't manage. Oh, there we go. Found it. Okay. So if we take a look here, we take a look at GW, we see here that GW in the first round did have their hunter win the matchup. And GG, well, they won, but GG's hunter before that got a 4 kill. So GG was ahead, right? And then we see a tie situation in game 2, and then again a tie situation in game 3. So at that point, if no one wins a second round, then it goes down to points. So you guys can see here, GG clearly has more points. So GW, for them to catch up, needed their own 5-man, it looks like. They needed their own 5-man. They needed their own 4-man, it looks like. A 5-point lead in order to catch up. Because let's think about this. They would be 9 to 12. Oh yeah, so if they got a 3-man, they would still lose by... Well, no, they wouldn't lose by 1 point because then they would be even in rounds. I actually don't know if it's based off of... I think they would still win off of points, right? They would win by 1 point. So they really just needed a 4-man kill right here. Not GG, or GW needed a 4-man kill, which they didn't get from the very beginning. So then all GG needs to do is not let a 4 escape happen. Pretty simple stuff. Alright guys, that's going to be it for today's matchup. If you want to join and keep watching the Billy stream, we have one more matchup that's going to play. Let me take a look at what the last matchup is, and I'll let you guys know in case you are interested in watching it. Let me see here. So if you guys are interested, the last matchup that's happening today is going to be Wolves versus MRC. So those are some, again, really good teams here facing off against each other. Both we've seen been previous victors. I don't think MRC has won a co. I think I've said before that they did, but I don't think it did. I think it was like an IVL that they won before. So MRC is very good team, obviously. And the Wolves have previously won a COA. So if you guys are interested in watching that, be sure to check out the link in the description below. I'll be leaving a link to the live stream, so that if you guys are interested in watching it, you can go watch it. This is how I'm able to stream to you guys in the first place. You do have to update the stream though in order to see it. Alright guys, that's gonna be all for today. I left the link in the description, just refresh the page. And yeah, that is gonna be all for today. Thank you all so much for tuning in for today's matchup. If you want to join more tournaments just like this, where we commentate the latest Call of Abyss, or not Call of Abyss, but any high level tournament, whether that be NAU or Chinese gameplay. We don't have any Chinese gameplay on YouTube here, so that's why I'm doing this. IGL all over YouTube. So if you guys would like to see more, be sure to let me know. Like the stream if you like it, and tune in for tomorrow's matchup where we're going to be commentating. We're going to be commentating ACT versus TE and DAO5 versus MRC, and those are going to be tomorrow's matchups, so we're going to be streaming those as well. So be sure to join me for those. I feel like we always learn something during these matchups, always something new. Like today, QS seems to struggle against those infinite ability survivors. Definitely was really good there. But anyway guys, that is going to be it for today. If you enjoyed it, like I said, just like it, subscribe, and I'll see you guys later in the future streams where we're going to commentate the next matchup tomorrow. I'll see you guys later, and take care. This has been Psyche. Peace out, everyone. Snoop Dogg Mickey also says goodbye. Take care, everybody.